The sultry evening air clung to New Orleans like a velvet curtain, rich with the mingling scents of magnolia and decay. The gas lamps along Royal Street flickered as Genevieve LaRue hurried past the shuttered shops, her sketchbook clutched tightly against her chest. She wasn't sure why the man's note had unsettled her so much. It had been formal and polite, requesting her presence at Devereux House to discuss a commission, but the name Devereux carried weight in the city, whispered in tones equal parts, reverent and wary. Genevieve had never met Lucien Devereux, the enigmatic scion of a family that had ruled the social elite of New Orleans for generations. His parties were legendary, his wealth unparalleled, and his absence from public life in recent years only added to his mystique. Rumors swirled about his health, his lovers, his supposed ties to the occult. The note had been brief, written in a precise hand. Miss LaRue, your reputation precedes you. I require a portrait, one that must capture the essence of a man and not merely his likeness. Please come to Devereux House tonight. I will expect you. It hadn't felt like a request. Devereux House loomed at the edge of the French Quarter, a grand but crumbling mansion surrounded by wrought iron gates. Genevieve hesitated at the threshold, staring up at its ivy-covered walls and darkened windows. A faint light flickered in one of the upper rooms, casting long shadows that seemed to move unnaturally against the glass. The gate creaked as she pushed it open, and the sound carried unervingly through the empty street. Good evening, Miss LaRue, Genevieve gasped, spinning around. The man who stood behind her was tall and lean, his figure half hidden in the shadows. He wore a dark suit that seemed to absorb the dim light, and his face was pale, his features so sharply defined that they seemed almost sculpted. Lucien Devereux, he said, bowing slightly. His voice was smooth, with an accent that carried traces of a long-forgotten French aristocracy. Mr. Devereux, Genevieve managed, her voice trembling. You startled me. His lips curved into a faint smile. I apologize. Please, come inside. The interior of Devereux House was both exquisite and unsettling. The grand foyer was lit by a chandelier of crystal and gold, its light reflecting off walls lined with gilded mirrors. Yet there was a hollowness to the space, a sense of something missing, as if the house were a stage set waiting for its players. Lucien led her to a parlor at the end of a long, dim hallway. The room was richly furnished, its velvet drapes and mahogany furniture exuding an air of faded grandeur. A fire burned low in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Please, sit, Lucien said, gesturing to an overstuffed armchair. He poured her a glass of red wine, his movements elegant and deliberate. Genevieve hesitated before accepting the glass. Your note mentioned a portrait, she said, her voice steadier now. What exactly are you looking for? Lucien settled into a chair opposite her, his intense gaze fixed on her face. I have seen many portraits in my time, Miss LaRue. Some capture beauty, others power, but few capture the essence of a soul. That is what I require. Genevieve frowned. A soul? Yes. His voice was barely above a whisper. "You are said to be the most talented portrait artist in the city. I believe you are capable of this task." She sipped the wine, the rich flavor doing little to calm her nerves. "I can try, of course, but I'll need time, weeks, perhaps months, to complete something of that magnitude." Lucien leaned forward, his pale hands resting on his knees. "Time is no object. I only ask that you work here at Devereux House. I cannot leave the estate." Genevieve hesitated. There was something in his tone, an edge of desperation beneath the calm. She studied his face, noting the slight hollowness beneath his cheekbones, the faint shadow of exhaustion around his eyes. "I'll need my supplies," she said carefully, "and I'll need to know more about you. A portrait of the soul requires understanding the person behind it." Lucien's smile returned, faint and enigmatic. "You will understand me soon enough." That night, as Genevieve left Devereux House, the weight of the commission pressed heavily on her shoulders. Lucien Devereux was unlike anyone she had ever met. His presence magnetic and unnerving in equal measure. As she stepped onto Royal Street, she glanced back at the mansion. A faint light still flickered in one of the upper windows, casting a shadow that seemed impossibly large, as if it belonged to something far greater than the man she had just met. For a moment, she thought she heard a whisper, a voice carried on the wind, soft and haunting. "When the portrait is complete, you will understand the true cost of art." The morning light spilled through the tall windows of Genevieve's modest studio, illuminating the array of canvases and brushes that lined the room. Despite the warmth of the sunlight, Genevieve felt a chill as she unpacked her supplies, her thoughts consumed by the previous night's encounter. Lucien Devereux had been unlike any subject she had ever encountered. His beauty, though undeniable, was unsettling, as though it concealed something far more profound and dangerous. His voice lingered in her mind, low and smooth, a melody of contradictions, power and vulnerability, charm and menace. She reached for a blank canvas, her hands trembling slightly. Though she had not yet begun the portrait, Lucien's image had already etched itself into her memory. By afternoon, Genevieve had packed her materials and returned to Devereux House. A silent servant greeted her at the door, a tall, gray-haired man whose lined face betrayed no emotion. He led her to a room she hadn't seen the night before, a spacious studio on the second floor. The studio was perfect. Light filtered through tall, arched windows, casting a soft glow over the polished wood floor. A sturdy easel stood in the center of the room, flanked by shelves of antique books and delicate figurines. Yet despite the beauty of the space, Genevieve couldn't shake the feeling that it had been prepared for her long before she'd agreed to the commission. Lucien was already waiting, seated near the window in a high-backed chair. He wore a dark waistcoat and cravat, his posture impeccable, as though he had stepped out of a daguerreotype. His presence filled the room, commanding yet unassuming, and Genevieve felt the now familiar chill that seemed to accompany him. "You've returned," he said, his tone light but edged with something deeper. "I made a commitment," Genevieve replied, setting her supplies down. Lucien's lips quirked into a faint smile. Few would have the courage to keep it. Genevieve worked in silence, sketching preliminary studies while Lucien sat motionless. The man had a stillness about him that unnerved her. He seemed to breathe less than a living person should. She stole glances at him as she worked, trying to capture the sharp angles of his cheekbones, the faint shadows that played beneath his eyes. "You seem distracted," he said suddenly, breaking the silence. Genevieve's pencil stilled. "I've never painted anyone like you," she admitted. Lucien tilted his head slightly, his pale eyes meeting hers. "What makes me so different? You ... I don't know," she stammered. "There's something about you. You're not like other men." Lucien chuckled, a low, resonant sound. "You are perceptive, Miss LaRue. That is why I chose you, chose me, to paint my portrait," he clarified, though the weight of his words suggested something far more profound as the hours passed. Genevieve's unease deepened. Though Lucien was a model subject, holding his pose with unnatural precision, his gaze was relentless. Even when she wasn't looking directly at him, she could feel his eyes on her, studying her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "Why now?" she asked finally, her voice breaking the oppressive quiet. "Why have you waited so long to have your portrait done?" Lucien hesitated, his expression momentarily clouded. "Time is fluid for me," he said carefully. "There was no urgency until now." Genevieve frowned. "Why now?" He leaned forward slightly, his pale fingers resting on the arm of the chair. "Because I believe you can capture what no one else can. The soul." Lucien's gaze sharpened. "Precisely." The weight of his words hung in the air, and for a moment, Genevieve felt as though she were teetering on the edge of a precipice, staring into something vast and unknowable. That evening, Genevieve returned home, her mind buzzing with questions she couldn't answer. Her sketches of Lucien were flawless, yet they felt incomplete. No matter how carefully she rendered his features, she couldn't capture the essence. He spoke of the elusive quality that seemed to shimmer beneath the surface of his pale skin. Her dreams that night were restless. She saw Lucien standing in the studio, his figure bathed in moonlight. He reached for her, his touch cold but electric, and whispered her name in a voice that resonated through her entire being. When she awoke, she was clutching her sketchbook, her heart racing as the days passed. Genevieve's work on the portrait consumed her. She spent long hours at Devereux House, her brush moving with feverish precision as she layered paint onto the canvas. Yet the more she painted, the more she felt her own sense of self slipping. The chill that accompanied Lucien seemed to follow, her home clinging to her even in the warmth of her studio. She began to see him in her dreams, his pale face and piercing eyes haunting her every night. Her friends noticed the change in her. They remarked on her pallor, her distraction, her growing obsession with her work. "You need to take a break," her closest friend, Isabel, insisted one afternoon. "You're overworking yourself. You look like you've seen a ghost." Genevieve forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a challenging commission." But she couldn't shake the feeling that Isabel was right. There was something ghostly about Lucian, something that seemed to drain her energy and fill the void with an ache she couldn't name. One evening, as Genevieve packed up her brushes, Lucian stood and approached the canvas. His movements were graceful but deliberate, and his gaze lingered on the unfinished portrait. "You've captured more than I imagined," he said softly, his voice tinged with something almost like reverence. "I'm not finished," Genevieve replied. "No," Lucian agreed, his pale eyes meeting hers. "But you're close, and when it is done, we will both be free." "Free from what?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lucian smiled faintly but did not answer. The heat of late summer hung thick over New Orleans, but within the shadowed halls of Devereux House, the air was cool and heavy, as though the mansion exhaled its own ancient chill. Genevieve Lauer's days had become consumed by the portrait of Lucien Devereux, but the more she painted, the more questions haunted her thought. Each stroke of her brush brought her closer to capturing something unnameable, something that seemed to pulse beneath Lucien's flawless exterior. And yet, the deeper she delved into her work, the more she felt her own sense of reality slipping, the world beyond the canvas becoming distant and strange. The whispers began with her friends. Isabel, always quick to gossip, mentioned them. During a rare visit to Genevieve's studio, "Devereux," Isabel said, her voice hushed as though the name itself carried a curse. "You know people talk about him, don't you?" Genevieve glanced up from her work, frowning. "What do you mean?" "They say he's cursed," Isabel continued, leaning closer. "Some say he made a pact with the devil. Others think he single quotes, stopped up, not human." "Have you noticed anything strange about him?" Genevieve hesitated, the weight of her recent experiences pressing down on her. She thought of the cold that followed Lucien wherever he went, the way his shadow moved as though it had a will of its own. She thought of the nights she woke clutching her sketchbook, her dreams filled with his voice. "No," she lied, turning back to the canvas, but Isabel wasn't convinced. "Genevieve, listen to me. I know how you get when you're working, but this is different. I can see it in your eyes. You're not yourself." Genevieve tried to dismiss Isabel's warnings, but the whispers didn't stop. At the market, in the streets of the French Quarter, she heard fragments of conversations, people murmuring about Devereux House, about its mysterious occupant who had lived there for decades without aging a day. Some said Lucien was a vampire, others a ghost, and still others whispered of an ancient curse tied to his family's name. The stories varied, but they all carried the same ominous tone, a warning to those who strayed too close. Genevieve tried to ignore them, focusing on her work, but the more she painted, the more the whispers seemed to follow her, as though the very act of capturing Lucien's likeness had tethered her to his world. One evening, as she prepared to leave Devereux House, Genevieve noticed a woman standing near the wrought iron gate. She was dressed in plain but elegant clothing, her hair pinned back tightly, and her face was pale beneath the flickering gaslight. "Excuse me," the woman called softly as Genevieve approached. Genevieve paused, clutching her bag. "Yes, you're the artist," the woman said, her eyes narrowing. The one painting his portrait? I am, Genevieve replied cautiously. The woman stepped closer, her expression tight with concern. Leave that place. Don't go back. Genevieve's stomach twisted. Why would you say that? You don't know what he is, the woman said, her voice trembling. I worked there once, years ago. I've seen things, heard things that no one should endure. Whatever he's promised you, it isn't worth it. He'll destroy you. Before Genevieve could respond, the woman turned and disappeared into the night, leaving her alone beneath the swaying gas lamps. Back in her studio, Genevieve tried to focus on her sketches, but the woman's words gnawed at her. She thought of the whispers, the rumors, the strange, unsettling aura that clung to Lucien like a second skin. The next day, she confronted him. Lucien was waiting for her in the studio at Devereux House, his pale hands resting on the arms of his chair. He looked as calm and composed as always, but there was a faint tension in his gaze, as though he knew what was coming. People talk about you, Genevieve said bluntly as she set up her easel. Lucien tilted his head slightly, his lips curving into a faint smile. People talk about many things. They say you're cursed. His smile faded. And what do you think, Miss LaRue? Genevieve hesitated, her brush hovering over the canvas. I don't know, but something about you, ice in single quotes, T dot dot natural. And the more I paint, the more I feel it. Lucien rose slowly, his movements deliberate. He approached the canvas, his gaze lingering on the unfinished portrait. Do you believe in curses, Genevieve? I don't know, she admitted. He turned to her, his expression unreadable. Curses are simply agreements made with the wrong parties, promises that can never be broken. I am bound by one such promise. Why? She asked, her voice trembling. Lucien's eyes darkened, and for a moment, the weight of centuries seemed to press upon him. Because I desired something beyond my reach, and I was willing to pay the price. Lucien said no more, retreating to his chair and resuming his pose as though nothing had happened. But his words stayed with Genevieve, their implications as heavy as the whispers that followed her everywhere she went. That night, as she worked on the portrait, her brush trembling in her hand, Genevieve felt a strange compulsion. Her movements became feverish, her strokes more urgent, as though an unseen force guided her. When she stepped back to look at the canvas, her breath caught. The painting had changed. Though Lucien's features were the same, there was something in his expression that hadn't been there before, an otherworldly depth. A shadow that seemed to pulse just beneath the surface, and in the background, faint but unmistakable, was the outline of something vast and terrible, a shape that loomed. Behind him like a specter, Genevieve stared at the portrait, her heart pounding. She didn't remember painting that. The studio in Devereux House had become Genevieve LaRue's entire world. Each day blurred into the next as she poured her soul into Lucien's portrait, her brush moving with an urgency she couldn't explain. The unfinished painting dominated the room, its surface seeming to shift and breathe in the pale light that filtered through the tall windows. Yet with every stroke, Genevieve felt a growing sense of unease. Lucien's likeness was perfect, too perfect. The portrait captured not just his physical beauty, but something deeper, something that shimmered with a life of its own. His eyes seemed to follow her no matter where she stood, and the faint shadow in the background grew more defined with each passing day, its shape teasing the edge of her awareness. "You're working too hard," Isabel said during a rare visit to Genevieve's studio. She glanced at the unfinished painting, her brow furrowing. "It's beautiful, but there's something unsettling about it." Genevieve, who had been mixing paints at her work table, didn't look up. "I have to finish it." Isabel stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the portrait. "It's not just a painting, is it? There's something else going on." Genevieve hesitated, her hands trembling as she set down the palette knife. She wanted to tell Isabel everything, the whispers, the shadows, the way Lucien's presence seemed to bleed into her dreams, but the words caught in her throat. "It's just a commission," she said finally, her voice hollow. Isabel didn't look convinced. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Genevieve, people are talking. They say Devereaux is cursed, that he's tied to something dark. You need to be careful." Genevieve met her friend's gaze, the weight of her exhaustion visible. In her eyes, "I don't have a choice." The next time Genevieve saw Lucien, the studio felt colder than usual, the light filtering through the windows muted and gray. He sat in his usual chair, his posture immaculate, but there was a tension in his gaze that hadn't been there before. "You're almost finished," he said softly, his eyes flicking to the canvas. Genevieve nodded, her brush hovering over the painting, "The shadow behind you. It's not something I imagined, is it?" Lucien's expression remained unreadable. "No." "What is it?" For a moment he didn't answer. His pale fingers rested on the arm of the chair, his gaze distant. "It is the weight of my promise, the thing that binds me." Genevieve's chest tightened. "I don't understand." "You will," Lucien said, his voice almost a whisper. "When the portrait is complete." That night Genevieve worked, feverishly, her brush moving as though guided by an unseen force. The shadow behind Lucien grew more defined, its edges sharpening into the shape of something vast and inhuman. She tried to stop, to pull back from the canvas, but her hands refused to obey. When she finally stepped away, her heart pounding, the painting seemed alive. Lucien's eyes burned with an intensity that made her shiver, and the shadow loomed over him, its form monstrous and unknowable. Exhausted, Genevieve collapsed into a nearby chair, her mind racing. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew one thing for certain. The portrait was no longer just a painting. The changes didn't stop at the canvas. Genevieve began to notice strange things in the studio. The air grew colder each day, and faint whispers echoed through the room, too soft to make out but impossible to ignore. Her own reflection in the windows seemed distorted, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes shadowed with exhaustion. At night, her dreams were consumed by Lucien. She saw him standing in the studio, his figure illuminated by a cold, unearthly light. The shadow behind him moved, its vast form reaching for her, its whispers threading through her mind like tendrils of ice. "You're part of this now," Lucien's voice said in the dream, soft but unyielding. When she awoke, she found herself sitting at her work table, her sketchbook open before her. The pages were filled with drawings she didn't remember making images of Lucien, the shadow, and something else, a hand, pale and skeletal. Reaching out of the darkness, Genevieve confronted Lucien the next day. "You're hiding something?" "From me," she said, her voice trembling as she stood before him in the studio. Lucien rose from his chair, his movements graceful but deliberate. "I've told you the truth." "No, you haven't," she snapped. "You said this portrait would free you, but from what? That shadow? The curse people whisper about? What have you dragged me into?" Lucien's expression darkened, and for the first time, she saw something raw and vulnerable beneath his calm exterior. "You are not a bystander, Genevieve. You are the one who can finish this. Without you, I am trapped forever." Genevieve's heart pounded. Trapped by what? He stepped closer, his pale eyes locking onto hers. "By the promise I made, by the thing I gave my soul to." Lucien's words lingered in Genevieve's mind as she returned to the portrait. She wanted to destroy it, to tear the canvas from the easel and burn it to ash, but something stopped her. The painting was more than just a curse, it was a key. And though she didn't yet understand what it unlocked, she couldn't turn away Dot as she picked up her brush. The studio seemed to hum with energy, the air vibrating with an unseen power. Her hand moved almost of its own accord, each stroke of paint bringing her closer to something vast and terrible. When she looked at Lucien, he was smiling faintly, his gaze heavy with both sorrow and hope. "You're almost there," he said, softly, "and when it's done, we will both be free." Genevieve wasn't sure what frightened her more, the thought that he might be lying, or the thought that he might be telling the truth. The studio in Devereux House felt heavier that day, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Genevieve LaRue sat before the portrait, her brush hovering over the canvas. The painting was nearly complete, and every stroke brought her closer to a truth she wasn't sure she wanted to face. Lucien Devereux sat in his usual chair, his pale eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. The shadow behind him in the painting had become a presence of its own, looming larger and more defined with each session. "You haven't told me everything," Genevieve said suddenly, breaking the silence. Her voice trembled, but she kept her gaze steady. "You said this portrait would free you, but I don't even know what I'm freeing you from." Lucien's expression remained calm, but she noticed the faintest flicker of something hesitation, perhaps, or regret. "You're right," he said quietly. "You deserve the truth." Lucien rose from his chair, his movements deliberate as he crossed the room to stand by the tall window. The light framed him in a way that seemed almost otherworldly, highlighting the sharp angles of his face and the eerie pallor of his skin. "More than a century ago," he began, his voice soft but unwavering, "I was a different man, ambitious, reckless, I was born into wealth, but I crave something more, something beyond the limits of mortal life. Genevieve watched him, her heart pounding. In those days, New Orleans was a city of secrets, Lucien continued. Behind the grand facades and glittering soirees, there were those who trafficked in powers that defied understanding. I was drawn to them, to their promises of immortality, beauty, and control. He turned to face her, his pale eyes shadowed. I made a pact with one of them, a being whose name I will not speak. It offered me eternal life, a chance to escape the ravages of time. All it asked in return was a simple thing, a promise. Genevieve's throat tightened. What kind of promise? Lucien hesitated, his gaze dropping to the floor. That I would serve it, that I would do its bidding when called upon. And did you? At first, yes, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret, but I underestimated the cost. The being wasn't content with servitude, it wanted control. It began to take pieces of me, to twist me into something I could no longer recognize. My beauty, my charm, those are all that remain of the man I once was. The rest is dotted shadow. Genevieve shivered, her mind reeling. The shadow in the painting, she said. That's it, isn't it? The thing you made the pact with. Lucien nodded, his expression grim. It has bound itself to me, feeding on my essence, growing stronger with each passing year. I cannot die, but neither am I truly alive. The portrait you are creating is its prison, its mirror. When it is complete, it will contain the last piece of its power and of my curse. Genevieve stared at him, the weight of his confession pressing down on her. And what happens to you? Lucien's gaze softened, and for the first time, she saw something raw and vulnerable beneath his calm exterior. If the painting succeeds, the curse will break. I will age, grow old, and die as any mortal man should. But if it fails, ... He trailed off, and the silence that followed was more telling than any words. The hours that followed passed in a blur. Genevieve worked tirelessly, her brush moving with a precision she didn't recognize as her own. Each stroke brought the shadow closer to life, its vast and terrible form taking shape on the canvas. Lucien watched her in silence, his presence both a comfort and a weight. You must be careful, he said softly as she worked. The entity will fight back. It knows what you are doing. Genevieve glanced at him, her brow furrowing. How? It doesn't need to be here to see, Lucien replied. It is part of me, just as it is part of the painting. Every stroke you make weakens it, and it will do anything to stop you. That night, as Genevieve lay in her narrow bed, the entity made itself known. She dreamed of the studio, its walls closing in around her as the shadow in the painting stretched and writhed. It reached for her with long, skeletal fingers, its voice a low, guttural growl that echoed through her mind. You cannot finish this. Genevieve woke with a start, her body drenched in sweat. The room was freezing, her breath visible in the moonlight streaming through the window. She glanced at her sketchbook on the bedside table and froze. The pages were covered in drawings of the shadow, its form growing darker and more defined with each sketch. She didn't remember making them. The next morning, Genevieve confronted Lucien. "It's in my head," she said, her voice trembling. "I dreamed about it last night, and when I woke up, my sketches were filled with its image." Lucien's expression darkened. "The entity is trying to stop you. It knows you are close to finishing." Genevieve's hands clenched into fists. "What if I can't do this? What if it wins?" Lucien stepped closer, his pale eyes locking onto hers. "You can," he said, his voice steady. "You're stronger than it knows, stronger than you believe." As the day wore on, Genevieve returned to the painting with renewed determination. The studio seemed to hum with energy, the air heavy with the presence of the shadow as she worked. Each stroke of her brush felt like a battle, the entity's presence pressing against her mind, trying to twist her thoughts and guide her hand. But Genevieve held firm, her resolve unshaken. Lucien watched in silence, his pale face unreadable. He didn't move or speak, but she could feel his hope fragile and desperate filling the room dark by nightfall. The shadow in the painting was complete. Its form loomed over Lucien, vast and monstrous, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Genevieve stepped back, her breath shallow. The portrait was nearly done, but she knew the hardest part was yet to come. The portrait loomed before Genevieve Leroux, its presence so tangible that she felt as though the studio itself had become a part of its dark, otherworldly world. Lucien Dever's image was nearly complete, but the figure in the background, the shadow of the entity, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Genevieve set down her brush, her hands trembling. The air in the room was thick and heavy, pressing against her chest like the weight of an unseen hand. She could feel the shadow watching her, its malice seeping from the canvas dot. Lucien stood by the window, his pale hands clasped behind his back. His reflection in the glass was faint, almost imperceptible. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "You've brought it to life," he said softly. Genevieve shuddered. "It doesn't feel like a painting anymore. It feels alive." "It is," Lucien said, stepping closer. "You've captured its essence, its power. That is what makes you extraordinary, Genevieve. No other artist could have done this." She looked at him, her eyes wide. "And what happens when I finish it? What happens to you?" Lucien hesitated, his gaze dropping to the floor. "If the painting succeeds, the curse will be broken. I will be free to live and to die. But if it fails, His voice trailed off, and the silence that followed was filled with an unspoken truth. As the days passed, Genevieve's work on the portrait consumed her. She spent every waking moment in the studio, her brush moving with a precision that seemed almost supernatural. The shadow in the painting grew darker, its edges sharper, its form more defined. But with each stroke, Genevieve felt her own strength waning. The entity's presence pressed against her mind, whispering insidious thoughts that made her question her own sanity. "You will fail. You cannot save him. This is your end too." The whispers were relentless, their words threading through her dreams and waking thoughts. She began to see the shadow everywhere in the corners of the studio. in the reflections of the windows, in the flickering gaslight that illuminated the hallways of Devereux House. And through it all, Lucian watched her, his gaze filled with an intensity that bordered on desperation. One evening, as the light outside faded into twilight, Lucian approached her. "You're suffering," he said, his voice low. Genevieve didn't look up from the canvas. "It doesn't matter." "It matters to me," he said, stepping closer. "You've sacrificed so much already. I never wanted this for you." She set down her brush, turning to face him. "Then why did you choose me? Why bring me into this?" Lucian's pale eyes softened, and for the first time, Genevieve saw something raw and vulnerable beneath his calm exterior. "Because I saw something in you," he said, a strength, a light that the shadow couldn't touch. "You are the only one who could have done this." Genevieve's chest tightened. "And what happens to me? When this is over, what do I become?" Lucian reached out, his cold hand brushing against hers. "You will still be you, but you will be changed. You've seen things no one else can understand, and that knowledge will never leave you." She pulled her hand away, her voice trembling. "I didn't ask for this." "No," Lucian said softly, "but you accepted it, and for that I owe you everything." That night, Genevieve dreamed of Lucian. She saw him standing in the studio, his figure illuminated by a cold, unnatural light. The shadow behind him stretched and writhed, its form vast and monstrous, its whispers filling the room. "You are mine," the shadow growled, its voice a low, guttural rumble. Lucian stepped forward, his pale face filled with sorrow. "I am not yours," he said. "Not anymore." The shadow lunged, its skeletal fingers reaching for him, but Genevieve stepped between them. She held up her brush, its tip glowing with a faint golden light. "You can't have him," she said, her voice steady. The shadow recoiled, its form dissolving into darkness. When Genevieve woke, her chest ached as though she had been holding her breath for hours. The studio was dark, the air cold and still. She glanced at the canvas, and for a moment, she thought she saw the shadow in the painting move. The following day, Lucian's demeanor had changed. He seemed restless, pacing the studio as Genevieve worked. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a barely concealed tension. "What's wrong?" she asked, setting down her brush. "It's the painting," he said, his voice tight. "The entity is fighting back. It knows you're close to finishing, and it's afraid." Genevieve frowned. "Afraid of what?" "Of being trapped," Lucian said, "of losing its hold on me and on you." Genevieve's stomach twisted. "On me?" Lucian stepped closer, his gaze intense. "It has touched you, Genevieve. It's in your dreams, your thoughts. That connection won't break easily, even when the portrait is done." "What are you saying?" she demanded, her voice rising. "I'm saying that you may have to fight for more than just me," Lucian said softly. "You may have to fight for yourself." Genevieve stared at the canvas, her hands trembling. The painting was nearly complete, but the thought of finishing it filled her with a deep, unshakable dread. She turned to Lucian, her voice trembling. What if I can't do this? Lucian reached out, his pale hand brushing against her cheek. You can, he said, because you're stronger than it is, stronger than I ever was. Genevieve closed her eyes, her heart pounding. She wanted to believe him, but the whispers in her mind told her otherwise. As the sun set and the studio filled with shadows, she picked up her brush and turned back to the painting. The studio in Devereux House had become a battleground. The portrait stood at its center, its colors vibrant and alive, its lines unnaturally precise. Every detail of Lucien Devereux had been rendered with an almost divine clarity. The angle of his jaw, the pale glow of his eyes, the dark elegance of his form. But it was the shadow behind him that seemed to dominate the canvas, vast and unknowable, its edges shimmering as though it existed on the cusp of another reality. Genevieve Leroux stared at the painting, her brush trembling in her hand. The whispers had grown louder, their words threading through her thoughts like dark tendrils. They weren't only in her mind anymore. They filled the air, a faint and insidious chorus that pressed against her resolve. You could have it all. The whispers murmured, beauty, power, eternity. Lucien watched her from his chair, his posture as still and composed as ever, but his eyes betrayed his concern. You're faltering, he said softly. Genevieve's jaw tightened. It's not just the painting anymore, she replied, her voice shaking. It's inside me, I can feel it. Lucien rose and approached her, his movements graceful and deliberate. The entity is desperate. It knows you're stronger than it expected. Genevieve turned to face him, her chest tight with emotion. It's offering me something, she said. It says I don't have to finish the painting, that it can. Give me everything I've ever wanted, immortality, beauty, freedom from pain. Lucien's expression darkened. It's lying, is it? Genevieve demanded, her voice rising. Because I've seen what it's done for you. You're timeless, Lucien. You've lived for centuries without aging a day. Isn't that what everyone wants? Lucien's gaze softened and he reached out to take her hand. It's not what you think, Genevieve. Immortality is not freedom, it's a cage. The years pile upon you like chains, and every choice you make becomes a weight you can never escape. The entity doesn't offer gifts. It takes. It will strip you of everything that makes you human until you're nothing more than its servant. Genevieve pulled her hand away, her emotions warring within her. And yet you made the deal. I did, Lucien admitted, his voice heavy with regret. And I have spent centuries paying for that mistake. Please don't let it take you to... That night, the entity came to Genevieve in her dreams. She stood in the studio, the portrait before her, its shadow moving as though alive. The air was thick with the scent of blood and roses, and the whispers were no longer faint. They were loud, insistent, seductive. A figure stepped out of the darkness, tall and pale, its form shifting like smoke. Its voice was low and smooth, resonating through the room like a melody. You don't have to suffer, it said. You don't have to fear time or death or the pain of loss. I can give you everything he has and more. Genevieve stared at the figure, her breath catching. What do you want from me? Nothing more than what you've already given, the entity replied. You are an artist, Genevieve. Your gift is extraordinary. With your talent, we could create worlds, reshape existence itself. All you have to do is stop fighting. Genevieve's chest ached with longing. She thought of Lucien, of the way time had left him untouched. She thought of her own life, its struggles, its fleeting joys, the inevitability of its end. Immortality was a tempting promise, and the entity's words filled her with both dread and desire. But then she remembered the shadow in the painting, the monstrous form that loomed over Lucien. She remembered the hollowness in his eyes, the way his voice carried the weight of centuries of regret. You want me to become like him? She said, her voice trembling. No, the entity replied. I want you to become more. Together we could surpass him. Surpass them all. Genevieve woke with a start, her heart racing. The studio was cold and silent, the air heavy with the lingering presence of the entity. She glanced at the painting, and for a moment, she thought she saw the shadow's eyes flicker with a faint red glow. Lucien entered the room, his expression tense. You saw it, didn't you? Genevieve nodded, her throat tight. It offered me everything. It said I didn't have to finish the painting. Lucien approached her, his pale eyes filled with urgency. That's how it works. It tempts you, offers you what you think you want. But the moment you give in, it owns you. And once it has, there's no escape. Genevieve's hands clenched into fists. Why didn't you warn me? Why didn't you tell me it could do this? Because I didn't want to frighten you, Lucien said softly. But now you know the truth. You have to fight it, Genevieve. You're stronger than it is. You can resist. And if I don't? She asked, her voice breaking. Lucien's expression darkened. Then it will destroy you. As the days passed, Genevieve found herself teetering on the edge of despair. The whispers were constant now, their promises weaving through her thoughts with a seductive pull. But Lucien was always there, his presence grounding her. He spoke of the life he had lost, the humanity he longed to reclaim, and the hope he placed in her. You're the only one who can end this, he said one evening as they stood before the painting. Not just for me, but for yourself. Genevieve's resolve hardened. She picked up her brush and turned back to the canvas dot. The whispers screamed in protest, but she ignored them. The shadow in the painting writhed, its form shifting as though trying to escape. But she pressed on. Lucien watched her, his pale eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. And as the final strokes of the painting came into place, Genevieve felt a strange sense of clarity, a quiet, fragile strength that pushed back against the entity's hold. The shadow in the portrait seemed to howl, its form collapsing into itself as the painting reached completion. Genevieve stepped back, her breath shallow. The painting was done. The portrait was finished. Genevieve Leroux stared at the canvas, her body trembling with exhaustion. The image before her was perfect and horrifying. Lucien Devereux sat in his high-backed chair, every detail of his ethereal beauty captured with unrelenting precision. But it was the shadow behind him that dominated the painting, a vast, monstrous presence, its edges sharp and alive, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light that seemed to pierce the viewer's soul. The studio was deathly silent, the air thick with tension. For a moment, nothing moved, and Genevieve allowed herself to believe it was over. Then the whispers returned. "Foolish girl," the entity growled, its voice deep and resonant, vibrating through the room. "Did you think you could buy me so easily?" The air grew cold, the temperature plummeting as the shadow in the painting began to writhe and shift. Its form stretched beyond the edges of the canvas, tendrils of darkness snaking out into the room, coiling around Genevieve and Lucien. Genevieve stumbled back, her heart pounding. "Lucien, what's happening?" Lucien stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. "It's trying to break free. The painting has weakened it, but it won't give up without a fight." The shadow's voice filled the room, low and mocking. "You cannot contain me. I am older than time, stronger than your feeble will." Lucien turned to Genevieve, his pale eyes blazing with determination. This is the moment it feared. The portrait has the power to bind it completely, but only if the pact is fulfilled. Genevieve's chest tightened. "What pact?" Lucien hesitated, his expression pained. "It requires a sacrifice." The shadow surged, its tendrils lashing out, shattering the windows and sending shards of glass raining to the floor. Genevieve ducked, her mind racing. The room felt alive with the entity's rage, its presence pressing against her like a physical. "Wait." Lucien stepped between her and the shadow, his voice steady despite the chaos. "The pact was sealed with my soul," he said. "To break the curse, it must be severed completely. That means giving it what it wants." Genevieve's stomach churned. "You mean your life?" Lucien nodded, his gaze unflinching. "It's the only way." "No," Genevieve said, her voice trembling. "There has to be another way. We've come this far, I can't lose you now." The shadow laughed, a terrible guttural sound. "Listen to him, little artist. He knows the truth. He is mine, as you soon will be." Genevieve clenched her fists, her fear giving way to anger. She turned to the portrait, her eyes narrowing as she studied the shadow's form. There was something in the painting, a faint glimmer of light buried within the darkness, a remnant of Lucien's humanity, his soul still fighting against the entity's control. "It's lying," Genevieve said suddenly, her voice steady. Lucien turned to her, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" "The painting isn't just a prison," she said, her mind racing. "It's a mirror. It reflects the entity, but it also reflects you, your strength, your will. That's why it's fighting so hard. It knows it can't win if we face it together." The shadow roared, its tendrils lashing out at Genevieve, but she stood her ground. She reached for the brush, her hand steady as she dipped it into the crimson paint on her palette. "You think you can defeat me with art?" The shadow snarled. "No," Genevieve replied, "but I can finish what I started." She stepped toward the canvas, the shadow's tendrils wrapping around her legs and arms, pulling her back. But Lucien was there, his hands gripping hers, his presence a beacon of strength. "You can do this," he said, his voice filled with quiet urgency. Genevieve raised the brush and made the final stroke, a bold crimson line that sliced through the shadow's form, severing its connection to the canvas. The studio erupted in a blinding flash of light, the air filled with the sound of the entity's deafening scream. When the light faded, the studio was silent. The portrait remained on the easel, its surface unchanged. Lucien's image was as beautiful and haunting as ever, but the shadow was gone, its presence erased from the painting and the room. Genevieve collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Lucien knelt beside her, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "You did it," he said softly. Genevieve looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "Is it over?" Lucien's expression was bittersweet. "For me, yes. The curse is broken. The shadow no longer holds me." Genevieve's breath hitched. "And you?" Lucien's pale features softened, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I will age now, as any man should. My time is my own again." The morning light crept into the studio, casting its golden glow over the shattered windows and the completed portrait. Genevieve stared at the painting, her heart heavy with a mix of relief and sorrow. Lucien stood by the window, his figure illuminated by the dawn. He looked younger somehow, the weight of centuries lifted from his shoulders. "Thank you, Genevieve," he said, his voice filled with quiet reverence. "You've given me more than freedom. You've given me hope." Genevieve swallowed hard, her emotions threatening to overwhelm her. "What happens now?" Lucien turned to her, his gaze soft. "Now we live." Genevieve LaRue spent the next several days in a daze, unable to distance herself from the events that had transpired in the studio. The portrait of Lucien Devereux, now complete, hung on the wall of Devereux House like a relic of another world. Its vibrant, haunting beauty seemed to radiate a life of its own, but the shadow was gone, banished by her final stroke. Lucien was free, no longer bound to the entity that had haunted him for centuries. Yet the weight of their victory lingered, an invisible chain that tethered Genevieve to the painting and the choices she had made. Lucien had taken to walking the grounds of Devereux House, his movements slower now, his steps heavier. The curse had left him mortal once more, and though he carried himself with the same quiet grace, Genevieve noticed subtle changes. There was a faint color in his cheeks, a weariness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "You look different," she said one afternoon, as they stood in the overgrown garden behind the house. Lucien turned to her, a faint smile touching his lips. "I feel different. For the first time in centuries, I feel real." Genevieve crossed her arms, her gaze distant. "And what about me? Am I supposed to feel real after everything that's happened?" Lucien's expression softened. "You've been through more than anyone should endure, but you survived, Genevieve. That makes you stronger than you realize." She laughed bitterly, shaking her head. "Stronger? I don't feel stronger, Lucian. I feel hollow, like part of me is still tied to that thing. Lucian stepped closer, his pale eyes meeting hers. You were touched by the entity? Yes. Its presence lingers, but it doesn't own you. You proved that when you finished the painting. And yet, it's still there, Genevieve said quietly, glancing toward the house. In the portrait, I can feel it watching me. The portrait had become both a triumph and a torment. Genevieve couldn't bring herself to destroy it, knowing it was the prison that held the last vestiges of the entity's power. But keeping it posed its own dangers. One night, as she sat alone in the studio, Genevieve found herself staring at the painting for hours. Its colors seemed to shift in the dim light, the figure of Lucian as lifelike, as if he might step out of the canvas at any moment, but it wasn't. Lucian, who drew her attention, it was the faint, almost imperceptible darkness that lingered in the background. The shadow was gone, but its echo remained, a reminder of what had been. The whispers had stopped, yet Genevieve still felt the entity's presence, a faint pressure at the edges of her mind. It didn't speak, but it watched, waiting till Lucian found her in the studio the next morning, her eyes red from lack of sleep. You've been here all night, he said. Concern etched into his features. Genevieve gestured to the painting, her voice hoarse. I can't stop thinking about it. The portrait. It's still alive. It's not over, Lucian. I don't think it ever will be. Lucian sighed, his gaze falling on the canvas. The entity's power has been contained, but you're right, it isn't truly gone. The painting is a reminder of that. Then we should destroy it, Genevieve said, her voice trembling. Lucian shook his head. Destroying it could release what remains of the entity. The portrait is its prison now. It must remain intact. Genevieve's shoulders sagged, the weight of his words crushing her. Then what do we do? Just ... Leave it here to haunt us forever? No, Lucian said gently. We protect it. We guard it so no one else has to face what we did. The days stretched into weeks, and Genevieve's connection to the portrait only deepened. She began to dream of it at night, its colors swirling in her mind, the faint echo of whispers threading through her thoughts. She tried to return to her old life, to take on new commissions and focus on her art, but the shadow of Devereux House lingered over her. Every brushstroke she made reminded her of Lucian, of the entity, of the choices she had made. One afternoon, as she stood before a blank canvas in her own studio, she realized she couldn't paint anymore. Her gift, the talent that had once brought her so much joy, felt tainted. Lucian noticed the change in her, but he didn't press. He spent his days tending to the grounds of Devereux House, his once immaculate estate slowly returning to life under his care. You don't have to stay, he said one evening as they shared a quiet dinner. You've done enough, Genevieve. You deserve a chance to move on. Genevieve looked at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. And go where? Do what? This is part of me now, Lucian. I can't just walk away from it. Lucian reached across the table, his hand covering hers. You can. The painting is my burden to bear, not yours. It doesn't feel that way. She whispered the choice weighed heavily on Genevieve. She knew Lucian meant well, but she couldn't shake the feeling that leaving the portrait behind would be an act of cowardice. One night, as she wandered the empty halls of Devereux House, she found herself drawn to the studio. The painting stood in its place, its surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Genevieve approached it, her heart pounding. For a moment, she thought she saw a movement within the canvas, a flicker of darkness in the background, a faint shimmer of red in Lucian's painted eyes. She reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the frame. It doesn't have to end, a voice whispered in her mind, soft and seductive. Genevieve froze, her breath catching. The whispers were back. The whispers returned with a vengeance. Genevieve LaRue sat in the dimly lit studio, her eyes fixed on the portrait that had become both her triumph and her torment. The faint shimmer of light across the painted surface seemed to ripple, and the whispers wound through her thoughts, soft and seductive. "You're not free," the voice murmured, low and insistent. "You've only delayed the inevitable." Genevieve closed her eyes, trying to drown out the sound. But the words were not coming from the room. They were within her, coiling around her thoughts like smoke. Lucian found her there hours later, slumped in the chair before the painting. She didn't notice his presence until his hand rested gently on her shoulder. "You heard it again, didn't you?" he asked softly. Genevieve nodded, her throat tight. "It's never gone. I feel it all the time, Lucian. It's like it's waiting for me to make a mistake." Lucian's expression was grim. The entity hasn't truly been defeated. It's bound to the painting, yes, but it's still watching, still reaching. "And me?" Genevieve whispered. "What?" "Am I? It feels like I'm tied to it too, like it's inside me." Lucian knelt beside her, his pale eyes filled with sorrow. "It touched you, Genevieve. That connection may never fully fade. But you're stronger than it. You proved that when you finished the portrait." Genevieve shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "Then why do I feel like I'm slipping away?" The tension between them grew over the following days. Genevieve became more withdrawn, her once determined resolve eroded by the constant weight of the entity's presence. Lucian tried to comfort her, but his words felt hollow. He had been freed from the curse, but she was still trapped in its shadow. One evening, as they sat in the overgrown garden behind Devereux House, Genevieve broke the silence. "What if we destroyed it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lucian's gaze snapped to hers, his expression sharp. "You know we can't. Destroying the painting could release the entity. It would undo everything we fought for." "But what if it's the only way to be free?" Genevieve pressed. "What? If this prison isn't enough to contain it forever?" Lucian hesitated, his jaw tightening. "If we destroy it, we risk more than just ourselves. The entity's power could spread, and the world isn't ready for that kind of danger." Genevieve stood abruptly, her hands clenched into fists. "So we're just supposed to live like this? Watching and waiting, knowing it's still there?" Lucian rose slowly, his gaze steady. "Yes, because some burdens are too great to abandon. That night, Genevieve dreamed of the entity again. She stood in the studio, the portrait looming before her. The shadow in the painting began to move, its edges shifting and twisting as though it were alive. A voice echoed from the canvas, deep and resonant, filling the room with its presence. "You cannot hold me forever." Genevieve stepped back, her heart pounding. "You're bound to the painting. You can't escape." The shadow's laughter was low and mocking. "You think this canvas can contain me? You think your fragile will is enough to hold back eternity?" The painted figure of Lucien turned to her, his eyes glowing faintly red. "You belong to me now, Genevieve. You always have." She woke with a start, her body drenched in sweat, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The next morning, Genevieve returned to the studio. She stood before the painting, her hands trembling as she reached out to touch the frame. The whispers were louder now, their words threading through her mind with a seductive pull. "End this," they urged. "Destroy it. Free yourself." Lucien entered the room, his presence a steadying force. "Genevieve," he said softly, his voice filled with concern. She turned to him, her eyes wild. "It's never going to stop, Lucien. The painting, the whispers, the dreams. I can't live like this." "I know," he said, his voice steady, "but destroying the painting isn't the answer. You've already proven you're stronger than it. You can fight this." Genevieve shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to fight anymore." Lucien crossed the room and took her hands in his pale eyes meeting hers. "You are more than this curse, Genevieve. You are more than its whispers. Don't let it take the best parts of you." But the choice weighed heavily on her. That night, Genevieve returned to the studio alone. The painting stood before her, its surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. She stared at it for what felt like hours, her mind a whirlwind of doubt and desperation. The whispers grew louder, their voices promising freedom, peace, and release from the torment that had consumed her dot. Her hand drifted to the edge of the canvas, and for a moment she considered tearing it down, letting the entity's power spill into the world. But then she thought of Lucien, of his quiet strength, his unyielding belief in her dot. Her hand fell away from the painting, and she sank to her knees, sobbing Dot when Lucien found her the next morning. She was sitting before the portrait, her expression weary but resolute. "I won't destroy it," she said softly, "but I won't let it destroy me either." Lucien knelt beside her, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "You're stronger than you know, Genevieve." For the first time in weeks, she allowed herself to believe him. The night was thick with the scent of rain and earth as Genevieve Leroux paced the studio, her bare feet brushing against the cool wooden floor. The painting loomed before her, an ever-present reminder of the battles she had fought in the shadow. She could not escape. The whispers had receded, their voices softer now, though they still lingered at the edge of her thoughts, waiting for a moment of weakness. Lucien had reassured her again and again that the entity's power was contained, but Genevieve wasn't certain. There was something in the portrait, a faint glimmer of life, that seemed to pulse whenever she looked away. She stopped before the canvas, her breath shallow. The image of Lucien was as captivating as ever, his painted eyes meeting hers with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. The shadow behind him was gone, or at least it seemed to be, but the faint trace of its presence remained, a stain that could not be erased. Genevieve reached out to touch the edge of the frame, her fingers brushing the cool wood dot, and then she felt it. A sharp electric jolt shot through her hand, freezing her in place. Her vision blurred, and the studio around her seemed to shift and darken. The air grew cold, and the faint hum of the entity's presence returned, stronger than ever. Genevieve. The voice was Lucien's, but it came from behind her. She turned slowly, her heart pounding, to find him standing in the doorway. His face was pale, his expression tense. "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lucien entered the room, his gaze locked on the painting. "It's waking up." Genevieve's chest tightened. "I thought it was contained." "It is," Lucien said, his voice low. "But the connection between you and the painting, it's stronger than I realized. The entity is trying to use that bond to reach you." Genevieve stepped back from the canvas, her hands trembling. "What do we do?" Lucien hesitated, his jaw tightening. "There's something I haven't told you. Something I didn't want you to carry." Genevieve's breath hitched. "What is it?" Lucien turned to her, his pale eyes heavy with regret. "The entity's power isn't just in the painting, it's in the blood that bound the pact." "My blood." The room seemed to tilt as his words sank in. "Your blood?" Genevieve repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Lucien nodded. "When I made the pact, it wasn't just my soul I offered. The entity required a physical tie, something it could hold on to. My blood became its anchor, and that bond has carried through the years. Even now, it ties me to the painting and to you." Genevieve felt the weight of his confession settle over her like a shroud. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I thought the portrait would be enough," Lucien said softly. "I thought we could contain it without drawing you deeper into its grasp." Genevieve clenched her fists, anger flaring within her. "And now? What does it want from me?" Lucien's expression darkened. "It wants the rest of me. It knows its hold on me is fading, and it sees you as the way to complete the bond. If it can claim you, it will regain its strength and its freedom." Genevieve turned back to the painting, her mind racing. The portrait surface seemed to shimmer faintly, the colors shifting as though alive. "There has to be a way to sever the connection," she said. "To break the bond completely." Lucien's gaze was steady. "There is." Genevieve looked at him, her heart pounding. "How?" Lucien hesitated, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The bond can only be severed with the same thing that created it, blood. If the painting is to remain intact, the connection between me and the entity must be destroyed. That means I have to bleed it out." Genevieve's stomach turned. "You mean you have to die?" Lucien nodded slowly. "My life is the final tie. If I give it willingly, the entity will lose its hold. The painting will become a true prison, and the whispers will stop for both of us." The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the faint hum of the entity's presence. Genevieve shook her head. tears brimming in her eyes. There has to be another way. You don't have to do this. Lucian stepped closer, his pale hand brushing against her cheek. This was always the price, Genevieve. I've lived far longer than I should have. My time has already been borrowed. But it's not fair, she whispered, her voice breaking. You deserve a chance to live, to be free. Lucian smiled faintly, his gaze soft. I am free, because of you. This is my choice, Genevieve. Let me give you the peace you deserve. That night, Lucian prepared for the ritual. The studio was silent as Genevieve watched him gather the tools needed, a blade, a vial, and a small bowl. His movements were calm, deliberate, but she could see the weight of his decision in every gesture. I don't want you to do this, Genevieve said, her voice trembling. Lucian turned to her, his expression resolute. I know. But this is the only way to ensure the entity never escapes. The bond has to be severed completely. Genevieve's hands clenched into fists. Then let me help you. Let me share the burden. Lucian shook his head. No, you've already given enough. This is mine to bear. The ritual began at midnight. The studio bathed in the pale glow of moonlight. Lucian stood before the painting, the blade in his hand, his gaze steady. Genevieve watched in silence, her heart pounding as he pressed the blade to his palm and drew it across his skin. Blood pooled in his hand, dark and glistening, and he let it drip into the bowl dot. As the first drop hit the surface, the painting shuddered. The shadow within the canvas roared, its voice filling the room with a terrible guttural sound. Dare defy me? Lucian's voice was steady. Your hold is broken. This is the end. The entity screamed, its form writhing within the canvas, but the painting held. Lucian's blood seeped into the frame, its power binding the shadow completely. When it was done, Lucian turned to Genevieve, his face pale but serene. It's finished, he said softly. Genevieve rushed to his side, her tears spilling over. You're still here. Lucian smiled faintly, his strength fading. For now. The painting was silent now, its surface no longer shifting with the entity's presence. The air in the studio was heavy but still, as though the world itself had paused to witness the conclusion of the terrible battle that had unfolded within. Its walls. Lucien Devereux stood before the portrait, his hands still dripping blood onto the floorboards. His face was pale, and his breath came shallow, but his posture remained steady. He had fulfilled the pact, offering the last of himself to sever the entity's hold. Genevieve Leroux stood by his side, her chest tight with grief and fear. She watched the light in his pale eyes dim, his strength fading with every passing second. It's done, Lucien said softly, his voice barely audible. Genevieve reached for him, her trembling hands clutching his arms. You're weak. Sit down. Please. Lucien smiled faintly but shook his head. No, not yet. There's still one thing left. Genevieve followed his gaze to the portrait. The painting was whole, its colors vivid and unmoving, but the faint glimmer of darkness in the background remained. Though the entity's power was diminished, its presence lingered, a trace of malice that had not yet been extinguished. What's wrong? She asked, her voice trembling. Lucien stepped closer to the canvas, his steps unsteady. The bond is broken, but the painting is still connected to you. The entity left a mark on your soul, Genevieve. It's using that connection to hold on, even now. Genevieve's stomach churned. What do we do? Lucien turned to her, his expression somber. The painting needs one final stroke, your stroke. You're the only one who can sever that last thread. Genevieve hesitated, her gaze locked on the portrait. Her brush lay nearby, still stained with the crimson paint she had used to finish. The shadow, her hands trembled as she picked it up. What if I make a mistake? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Lucien stepped behind her, his presence steadying. You won't. You've already proven your strength. Trust yourself. Genevieve swallowed hard, her heart pounding as she approached the painting. The canvas seemed to hum faintly, the faint glow in the background pulsing like a heartbeat. She raised the brush, her movements slow and deliberate. The weight of everything she had endured, the whispers, the dreams, the endless pull of the entity pressed down on her. This is for you, she murmured, her voice trembling. And for me. With a single stroke, she painted a thin line of crimson across the faint glow, severing the last trace of the entity's presence. The studio erupted in a blinding flash of light. Genevieve staggered back, her vision swimming, as the air around her seemed to ripple. The light grew brighter, filling the room with a warmth that pushed back the cold that had lingered since the entity's arrival. When the light faded, the painting was still. The shadow was gone, its presence erased completely. The portrait of Lucien remained, but it was different now, softer, warmer, a reflection of the man he had become rather than the curse he had carried. Genevieve dropped the brush, her body trembling with exhaustion. She turned to Lucien, her heart pounding. It's over, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Lucien smiled faintly, his pale eyes filled with gratitude. You did it? But his strength was fading. Genevieve caught him as he stumbled, lowering him gently to the floor. His body felt fragile in her arms, as though the weight of his years had finally caught up with him. Don't leave me, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Lucien reached up, his cold hand brushing against her cheek. You've given me more than freedom, Genevieve. You've given me peace. That's all I ever wanted. Genevieve clutched him tightly, her sobs shaking her frame. There has to be something I can do. I can't lose you, Lucien. His smile was faint, but filled with warmth. You won't lose me. I'll always be with you in the things we've created together. His hand fell away and his eyes fluttered closed. The dawn broke over Devereux House, its golden light spilling into the studio. The painting stood on the easel, serene and still, its surface untouched by the darkness that had once consumed it. Genevieve sat beside Lucien's still form, her heart heavy with grief, but filled with a quiet, bittersweet peace. She knew that his sacrifice had saved her, had saved them both. As the days passed, Genevieve worked to restore the house, filling its empty halls with light and life. The portrait remained in the studio, a testament to the man who had once been its subject and the battle they had fought together. The whispers were gone, and the shadows no longer haunted her dreams, but in the quiet moments when the world was. Still, she could feel Lucien's presence, a faint warmth that lingered in the air, a reminder that some bonds could never truly be broken. The days following Lucien's passing felt both surreal and achingly quiet. Devereux House, once a place of shadows and secrets, now held an air of solemn peace. The oppressive weight of the entity's presence was gone, leaving the rooms bathed in a stillness that felt almost sacred. Genevieve LaRue remained in the house, unable to bring herself to leave. The portrait of Lucien stood in the studio, its colors glowing softly in the morning light. It was no longer a relic of darkness, but a testament to the man he had been, free of the curse that had bound him for so long. Yet even in his absence, Genevieve felt the weight of his final words, his promise that she would not be alone. On the third day after the ritual, Genevieve ventured into the overgrown garden behind the house. The scent of rain-soaked earth filled the air, and the roses, wild and untamed, seemed to bloom brighter than she had ever seen. She knelt beside a cluster of crimson blossoms, her hands brushing the petals. "I hope you found peace," she whispered, her voice trembling. The breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it a faint warmth that caressed her cheek. Genevieve closed, her eyes, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. That evening, Genevieve returned to the studio. The house was quiet, its halls filled with the soft creaks of old wood settling. She lit a single candle, its flickering glow casting long shadows across the walls. She stood before the portrait, her gaze tracing the lines of Lucien's painted form. He seemed to look back at her, his expression serene and free of the sorrow that had haunted him in life. "I'm not ready to let you go," she said softly. Her hand brushed the frame, and for a moment she thought she felt a faint pulse beneath. Her fingers a warmth that radiated from the canvas. Genevieve stepped back, her breath catching. "Lucien?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The room was silent, but the air seemed to hum faintly, as though the house itself held its breath, died in the days that followed. Genevieve began to notice subtle changes in the house. The air felt warmer, the light brighter, and the sense of loneliness that had lingered since Lucien's passing seemed to ebb out at night. She dreamed of him, not as the cursed man he had been, but as the man he might have become. In her dreams, he walked through the garden, his steps unhurried, his gaze filled with quiet joy. "You're not alone," he would say, his voice soft and steady. When Genevieve woke, the words lingered in her mind, a quiet comfort that carried her through the day. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Genevieve stood before the portrait once more. The studio was bathed in the golden light of dusk, and the painting seemed to glow, its surface alive with warmth and color. Reached out to touch the frame, her hand steady this time. "I understand now," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The vow you made, the sacrifice you gave. It wasn't just for you, it was for both of us." The breeze stirred the curtains, and for a moment, Genevieve thought she heard his voice, faint but unmistakable, and I would make it again. Days turned into weeks, and Genevieve began to rebuild her life. She opened the doors of Devereux House, inviting light and laughter into its once shadowed halls. The townspeople who had whispered of curses and secrets now spoke of transformation, of a place that had found its peace. The portrait remained in the studio, its presence a quiet reminder of the battle that had been fought and the love that had endured. Genevieve often found herself standing before it, her fingers tracing the edges of the frame as she spoke to the man it depicted. "You gave me everything," she would say, "and I'll never forget." Years later, as the roses in the garden bloomed once more, Genevieve sat beneath their shade, her hands resting in her lap. She was older now, her hair streaked with silver, but her spirit remained bright. The house was alive with light and warmth, a testament to the promises that had been kept and the love that had outlasted death. And as she closed her eyes, she felt a faint warmth at her side, a presence that had never truly left. "I'm still here," she murmured, her voice soft, and the breeze carried an unspoken reply, a vow as eternal as the stars. Devereux House had changed Dot, once shrouded in shadow and whispered rumors. It now stood as a place of quiet beauty and resilience. Its dark past had been cleansed, though traces of its history lingered in the architecture and the way the light pooled across the polished wood floors and in the soft hum of life that now filled its halls. Genevieve LaRue had stayed, making the mansion her home. The people of the town, who once crossed the street to avoid the looming gates, now spoke of the house with cautious reverence. They said Genevieve had brought light to a place where darkness had reigned for generations. But for Genevieve, the transformation of Devereux House was more than physical. It was deeply personal. The painting remained in the studio, a silent monument to the life and sacrifice of Lucien Devereux. Genevieve visited it daily, her touch light as she dusted the frame or adjusted the light that fell across its surface. She had never attempted to paint another portrait. Her brushes and canvases lay unused in the corner of the studio. Her passion for art tempered by the weight of what her last creation had cost. The whispers were gone, but she still felt the faint echo of their pull, a reminder of the entity that had nearly claimed her. Genevieve often found herself in the garden, tending the roses that had flourished under her care. The blooms, vibrant and lush, were a testament to her promise to Lucien. She had sworn to honor his sacrifice, to live fully and carry forward the hope he had given her. On quiet evenings, she would sit among the flowers, the scent of earth and petals surrounding her, and watch the stars emerge. She felt closest to him in these moments, as if the warmth and the breeze carried his presence. The townspeople began to speak of Genevieve as the soul of Devereux House. Her kindness and strength had earned their admiration, though few dared to ask about the painting that hung in the studio. One day, a young artist came to visit, her eyes wide with awe as she stood in the shadow of the mansion. "I heard about your work," the artist said nervously. "I was hoping you could teach me." Genevieve hesitated, her gaze drifting toward the studio. It had been years since she had picked up a brush, and the thought of painting again stirred both longing and fear. "You don't need me to teach you," she said gently. "The talent is already yours. You just have to find your own truth in it." The artist nodded, though her eyes lingered on Genevieve with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. That night, Genevieve sat before the painting, her hands resting on her lap. The house was quiet, the hum of life settling into stillness. As the stars filled the sky, "I don't think I'll ever paint again," she said aloud, her voice soft. "Not like I used to, but maybe that's okay." The painting seemed to glow faintly in the candlelight, its colors warm and alive. "I miss you," she murmured, her throat tightening. "But I think I finally understand what you meant. About life, about choice." The air in the studio seemed to stir, a faint warmth brushing against her skin. Genevieve closed her eyes, letting the quiet comfort wash over her. As the years passed, Devereux House became a place of quiet legend. Visitors came to admire the garden, to walk its halls, and to glimpse the portrait that hung in the studio. Those who saw the painting often spoke of its beauty, though none could explain the strange sense of peace it radiated. And though the house had seen its share of storms, its foundations remained steady, a testament to the strength of the woman who had made it her home. On the anniversary of Lucien's passing, Genevieve stood in the garden beneath the blooming roses. The years had etched lines into her face, but her spirit was as strong as ever. She gazed up at the stars, her heart filled with a quiet sense of gratitude. "You kept your vow," she said softly, "and I'll keep mine." The breeze stirred the petals around her, and for a moment she thought she heard his voice, soft, steady, and filled with warmth. "Thank you, Genevieve." And as the night deepened, the garden seemed to hum with life, a reminder that even in the aftermath of darkness, light could endure. Years passed, and Devereux House became a fixture of quiet mystery in New Orleans. Its dark history, once the subject of hushed whispers, had softened into legend. Townsfolk spoke of the house as if it had a soul restored by the woman who had turned its haunted halls into a sanctuary. Genevieve LaRue had grown older, her hair now silver and her steps slower, but her presence remained a steadying force in the house. She spent her days tending the garden, walking the halls, and occasionally sitting before the portrait that had defined her life. The painting of Lucien Devereux hung in the studio as it always had. Its colors, vibrant and timeless, seemed to shift with the light as though alive. Lucien's painted gaze met Genevieve's each time she entered the room, and she found comfort in the serenity of his expression. The whispers had long since faded, but Genevieve still felt the faintest trace of the shadow that had once loomed over them both. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky burned with hues of orange and gold, Genevieve sat in the garden beneath the roses. She watched the light fade, her thoughts drifting to Lucien and the battles they had fought together. The wind stirred, carrying the scent of earth and blossoms. A warmth brushed against her cheek, and Genevieve closed her eyes, letting the moment envelop her. "I hope you're still at peace," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The roses swayed gently as though answering her. That night, Genevieve returned to the studio. The house was silent, its stillness filled with the quiet hum of life. She lit a single candle, its flickering glow casting soft shadows on the walls. She stood before the portrait, her fingers brushing the edge of the frame. "You've always been here," she said softly, her voice steady. "Even when I thought I was alone, you never left me." The painting seemed to glow faintly in the candlelight, the warmth of its colors filling the room. Genevieve sat in the chair opposite the canvas, her hands resting in her lap. She felt the weight of her years, the ache in her body, but her heart was light. "I think I'm ready now," she murmured, "to let go." The next morning, the townsfolk noticed the stillness of the house. They found Genevieve in the studio, seated before the painting, her head resting gently against the back of the chair. Her face was serene, a faint smile on her lips. The portrait remained unchanged, its colors as vibrant as ever. The townsfolk buried Genevieve in the garden beneath the roses, her final resting place marked by a simple stone etched with her name. Devereux House was left to the care of the town, its doors open to visitors who came to walk its halls and see the portrait that had become its heart. Decades later, the legend of Devereux House endured. Visitors spoke of the beauty of the roses, the warmth of the light that filled its rooms, and the sense of peace that lingered in its air. Those who stood before the portrait often felt a strange connection to it, a sense of being seen, understood, even comforted. Some claimed they could hear a faint whisper, a voice as soft as a breeze, speaking words of reassurance. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the house was still and the stars shone bright, the portrait seemed to glow faintly, as though its subject was watching over the world he had left behind. Lucien's presence, like Genevieve's love, endured.
Story 2.
The bell tower loomed over the small town, its spire reaching into the darkening sky like an outstretched hand. The wind whispered through the cracks in its ancient stones, carrying with it the faint scent of damp wood and age. At its heart hung the great bells, silent for now, but poised to release their solemn melody at the appointed hour. Nathaniel Croft, the church caretaker, moved through the aisles below with measured steps. He carried a small lantern, its flickering light casting long, wavering shadows on the stone walls. The church was empty at this hour, its pews bathed in an eerie stillness. It was a silence Nathaniel both cherished and feared. He climbed the narrow spiral staircase leading to the bell tower, the worn steps creaking under his weight. This was his ritual, repeated every evening. Tending to the bells, ensuring their mechanisms were intact, and marveling at the sound they produced. But lately, the bells had begun to feel different to him. Reaching the top, Nathaniel stepped into the belfry. The air was cold here, even in summer, and the faint rustle of the wind seemed to carry voices and murmur at the edge of hearing. He brushed the thought aside, chalking it up to the loneliness of his position. The bells hung in their iron frames, massive and unyielding. Nathaniel ran his fingers along the surface of the nearest bell, feeling the cold metal beneath his hand. He had always been fascinated by them, the way they could fill the town with sound, calling the faithful to prayer or marking the passage of time. This evening, as he struck the bell lightly with a mallet to test its resonance, a strange thing happened. The sound rippled through the air, deep and resonant, but beneath it was something else, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. Nathaniel froze, his hand tightening around the mallet. Double quotes. Nathaniel. He spun around, his lantern swinging wildly, casting erratic shadows on the walls. The belfry was empty, save for the bells and the ancient beams that supported them. Is someone there? He called, his voice trembling. The wind answered him, slipping through the cracks in the stone with a low moan. Nathaniel descended the staircase in a hurry, his heart pounding. The whisper had been so clear, as though someone had spoken directly into his ear, yet there was no one else in the church, and the doors had been locked hours ago. By the time he reached his modest quarters at the back of the church, his rational mind had begun to assert itself. He sat by the small fire in the hearth, rubbing his hands together to chase away the lingering chill. It was nothing, he murmured to himself, just the wind or an echo from the bell. But the thought did little to calm him over the next. Several days, Nathaniel found himself drawn to the bell tower more often than usual. He climbed the narrow staircase morning and night, testing the bells, listening intently to their tones. Each time he heard it again, a faint whisper beneath the resonance, a sound that seemed to vibrate in his chest. The whisper grew more distinct. With each visit, words began to form, fragmented and elusive, as though carried on a distant breeze. Hear us. Below. Forgotten. The more Nathaniel listened, the more the sound consumed him. It was not unpleasant, on the contrary. It had a haunting, melodic quality that stirred something deep within him. But it was unsettling nonetheless, like a song he couldn't quite remember. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the church fell into shadow, Nathaniel ascended the bell tower once more. The wind was strong that night, rattling the wooden beams and making the great bell sway ever so slightly. He struck the largest bell with the mallet, letting its deep tone wash over him. This time the whisper was unmistakable. Seek. Beneath. The bell. Keeper. Nathaniel's breath caught. The words echoed in his mind, repeating themselves with an insistent urgency. He stepped closer to the bell, his fingers brushing the cold metal. What do you want? He murmured, his voice barely audible. The whisper came again, faint but clear. Truth. That night, Nathaniel lay awake in his narrow bed, staring at the ceiling. The whisper echoed in his thoughts, refusing to fade. He had always believed himself to be a practical man, untroubled by superstition or flights of fancy. But something about the sound felt undeniable, as though the bells were trying to speak to him. Truth. The word lingered in his mind, filling him with a strange mixture of dread and curiosity. by the time the first light of dawn crept through his window, Nathaniel had made up his mind. He would return to the bell tower and search for the source of the whispers, no matter what he found. The morning sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows of the church, casting fractured patterns of color across the pews. Nathaniel Croft sat alone in the nave, the stillness of the space pressing down on him like a weight. He had come here seeking clarity, a moment to still the growing chaos in his mind, but the silence was too much. The whispers from the bell tower lingered in his thoughts, weaving through his waking moments as they had his dreams. They were faint now, distant, but their meaning clawed at him with a quiet urgency. Double quotes. Speak. The bell. The words were played over and over, driving him to distraction. Nathaniel clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He couldn't ignore them any longer. By mid-morning, Nathaniel found himself standing at the base of the spiral staircase leading to the bell tower. The air here was colder than the rest of the church, as though the tower held on to the chill of night even under the noonday sun. He hesitated, gripping the worn banister. The staircase loomed before him, a winding path to the unknown. He had climbed these steps countless times before, but today they seemed different, steeper, darker, as if they were leading him somewhere he was not meant to go. Taking a deep breath, Nathaniel began his ascent. The bells hung silent and motionless in the belfry, their massive forms casting long shadows across the wooden floor. The faint rustle of the wind was the only sound, but it carried with it the memory of the whispers. Nathaniel moved carefully through the space, his lantern in one hand and the other brushing the stone walls as though seeking hidden doors. The tower was as familiar to him as his own quarters, yet now it felt foreign, its every shadow alive with unseen possibilities. He stopped before the largest bell, the one that it seemed to hold the whispers most clearly. Its surface was tarnished with age, the inscription along its rim nearly worn away. Nathaniel traced the faint letters with his fingers, his breath catching as the words revealed themselves. For those who toll, the burden lingers, the phrase sent a shiver down his spine. The wind shifted, a sudden gust rattling the wooden beams of the tower. Nathaniel froze, his eyes darting toward the shadows at the edges of the room. He could feel the presence of something, an unseen watcher whose gaze pressed against his back. "Who's there?" he called, his voice trembling. The only reply was the faint creak of the floorboards beneath his feet. And then the whispers returned. Deeper, beneath, Truth awaits, Nathaniel stumbled back, his lantern swinging wildly. The light caught on something near the base of the bell, a narrow crack in the wooden floorboards. Heart pounding, he crouched down and examined the crack more closely. It was faint, almost invisible, but it ran in a perfect rectangle, as though marking the edges of a hidden panel. Nathaniel fumbled for his pocket knife and wedged it into the crack, prying at the wood. The panel gave way with a groan, revealing a small, dark cavity beneath the floor. He held the lantern closer, its flickering light illuminating the space inside. Lay a bundle wrapped in oilcloth, its surface stained and frayed with age. Nathaniel reached for it with trembling hands, the whispers urging him forward. Double quotes. Take it. The bundle was heavier than it looked, its weight unexpected. Nathaniel unwrapped it carefully, revealing a tattered leather journal and a small brass key. The journal's cover was cracked, its edges worn smooth by time as he opened it. The faint scent of soot and decay rose from the pages. The handwriting inside was cramped and uneven, the ink smudged in places but still legible. The first entry sent a chill through Nathaniel's veins. To whom it may concern, if ever these words are found, know that the burden of guilt I carry cannot be borne by the living. It must be buried as I am buried beneath these bells. The name signed at the bottom was barely readable, but Nathaniel recognized it immediately. Elias Grayson, the bell ringer who had served the church decades before Nathaniel's time. He had heard stories of Grayson, tales whispered by the townsfolk, of a man who had vanished without a trace after the great fire that had partially consumed the church. Nathaniel's hands trembled as he turned the page. The second entry was more fragmented, the words scrawled with growing desperation. The child is gone. My hands are stained. I hear her voice in the bells, calling to me, accusing me. I cannot bear it. I cannot escape. Nathaniel recoiled, his breath catching. The words seemed to echo in his mind, as though Grayson's voice were speaking them. Aloud, the child. Nathaniel whispered, the weight of the words pressing down on him. The whispers returned, soft and insistent. Beneath. Buried. Truth. Nathaniel sat back, the journal heavy in his lap. The faint scent of soot lingered in the air, mingling with the cold draft that swept through the tower. The bells above seemed to hum faintly, as though resonating with the secrets they had guarded for so long. What happened here? He murmured, his voice trembling. The whispers offered no reply, but their presence seemed to surround him, urging him to read on dot with a deep breath. Nathaniel turned the next page. The journal's pages grew darker with each entry. Nathaniel Croft sat on the cold floor of the bell tower, the faint light of his lantern illuminating the cramped and desperate script. Each sentence seemed to claw at him, pulling him deeper into the shadows of the past. Elias Grayson's words painted a picture of a man consumed by guilt, his soul weighed down by an unspoken crime. The bells they know. They call to me in the night, their voices rising with the wind. I hear her name, though no one else does. She lingers, unseen but never silent. I cannot escape her, the child. The one Grayson had written of before. Her presence loomed over the entries, her name never spoken, but her shadow unmistakable. Nathaniel's fingers trembled as he turned the page, the weight of the words pressing down on him. The next passage struck like a blow. The fire was no accident. I thought it might cleanse the sin, but it has only bound her here, stronger than before. The bells toll for her, and each strike tears at my soul. There is no forgiveness, no escape. Nathaniel's breath caught in his throat. The fire that had partially consumed the church decades ago. A tragedy dismissed as a freak. Accident had been deliberate, and Grayson had been responsible. The whispers stirred again, weaving through the cold air, double quotes, beneath, T, Nathaniel's. Gaze dropped to the brass key lying beside him. Its surface was tarnished with age, its shape simple but sturdy. The whispers seemed to swirl around it, drawing his attention to the trapdoor at the base of the bell tower stairs. The trapdoor had been there as long as Nathaniel could remember, its edges worn smooth by time. He had always assumed it led to an old storage space or a crawl space beneath the church, but he had never opened it. With the journal and key in hand, he descended the spiral staircase, each step echoing in the silence. The trapdoor waited at the base, its iron handle cold beneath his fingers. Nathaniel knelt, the whispers growing louder in his ears. The brass key fit perfectly into the rusted lock, turning with a soft click. The trapdoor groaned as he pulled. It opened, revealing a narrow stone staircase spiraling downward into darkness. A chill rose from below, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. Lantern in hand, Nathaniel descended the hidden staircase. The walls were rough stone, slick with moisture, and the air grew colder with each step. The whispers were stronger here, their voices weaving together in an almost melodic hum. Truth awaits, below, At the bottom of the stairs, Nathaniel stepped into a small, circular chamber. The space was cramped, the ceiling low enough that he had to stoop. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled with decayed and crumbling relics, books, candlesticks, and fragments of cloth long since consumed by time. But it was the center of the room that drew his attention. A stone slab rested in the middle of the chamber, its surface etched with deep grooves that formed strange, spiraling patterns. Atop the slab lay a bundle of cloth, its edges charred and brittle. Nathaniel approached cautiously, his lantern held high. The whispers were almost deafening now, their voices overlapping in an unintelligible chorus. As he drew closer, he saw what the bundle contained. The cloth had wrapped around a small skeleton, its fragile bones blackened by fire. Nathaniel staggered back, his lantern shaking in his hand. The whispers surged, their tone shifting from a hum to a low, mournful wail. The child. Nathaniel dropped to his knees, the journal slipping from his grasp. The weight of Grayson's confession, the whispers, and the evidence before him crushed any doubt he had carried. The fire had not been meant to cleanse the church. It had been meant to bury the crime, to silence the child forever. But she had not been silenced. The whispers coalesced into a single voice, soft and tremulous. Did you leave me? Nathaniel's breath caught. The voice was not Grayson's. It was high and wavering, filled with the innocence of youth, tinged with unbearable sorrow. ID, and single quotes, T. He whispered, his voice breaking. The lantern flickered, its flame dancing wildly. The room seemed to press in on him, the air heavy with an unseen presence. Double quotes. He promised to keep me safe. Tears streamed down Nathaniel's face as the voice filled the chamber. The child's spirit lingered here, trapped by betrayal and fire, her innocence burned away by Grayson's guilt. Nathaniel reached for the journal, clutching it tightly. His mind raced, torn between his need to escape and the compulsion to uncover the full truth. The whispers, though mournful, seemed to guide him, urging him to act. Double quotes. Finish it. Bring it to light. He looked at the charred remains, the delicate bones that lay in silent testimony. The bells above seemed to hum faintly, their resonance reaching even here. Nathaniel made his decision. I will, he said aloud, his voice steady despite the fear in his chest. I'll finish what Grayson started. I'll give you peace. The climb back to the bell tower was slow and heavy. Nathaniel carried the journal and the brass key with him, their weight more symbolic than physical. The bells loomed above, their silent forms casting long shadows in the dim light of the lantern. Nathaniel stood beneath them, his mind churning with questions. What had driven Grayson to such an act? What had the child seen or known that had warranted her death? And what would it take to finally silence the whispers that haunted the church? As the bells swayed faintly in the wind, Nathaniel felt the answer stirring within him. He would need to toll the bells, not just as they were, but in a way they had never been struck before. The bell tower seemed alive as Nathaniel Croft stood beneath its shadowed arches, the massive bells swaying gently in the cool evening breeze. Their silent presence pressed down on him, each a sentinel to the secrets they had guarded for decades. Nathaniel stared at the journal in his trembling hands. The final entries were scrawled with a desperation that mirrored his own. The last Grayson had written of the bells, as though they were more than mere instruments of sound. Their tones are keys to the past, unlocking what we have buried. I thought I could strike them in the right pattern to free myself of her voice, but instead I gave her life. Her song now binds me. The whispers swirled around Nathaniel, faint and mournful. Find the pattern. Bring me back. Nathaniel moved toward the bells, his steps hesitant. He had always marveled at their size and craftsmanship, but now they seemed alien to him. Their surfaces cold and unyielding. The largest bell, the one Grayson had struck most often according to the journal, hung at the center of the tower. Its inscription, for those who toll. The burden lingers, shimmered faintly in the dim light of Nathaniel's lantern. He reached out, his fingers brushing the metal. A faint hum resonated beneath his touch, like the remnants of a song. Just out of hearing. Double quotes. Strike them. The melody. Nathaniel hesitated. What melody? The whispers didn't answer, but they seemed to thrum with anticipation, their presence coiling around him like an unseen current. Over the next several days, Nathaniel devoted himself to the bells. He studied their tones, their harmonics, searching for a pattern that felt right. The whispers were his guide, their voices growing stronger when he struck certain notes. Softer when he faltered. It became an obsession. The townsfolk, already uneasy with Nathaniel's reclusive nature, began to whisper about his late-night excursions to the bell tower. The mournful tolls of the bells echoed through the town at strange hours, filling the streets with their haunting resonance. "Croft's gone mad," one shopkeeper murmured. "The bells have gotten into his head." Another shook his head. "They say he talks to them, stands there for hours, listening." In the tower, Nathaniel worked tirelessly, his mind consumed by the melody the whispers promised. His fingers were raw from striking the bells, his lantern burned low, and his dreams were haunted by the child's voice, high and wavering, calling for release. One night, as he struck the bells in frustration, the melody came to him. It wasn't a song in the conventional sense. It was a series of tones, resonant and dissonant, that formed a pattern as old as the tower itself. The sound filled the belfry, vibrating through the stone walls and into Nathaniel's chest. The whispers surged, their voices unified for the first time. Yes. Keep going. Nathaniel's heart raced as he struck the next bell in the sequence. The tones grew louder, intertwining in a way that seemed to ripple through the air, creating a resonance that defied explanation. The child's voice rose above the whispers, clear and plaintive. You, single close, reclose, but you must finish it. Nathaniel froze, his hands trembling. Finish what? The journal's words echoed in his mind. The 9th bell. Though unseen, its toll echoes through time. Only its sound will end her song. The 9th bell. Nathaniel glanced around the belfry, his eyes scanning the massive instruments of metal. There were only 8 bells in the tower. He had counted them countless times. But the whispers spoke of a 9th, one that existed, nodded. The physical world, but in the realm of memory and grief. You must call it. Strike the others. Summon it. Determined, Nathaniel returned to the melody. The sequence felt like instinct now, his hands moving with a precision that wasn't entirely his own. The tones filled the belfry, their vibrations harmonizing into something greater than sound of presence, vast and otherworldly. As the final note of the sequence rang out, the air in the belfry shifted. The bells shuddered in their iron frames, their resonance deepening into a single unified hum. Nathaniel staggered back, his lantern swinging wildly as the sound grew louder, filling the tower with a deafening roar. And then he heard it, the 9th bell. Its toll was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a wave of emotion that rippled through him. Grief, anger, and sorrow intertwined, pressing against his chest and drawing tears to his eyes. The whispers fell silent. The child's voice returned, soft and steady. You found it. Now. Finish what he could not. Nathaniel's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. The tolling of the 9th bell continued, echoing through the tower, though his hands had gone still. It was as though the tower itself had taken up the melody, playing the tones Nathaniel had discovered. The bells vibrated with a power that felt ancient, alive. The walls of the belfry seemed to tremble, the stones groaning beneath the weight of the sound. Nathaniel clutched the journal to his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. "What do you want from me?" he whispered, his voice breaking. The child's voice was faint but unyielding. ... Justice, ... The bell's mournful resonance lingered in Nathaniel Croft's mind long after he descended from the bell tower. The ninth toll, though intangible, had left an imprint on him, a heavy presence that coiled around his thoughts and pressed against. His chest thought the child's voice echoed in his ears. ... Justice, ... Justice for what? The journal's fragment of confessions and the charred remains in the hidden chamber told a story of betrayal and tragedy, but the full truth remained elusive. Nathaniel felt as though he were chasing shadows, each revelation pulling him deeper into the darkness. The townsfolk began to notice the change in him. Nathaniel, always a reserved man, now moved through the streets with an air of distraction, his gaze distant and his muttered words incomprehensible at the market. A butcher shook his head as Nathaniel walked by. "Poor man's been up in that tower too much," he said to a patron. "You can hear the bells at all hours? Doesn't seem natural." A seamstress nearby nodded grimly. "It's the fire," she said. "That place has always been cursed since it burned. They should have let it crumble instead of rebuilding it." The whispers followed Nathaniel wherever he went, faint but persistent, urging him back to the tower, back to the bells. Nathaniel tried to ignore them for days. He avoided the bell tower, immersing himself in the mundane tasks of maintaining the church. He scrubbed the floors, polished the pews, and tended to the overgrown garden behind the building. But no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched at night. The whispers crept into his dreams. He saw the child, her face obscured by shadow, standing at the base of the bells. Her small hands reached out to him, her voice trembling. Why did he do it? Nathaniel woke each time with a start, his body drenched in sweat. The air in his quarters felt suffocating, the faint hum of the bells audible even in the silence. Unable to bear it any longer, Nathaniel returned to the bell tower. The belfry felt different now, its shadows deeper and its air colder. The bells loomed above him, their surfaces gleaming faintly in the lantern's light. The ninth toll still resonated in his mind, its presence a phantom that refused to leave. Nathaniel opened the journal again, his hands trembling as he flipped through the brittle pages. One entry caught his eye, its script jagged and uneven. "I thought the bells would protect me, that their song could drown her voice, but they have become her chorus. Each toll is a reminder, a call to what I tried to bury. I see her face in the shadows, I hear her in the wind. She will not let me rest." Nathaniel's grip on the journal tightened. He felt the weight of Grayson's guilt pressing down on him, mingling with his own growing sense of dread. The bells hummed faintly above, their tones vibrating through the air. As Nathaniel prepared to leave the belfry, the whispers surged, louder and more insistent than before. Double quotes. Down single quotes. Leave. Seek the truth. He froze, his lantern swinging in his hand. The bells seemed to shimmer in the dim light, their surfaces alive with movement. And then he saw a shadow flickering across the far wall, moving with a deliberate slowness that set his pulse racing. "Who's there?" Nathaniel called, his voice trembling. The shadow didn't respond, but it lingered at the edge of his vision, its form small and fragile. It was the shape of a child. Nathaniel stepped forward, his breath catching. "What do you want from me?" The shadow turned, its outline sharpening. The faint sound of bells told in the distance, their melody discordant and haunting. Find what he hid. Bring me peace. Nathaniel's nights grew more restless as the days passed. The whispers no longer waited for the bells to toll. They followed him constantly, weaving through his thoughts and pulling him deeper into the mystery. He began to lose track of time. Hours slipped away as he pored over the journal, tracing the patterns of Grayson's descent into madness. The more he read, the more he saw himself reflected in the words, the obsession, the guilt, the inability to look away from the truth. The townsfolk's murmurs turned to outright suspicion. Some claimed they had seen Nathaniel speaking to the shadows in the bell tower, his gestures wild and his eyes hollow. Others avoided him entirely, crossing the street when they saw him approach. "The bells have claimed him," an old woman whispered to a shopkeeper. "Just like they did Grayson." One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Nathaniel stood in the belfry, staring at the bells. The child's voice was stronger now, her words piercing through the hum of the wind. Double quotes. He hit a beneath. The sound. Find it. Nathaniel's hands clenched into fists. "I've looked. I've searched everywhere. What do you want me to find?" The shadow appeared again, flickering at the edge of the room. This time it moved toward the bells, its form barely distinguishable from the darkness. Nathaniel followed, his lantern casting erratic beams of light. As he approached the bells, the whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping into a single command. Strike them. Together. Nathaniel picked up the mallet, his hands shaking. He struck the bells in the sequence he had discovered, their tones ringing out into the night. The sound was overwhelming, reverberating through the tower and into his chest. The bells hummed with a power that felt ancient, their resonance deepening with each toll. The shadow moved closer, its form solidifying into that of a small child, and then the bells fell silent. The whispers ceased, replaced by a profound stillness that filled the belfry. Nathaniel stood frozen, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The shadow turned to him, its voice soft but firm. You're almost there. The stillness in the bell tower was suffocating. Nathaniel Croft stood motionless, the mallet slipping from his trembling fingers and clattering to the floor. The shadowy figure of the child lingered before him, its form flickering faintly in the dim light of his lantern. Almost there, The voice whispered again, soft and fragile, yet heavy with sorrow. Nathaniel's breath caught in his throat. The bells loomed above him, their presence oppressive, their tones echoing faintly in his mind. He reached for the journal, his hands shaking as he flipped to the last few entries. The scrawled words of Elias Grayson revealed a man consumed by his deeds. Her eyes follow me. Even in the silence, I can feel her accusing me. I hear the fire crackling, smell the smoke, see the flames reflected in her tears. I thought I could end it, but the bells only amplified her cries. Nathaniel's eyes blurred as he read the final desperate line. The truth must remain buried. No one must find what lies beneath. The child's shadow began to move, drifting toward the far wall of the belfry. Nathaniel followed, his heart pounding. The whispers surged, their voices mingling into a mournful hum that resonated with the memory of the bells. The shadow stopped at the base of the largest bell, its form shrinking as it knelt, double quotes, beneath, The voice said, fading into a faint echo. Nathaniel crouched, his lantern illuminating the worn wooden floor. He felt along the planks, his fingers brushing against a faint seam. The wood here was different, newer than the rest of the belfry, its surface rougher. Using the edge of his pocket knife, Nathaniel pried at the planks until they lifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a small, soot-stained box. Its surface was blackened and warped, the latch rusted shut. Nathaniel hesitated before opening it, his breath shallow. The whispers pressed against him, urging him forward. When he finally lifted the lid, the scent of smoke and decay rose too. Meet him. Inside was a bundle of charred fabric wrapped around a small, rusted locket. Nathaniel picked up the locket with trembling hands, its surface still warm to the touch. The whispers stilled, and for a moment, the silence was absolute. Then the child's voice returned, faint but clear. He gave it to me. Promised I would be safe. Nathaniel's chest tightened as he opened the locket. Inside was a miniature portrait of a man and woman, their faces kind but distant. Beneath the image was an inscription, barely legible through the soot, to our beloved, Eliza, forever in our hearts. Nathaniel sank to his knees, the weight of the revelation crushing him. The child's name had been Eliza, and this locket had been her treasure, a promise of protection from a family that had trusted the church to keep her safe. Grayson's journal spoke of betrayal and guilt, of an act so heinous that it had driven him to madness. But the details of what had happened to Eliza remained shrouded in smoke and ash. The whispers began again, soft and mournful. He hurt me. I trusted him. Nathaniel clutched the locket tightly, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry, he whispered. I didn't know. The shadow flickered, its edges softening. You can make it right. The journal offered no more answers, but Nathaniel now understood the scope of the tragedy. Eliza had been entrusted to the care of the church, and Grayson had betrayed that trust. Whether it was jealousy, rage, or fear that had driven him, the result was the same. He had taken her life and tried to bury his sin in fire and silence, but the fire had not erased her. It had bound her here, tethering her spirit to the bells and to the man who had wronged her. Nathaniel stood, clutching the locket and the journal. He felt the weight of the bells above him, their resonance a constant reminder of the tragedy they had witnessed. "I'll make it right," he said aloud, his voice firm despite the tears in his eyes. "I promise." The whispers swirled around him, their tone shifting to something almost hopeful. ... then finish it ... That night, Nathaniel descended the bell tower and returned to the hidden chamber beneath the church. The stone slab loomed before him, its grooves glowing faintly in the lantern's light. He placed the locket on the slab, its charred surface gleaming like a faint ember. The whispers surged, their voices weaving into a low, haunting melody. The bells above began to hum, their tones resonating through the floor. Nathaniel felt the vibrations in his chest, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to align with his heartbeat. The child's voice rose above the whispers. ... strike them ... bring me peace. Nathaniel climbed back to the belfry, the locket and journal left behind in the chamber below. He moved with purpose now, the fear in his heart replaced by a quiet resolve. The bells waited for him, their surfaces gleaming in the moonlight that spilled through the open windows. He picked up the mallet, his hand steady despite the chill. In the air, he struck the bells in the pattern the whispers had guided him to before, the tones blending into a haunting melody that filled the tower. The ninth bell joined the chorus, its intangible toll vibrating through the air dot as the final note rang out. The shadow of the child appeared once more. She stood beneath the largest bell, her form clear and still. ... thank you ... she whispered, her voice filled with relief. And then she was gone. Nathaniel sank to the floor, his strength spent. The bells fell silent, their hum fading into the stillness of the night. The tower felt lighter now, its oppressive weight lifted. Nathaniel closed his eyes, the child's voice lingering in his mind like the fading echo of a song. He had found the truth, and with it, the first steps toward peace for both Eliza and himself. The nights after Nathaniel Croft freed Eliza's spirit were heavy with silence. The bells, once alive with whispers and unearthly hums, hung motionless in the tower. Their silence should have brought relief, but Nathaniel felt no such peace. Ninth bell, unseen but ever present, continued to toll faintly in his mind. Its sound was no longer tied to the whispers of the child, but to something deeper, something older. Nathaniel could feel it in the air, in the way the church's walls seemed to hum faintly at night. He had ended Eliza's torment, but he had not silenced the darkness tied to the bells. The journal's cryptic words echoed in his thoughts. The ninth bell is not of this world. Its toll binds what should remain hidden and awakens what must remain buried. Nathaniel spent his days tending to the church, his movements methodical but distracted. The townsfolk noticed the change in him. Croft looks haunted. said the innkeeper's wife, her voice low. The butcher nodded grimly. The bells stopped, but he still hears them. You can see it in his eyes. Rumors began to spread that the bell tower itself had cursed him, that whatever evil lingered there had marked Nathaniel as its next keeper. On the third night, Nathaniel awoke to the sound of the ninth bell. Its tone was faint but unmistakable. A low, resonant hum that vibrated through the walls of his small quarters. He sat up, his breath shallow, and listened. The sound seemed to call to him, pulling him from his bed and into the darkened church. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone, and the faint glow of moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows. The tolling grew louder as he ascended the spiral staircase to the bell tower. The air grew colder with each step, the chill sinking into his bones. When he reached the belfry, he saw it. The ninth bell hung at the center of the tower, where before there had been only empty space. Its surface was blackened and uneven, its edges jagged like broken glass. It was smaller than the other bells, but its presence was overwhelming, as though the air itself bent around it. Nathaniel's lantern flickered as he approached, his hands trembling. The tolling grew louder, reverberating through his chest and rattling the wooden beams of the tower. He reached out, his fingers brushing the bell's cold, uneven surface. The moment he touched it, a wave of darkness swept over him. Nathaniel was no longer in the bell-dashed tower. He stood in a vast, empty field beneath a blackened sky. The air was heavy with the scent of ash and decay, and the distant sound of bells echoed through the void. Before him stood a figure cloaked in shadow, its form shifting and indistinct. Its voice was low and resonant, filling the air like a funeral. "Dirge, keeper," it said, its tone both mocking and reverent. "You have opened the way." Nathaniel's throat tightened. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure tilted its head, its shadowed form rippling. "I am what the bells guard, what they call. You have broken the seal, keeper, and now I am free to toll the ninth bell." Nathaniel stepped back, his chest tightening with fear. "I freed her, the child. She's at peace now. What more do you want?" The figure's laughter was like the tolling of a great bell, deep and echoing. The child was but a fragment of the toll's song. "There is more buried here than you know." Nathaniel blinked, and the vision dissolved. He was back, in the bell tower, the ninth bell looming before him. Its toll had stopped, but the air around it hummed with a faint, unrelenting energy. The whispers returned, their voices frantic and overlapping. Again. Before it tolls. Nathaniel stumbled back, his head pounding. The ninth bell was not just a phantom sound. It was a gateway, a tether to something vast and terrible. He gripped the journal tightly, its brittle pages crumbling under his fingers. The answers he needed were somewhere within its scrawled words. In the days that followed, Nathaniel devoted himself to the journal. He pored over its entries, searching for clues about the ninth bell and the darkness it guarded. Grayson had written extensively about his attempts to silence the bells. growing desperation bleeding into every line. The ninth bell is the anchor. Its toll opens the door, and its silence is the key. But to silence, it requires a price, one I am too weak to pay. Nathaniel's hands trembled as he read the final passage. The bells were meant to guard against the darkness, but they have become its herald. To stop the toll, the keeper must fall. Only then can the door be sealed. Nathaniel stood in the bell tower that night, the journal clutched to his chest. The ninth bell hung before him, its surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. He understood. Now, the bells were not just instruments of sound. They were part of an ancient ritual, a barrier against the darkness that had been bound to the church centuries ago. The ninth bell was the center of that ritual, the tether that held the darkness at bay to silence it. Nathaniel would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. The whispers surged around him as he prepared the sequence. The other bells hummed faintly, their tones aligning as though anticipating what was to come. Nathaniel took a deep breath, his hands steady despite the weight of what lay ahead as he struck the first bell, the belfry filled with sound, its resonance deep and mournful. The tones wove together, forming a melody that felt both ancient and inevitable. The ninth bell trembled, its surface vibrating as its tone joined the others. The sound was deafening, a cacophony that shook the tower to its foundation, thought Nathaniel. Note before the ninth bell, the mallet slipping from his grasp. The whispers grew louder, their voices blending into a single, unified command. ... seal it, with your blood ... Nathaniel closed his eyes, his heart pounding. He had no fear now, only a sense of purpose. The bells had chosen him, and he would see their song to its end. He reached out, placing his hand on the bell's cold surface. The sound enveloped him, resonating through his very being. And as the final note rang out, the world dissolved into darkness. Nathaniel Croft awoke on the cold stone floor of the bell tower, his body aching and his mind clouded with the lingering resonance of the ninth bell. The tower was silent now, its oppressive hum replaced by a heavy stillness. For a long moment, Nathaniel lay motionless, his hand still resting on the journal beside him. His breath was shallow, and his vision blurred as he struggled to remember what had happened. The tolling, the whispers, the shadowed figure, they all seemed like fragments of a half-forgotten dream, but the presence of the ninth bell was undeniable. Its blackened surface loomed above him, smaller than the other bells, but infinitely heavier in its presence. As Nathaniel pushed himself to his feet, he realized something had changed. The air in the tower felt heavier, as though it were thick. With unseen eyes, the ninth bell had not simply appeared, it had brought something with it. Nathaniel descended the spiral staircase, each step an effort as his body protested the strain. The church below was dark and silent, the faint scent of damp stone and soot hanging in the air. He returned to his quarters, the journal clutched tightly in his hand. The fire in the small hearth had burned out, leaving the room cold and unwelcoming. Nathaniel set the journal on the table, His fingers brushing its brittle pages, Grayson's words haunted him. The ninth bell binds the darkness, but it also calls it. Its toll awakens what should remain buried. Nathaniel stared at the journal, his mind racing. What darkness had the church been hiding, and why had the bells been chosen as its guardians? The next morning, Nathaniel ventured into the church archives. The small room tucked away behind the nave was filled with dust-covered ledgers and crumbling scrolls. The faint light filtering through the high windows illuminated shelves lined with records that spanned centuries. Nathaniel lit a candle and began his search, his hands trembling as he sifted through the fragile documents. At first, he found little more than mundane records, baptisms, marriages, and donations from long-forgotten parishioners. But as he delved deeper into the older records, the tone of the entries began to shift. One ledger, its leather cover cracked with age, contained references to a series of mysterious deaths in the late 18th century. The entries were brief and cryptic, but they all mentioned the bell tower. Thomas Greaves, bell ringer, found dead beneath the ninth bell. Cause unknown. Annabelle Clark, choir singer, lost in the fire that consumed the tower. Her screams were heard amidst the tolling of the bells. Father Elias Harrow vanished following the collapse of the eastern wing. Last seen ascending the bell tower. Nathaniel's heart raced as he read the final line of the ledger. The ninth bell was removed from the tower and buried beneath the nave. Its resonance will no longer call what cannot be unbound. The discovery shook Nathaniel to his core. The ninth bell had been hidden away for centuries, its toll silenced by the church leaders who had understood its danger. But now it had returned, summoned by the whispers and the tolls Nathaniel himself had struck. He realized the weight of his actions. By following the whispers, he had inadvertently undone the work of those who had come before him. But the whispers had not lied. They had guided him to the truth, even if that truth was steeped in darkness. That night, Nathaniel returned to the nave. His candle cast flickering shadows on the worn stone floor as he searched for the place where the ninth bell had been buried. The records had mentioned the nave, but the exact location was unclear. Nathaniel knelt, running his hands over the cold stones, his fingers searching for any irregularity. Hours passed, and the air grew colder. Nathaniel's patience was wearing thin when his fingers brushed a groove in the floor. He leaned closer, his breath catching as he traced the faint outline of a trapdoor carved into the stone. The trapdoor was heavy, its edges sealed with wax that had long since crumbled. With great effort, Nathaniel pried it open, revealing a dark, narrow passage leading into the earth. The scent of decay rose to meet him, mingling with the faint metallic tan of rusted iron. Nathaniel lowered himself into the passage, the candle in his hand casting eerie shadows on the rough stone walls. At the bottom, he found a small chamber. Its walls were lined with ancient carvings, symbols that seemed to twist and writhe in the flickering white dot in the center of the chamber lay the remains of a bell, its surface cracked and blackened, its edges jagged and broken. The ninth bell had not been buried intact. It had been destroyed. Nathaniel knelt beside the shattered bell, his mind racing. If the bell had been broken, how had it returned to the tower? The whispers returned, soft and mournful, weaving through the still air. Double quotes. We tried, but it cannot be undone. Nathaniel's chest tightened. The bell was not just a physical object, it was a tether, a manifestation of the darkness that had been bound to the church. Breaking it had not silenced it. The darkness remained, waiting for the moment it could break free. Nathaniel climbed back to the nave, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. The bells were not just instruments of sound, they were part of a ritual that kept the darkness contained. But the ninth bell had been struck, and its toll had awakened what should have remained buried. Nathaniel realized the full scope of his task: to silence the darkness. He would have to complete the ritual, and he would have to pay the price Grayson had been too weak to bear. Nathaniel Croft sat alone in the nave of the church, his head bowed and his hands resting on his knees. The faint light of the setting sun streamed through the stained glass windows, casting fractured patterns of color across the cold stone floor. The journal lay open before him, its brittle pages illuminated by the flickering light of a single candle. Grayson's words echoed in his mind, each line heavier than the last. The toll calls to what lies beyond. It is not bound to the bell, but to the act itself. The keeper must silence the toll, or the bell will toll forever. Nathaniel closed his eyes, the weight of the words pressing against his chest. He understood now why Grayson had failed. The price of silencing the ninth bell was not just blood, it was the sacrifice of the keeper's very soul. And Nathaniel was the keeper now. That night, as the town settled into uneasy slumber, Nathaniel returned to the bell tower. The air grew colder as he ascended the spiral staircase, the faint hum of the ninth bell vibrating through the walls. The other bells hung silent, their once imposing presence diminished by the darkness that radiated from the smallest among them. When he reached the belfry, the ninth bell loomed before him, its jagged surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The air around it shimmered, as though the veil between worlds had grown thin. Nathaniel stepped closer, his breath visible in the frigid air. The whispers began again, soft and insistent. You must see. To understand. The moment his fingers touched the bell, the world dissolved. Nathaniel found himself standing in the nave of the church, but it was not the church he knew. The air was thick with smoke, the walls scorched black by fire. The pews were overturned, their charred remains scattered across the floor. The bells tolled in the distance, their mournful tones reverberating through the ruined space. At the center of the nave stood a figure, a man cloaked in shadow, his hands trembling as he held a mallet. Nathaniel recognized him instantly. "Grayson," he whispered. The man turned, his hollow eyes meeting Nathaniel's. His face was gaunt, his skin pale and ashen. He seemed both alive and dead, caught in a liminal space between worlds. "You see it now," Grayson said, his voice cracked and broken. "The truth I tried to bury, the darkness I call forth." The vision shifted, pulling Nathaniel deeper into the past. He saw Grayson ascending the bell tower, his movements frantic. The journal was clutched in his hand, its pages fluttering in the wind. The bells tolled, their tones discordant and jarring. Nathaniel could feel the vibrations in his chest, the sound resonating with a power that felt ancient and malevolent. At the top of the tower, Grayson fell to his knees before the ninth bell. Its surface was pristine, and its edges smooth and gleaming. He struck the other bells in rapid succession, their tones blending into a cacophony of sound. The ninth bell responded with a single, deafening toll. The vision rippled, and Nathaniel was back in the nave. The fire raged around him, consuming the walls and floor. Grayson stood in the center of the destruction, his face a mask of despair. "I thought I could end it," he said, his voice trembling. "I thought I could destroy the bell in silence." The toll. The child's shadow appeared then, her form flickering in the firelight. She stood before Grayson, her small hands reaching out to him. "You promised," she said, her voice soft and accusatory. Grayson fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I didn't mean to. I thought I could protect you. The child's shadow turned, her gaze locking onto Nathaniel. "Now it is your turn," she whispered. Nathaniel's breath caught as the vision dissolved. He was back in the belfry, the ninth bell looming before him. The whispers swirled around him, their voices louder now, more insistent. Complete the ritual, or let it toll forever." Nathaniel gripped the edge of the bell, his chest heaving. He understood now why Grayson had failed. The toll of the ninth bell was not just a sound, it was a summoning, a call to the darkness that lingered beyond the veil. To silence it would require more than strength. It would require surrender. Nathaniel descended the tower, his mind racing. He returned to the chamber beneath the nave, the shattered remains of the original ninth bell lying in the center of the room. The carvings on the walls seemed to writhe in the dim light, their twisted patterns glowing faintly. Nathaniel knelt beside the remains of the bell, his fingers brushing the jagged metal. The whispers returned, softer now, almost pleading. Double quotes. Free us. Nathaniel closed his eyes, his heart heavy. He knew what he had to do. That night, Nathaniel prepared himself for the ritual. He returned to the belfry, the mallet in his hand and the journal clutched tightly to his chest. The ninth bell waited for him, its surface vibrating with an unseen power. The other bells hung silent, their presence dwarfed by the weight of the smallest among them. Nathaniel struck the first bell, its tone deep and resonant. The second followed, then the third, each toll building on the last. The ninth bell began to hum, its tone rising with an intensity that made Nathaniel's vision blur. As the final toll rang out, the darkness surged, enveloping him in its cold embrace. The toll of the ninth bell consumed Nathaniel Croft, vibrating through his body like the roar of a distant storm. The air in the bell tower grew thick and heavy, the world outside fading into shadow. Each breath felt like a struggle as the sound seemed to press against his very soul. Nathaniel dropped the mallet, his hands clutching the edge of the bell for support. The whispers surged around him, their voices overlapping in a maddening chorus. It cannot be stopped. You cannot escape. Toll again. No, Nathaniel shouted, his voice ragged. I won't let you take me. The ninth bell shimmered, its jagged surface glowing faintly in the dim light of the lantern. The other bells hung motionless, their once majestic presence diminished by the darkness that radiated from the smallest among them. Nathaniel stumbled back, his mind reeling. Visions assaulted him in rapid succession, fragments of the past, the present, and something far beyond his understanding. He saw Elias Grayson standing in the belfry, his face twisted with despair as he struck the bells in a desperate frenzy. He saw the child, her shadow flickering in the firelight, her voice a mournful echo of innocence lost. And then he saw himself. Nathaniel stood before the ninth bell, his hands trembling as he struck it again and again. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, his lips moving in a silent plea for release. The whispers filled the space, their words twisting into a single mocking voice. Keeper, you are mine. Nathaniel collapsed to his knees, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The visions blurred, dissolving into darkness as the tolling of the ninth bell echoed in his mind. He clutched the journal to his chest, its brittle pages crumbling beneath. His fingers. Grayson's words swirled through his thoughts, a grim refrain of guilt and failure. The keeper must silence the toll, or it will echo forever. Nathaniel's heart pounded as the weight of the truth pressed down on him. The toll was not merely a sound, it was a summoning, a bridge between worlds. Each strike of the bell pulled the darkness closer, unraveling the fragile barrier that kept it at bay. The shadows in the belfry began to move, coalescing into shapes that shifted and writhed. Nathaniel's lantern flickered, its weak flame casting jagged patterns on the stone walls. The whispers grew louder, their voices weaving together into an unsettling harmony. Keeper. Toll again. Open the way. Nathaniel gritted his teeth, his hands tightening around the journal. No, I won't let you in. The shadows lunged toward him, their forms shifting into distorted figures' faces, twisted with rage and despair, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Nathaniel scrambled to his feet, the lantern swinging wildly in his hand. The air grew colder, the shadows pressing closer. You are too late. The toll cannot be undone. Nathaniel stumbled toward the edge of the belfry, his back pressing against the cold stone wall. The ninth bell loomed before him, its resonance vibrating through the floor. The whispers shifted, their tone becoming darker, more menacing. You were chosen. Keeper. You cannot refuse. Nathaniel's hands trembled as he raised the lantern, its flickering light barely illuminating the oppressive darkness. The figures in the shadows loomed closer, their voices blending into a single deafening roar. Strike the bell. or be consumed. Nathaniel's mind raced. The journal had spoken of sacrifice, of blood and silence, but the path forward remained unclear. The ninth bell was a tether to the darkness, but it was also the key to sealing it away. The shadows swirled around him, their forms pressing against his mind, clawing at his resolve. Nathaniel gripped the journal tighter, his breath steadying as a sense of purpose began to form. "I won't strike it again," he said aloud, his voice firm. "You won't control me." The shadows recoiled, their forms shifting erratically. The whispers surged, their voices filled with anger and desperation. Then you will fall. Keeper. The figures lunged toward him, their clawed hands reaching for his throat. Nathaniel swung the lantern wildly, its flames sputtering as the air grew colder. The ninth bell trembled, its jagged edges glowing faintly. Nathaniel's vision blurred as the sound returned, not as a toll, but as a hum that vibrated deep within his chest. The child's voice pierced through the chaos, faint but clear. Double quotes. Built. With your blood. Nathaniel's breath caught. The journal had hinted at this, the keeper's ultimate sacrifice. To silence the ninth bell, to stop the toll forever, he would have to offer more than defiance. He would have to give himself. Nathaniel turned to the ninth bell, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly light. The shadows surged around him, their forms growing larger, their whispers more frenzied. With trembling hands, Nathaniel reached for the jagged edge of the bell, the cold metal biting into his palm. The blood that dripped from his hand seemed to glow faintly as it touched the surface. The bells hum, growing louder. The shadows screamed, their forms dissolving into the air as the bell's resonance intensified. Nathaniel closed his eyes, his voice steady despite the fear in his chest. "I give myself," he whispered. "Let this end." The toll of the ninth bell erupted, its sound overwhelming. The belfry shook, the walls groaning beneath the weight of the resonance. Nathaniel felt himself falling, his body weightless as the darkness enveloped him. The last thing he heard was the sound of the child's voice, soft and full of relief. Double quotes. Thank you. The toll of the ninth bell faded into silence, leaving a profound stillness in its wake. Nathaniel Croft awoke on the cold floor of the belfry, his body heavy and his breath shallow. The air around him was thick with a strange, unnatural quiet one that pressed against his ears as though the world itself had stopped. The ninth bell hung before him, its jagged surface dark and motionless. For a fleeting moment, Nathaniel wondered if he had succeeded, if his sacrifice had truly silenced the toll. But the silence was not peace, it was a pause. The whispers returned, faint at first, then growing louder, overlapping and insistent. You must see. You must know. Nathaniel struggled to his feet, his body trembling. The journal lay nearby, its brittle pages fluttering in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. As he picked it up, the shadows in the belfry began to shift, coalescing into a single, looming form. It was not the child. The figure before him was tall and cloaked in darkness, its outline sharp yet ever-shifting. Its presence filled the tower, pressing against Nathaniel's chest like a physical weight. "Keeper," it said, its voice deep and resonant, vibrating through the air. "You have walked the path. You have heard the toll. Now you must bear witness to the truth." Before Nathaniel could respond, the world around him dissolved. He stood in the nave of the church, but it was not the present. The air was thick with smoke, and the flickering light of fire illuminated the stained glass windows. The pews were filled with shadowy figures, their faces obscured, their voices low and urgent. At the center of the nave stood Elias Grayson. His hands trembled as he held a heavy mallet, his eyes darting toward the bell tower with a mixture of fear and determination. "I cannot let it escape," Grayson said, his voice trembling. "I will bind it again, even if it takes me with it." One of the shadowy figures stepped forward, their voice firm and accusatory. "You unleashed it, Elias. This is your doing. Your arrogance, your obsession, it has brought this upon us." "Oh," Grayson's face twisted with guilt. I thought I could control it. But it is too strong." The whispers swirled through the nave, faint and insidious. It must be silenced. Forever. The vision shifted. Nathaniel was now in the bell tower, watching as Grayson struck the bells in rapid succession. The tones blended into a cacophony, each toll vibrating through the air with an unnatural resonance. The ninth bell appeared, its jagged surface gleaming in the dim light. Grayson hesitated, his hands trembling as he reached for it. The child's shadow flickered at the edge of the room, her voice soft and pleading. "Please, don't single quotes T. Grayson turned toward her, his expression one of despair. "I have no choice," he whispered. "It must be done." He struck the ninth bell. The sound that erupted was unlike anything Nathaniel had heard. It was not just a toll, it was a scream, a rending of the air that shook the tower to its foundation. The child's shadow collapsed, her form dissolving into the darkness. The vision shifted again. Nathaniel was now in the hidden chamber beneath the nave, standing over the shattered remains of the ninth bell. Grayson knelt beside the fragments, his hands stained with soot and blood. "I have silenced it," he murmured, his voice hollow. "But the cost is too great." The shadowy figure from the nave reappeared, its presence filling the chamber. "You have failed, Elias," it said, its voice heavy with disdain. "The toll cannot be undone. It will echo through time, binding keeper after keeper to its call." Grayson's face crumpled, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Then let it be me. Let it end with me." The figure tilted its head, its shadow rippling. "You are too weak. The bell will toll again, and the darkness will return. Another will take your place." The vision dissolved, leaving Nathaniel alone in the belfry. Nathaniel collapsed to his knees, the journal slipping from his grasp. The weight of the truth pressed down on him, suffocating in its enormity. The ninth bell was not just a tether to the darkness, it was a curse, passed down through generations, binding its keepers to an unending cycle of sacrifice and failure. Grayson had tried to silence it, but his efforts had only delayed the inevitable. The bell had returned, and now it was Nathaniel's burden to bear. The whispers swirled around him, their tone mournful. ... It is not over. It will never be over ... Nathaniel's chest tightened as the reality of his task sank in. He had freed the child, but the toll of the ninth bell could not be undone. The shadowy figure reappeared, its form towering over him. "Keeper," it said, its voice steady and implacable. "You have seen the truth. You know what must be done." Nathaniel looked up, his eyes filled with tears. "How do I stop it?" The figure leaned closer, its presence cold and suffocating. "You do not stop it. You silence it for a time, but it will return as it always does. That is the Keeper's burden." Nathaniel stood, his resolve hardening. He gripped the edge of the ninth bell, his hand steady despite the tremor in his chest. "I will silence it," he said, his voice firm, "even if it's only for a time." The figure stepped back, its shadow rippling. "Then strike the final toll, Keeper. Offer what must be given." Nathaniel raised the mallet, his breath steady as he struck the bell. The sound erupted, consuming him in its resonance. The sound of the ninth bell filled the belfry, its resonance an overwhelming tide that pressed against Nathaniel Croft's chest. The toll was no longer merely a sound, it was a force, vibrating through the very stone of the bell tower, shaking its ancient foundation. Nathaniel gripped the mallet tightly, his body trembling as the bell's tone reverberated through him. The air around him shimmered, alive with the whispers that now blended into an unrelenting, mournful wail. ... It is time. Keeper, the toll demands its price. ... The jagged surface of the ninth bell glowed faintly, a deep crimson hue that pulsed in rhythm with its toll. Nathaniel's breath came in shallow gasps as the realization settled over him. The bell was not just calling, it was claiming. The shadows in the belfry began to move, swirling together like ink in water. They twisted and coiled, forming shapes that flickered at the edges of Nathaniel's vision. The child's voice pierced through the cacophony, soft and trembling. ... You can stop it, but only if you give yourself." Nathaniel's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the wooden floor. The mallet slipped from his grasp, clattering against the stone. His thoughts churned, racing through the fragments of Grayson's journal and the visions he had seen. The Keeper must fall. Only then can the toll be silenced. The shadows pressed closer, their forms growing sharper. Faces emerged from the darkness, hollow-eyed, spectral figures that stared at Nathaniel with expressions of anguish and accusation. ... We were taken. We were bound. ... The voices said, weaving together in a sorrowful chant. Nathaniel's chest tightened. These were the echoes of those who had come before him, the victims of the ninth bell's toll, summoning what strength he had left. Nathaniel rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the ninth bell. its pulsing light illuminating the faces of the specters that surrounded him. "I understand now," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his heart. "The bell takes, but it also binds. You're trapped because the toll was never silenced." The specters wavered, their forms flickering like flames in the wind. The child's shadow appeared among them, her small figure distinct in the dim light. It will end if you make the sacrifice. Nathaniel stepped closer to the bell, his hands trembling. The mallet lay at his feet, its wooden handle worn smooth from years of use. "What happens if I do this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The child's voice was soft but firm. You will silence the toll for now, but the bell will always return until it is forgotten. Nathaniel knelt before the bell, his head bowed. The whispers surrounded him, their tones shifting from mournful to almost reverent. Double quotes. Keeper. You are chosen. Offer your blood, your soul, your name. With trembling hands, Nathaniel picked up the mallet. The jagged surface of the ninth bell seemed to pulse in anticipation, its light growing brighter. He struck the bell one final time. The sound erupted, louder than anything Nathaniel had heard before. It was not just a toll, it was a scream, a deafening roar that tore through the air and shook the tower to its core. The shadows surged, their forms collapsing into the bell's light. The specters wailed, their voices blending into the toll as they dissolved into nothingness. The light from the bell grew blinding, consuming everything in the belfry. Nathaniel felt the ground give way beneath him, his body weightless as he fell into the darkness. The child's voice echoed around him, soft and filled with gratitude. Double quotes. Thank you. Nathaniel closed his eyes, his breath slowing as the light faded. When the sound finally stopped, the belfry was silent. The ninth bell hung motionless, its jagged surface dull and lifeless. The air was still, the oppressive weight that had once filled the tower now gone, but Nathaniel Croft was nowhere to be seen. The townsfolk found the bell tower the next morning, its stones cracked and its beams scorched as though by fire. The bells hung silent, their surfaces darkened and worn. In the center of the belfry, where the ninth bell had once glowed, they found a single object, Grayson's journal, its pages open to the final entry. To those who follow, the toll cannot be undone, the keeper must fall, and the bell must be silenced. But know this, the toll always returns. Guard it well, or let it be forgotten. The bells of the church never tolled again. The tower remained a relic, its doors sealed, its stairs crumbling with age. The townsfolk spoke of Nathaniel in hushed tones, his name becoming part of the church's lore. But on quiet nights, when the wind was still, some swore they could hear the faint toll of a bell, a sound that vibrated not in the air, but in their very souls. The ninth bell, though silenced, was never truly gone. The bell tower stood silent for months after Nathaniel Croft's disappearance. The townsfolk, wary of its dark history and the tolling they swore they could still hear on restless nights, avoided the church altogether. The whispers about Nathaniel's fate grew darker, each version of the tale more unsettling than the last. Some said he had been taken by the spirits he sought to silence. Others claimed he had willingly joined them, becoming part of the tower's cursed legacy, but none dared to climb the spiral staircase to see what lingered in the belfry. One stormy night, as lightning split the sky and rain lashed against the church's stone walls, the silence of the bell tower was broken. The ninth bell tolled. Its sound was faint but undeniable, a deep, resonant hum that sent a chill through the air. Those who heard it described the toll as mournful, almost like a cry for help. But beneath the sorrow was something sharper, an edge of anger that prickled against the skin, and with the toll came the whispers. Dot, 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 he promised. Dot, dot, the next morning, the townsfolk found the church doors open. The air inside was heavy, thick with the scent of damp stone and decay. The nave was eerily still, the shadows longer than they should have been. The whispers seemed to follow those who ventured inside, faint and elusive, weaving through the silence like a thread dot at the base of the bell tower staircase. They found a single set of footprints, muddy and fresh, leading upward. No one dared follow them. The whispers grew louder in the weeks that followed. Those who passed by the church after nightfall claimed they saw a flickering light in the belfry, a faint glow that pulsed like the beat of a heart. Some reported hearing footsteps on the spiral staircase, the sound heavy and deliberate, as though someone or something was pacing. The tolling of the ninth bell became more frequent. Each time it rang. The air in the town seemed to grow colder, the shadows darker, and with each toll, the whispers grew angrier. Dot, dot, he failed. Dot, dot, he betrayed me. Dot, dot. One by one, the townsfolk began to experience strange occurrences. The baker awoke to find soot stains on his hands. Those ovens had been cold for days. The seamstress found a locket on her workbench, its edges charred and its clasp rusted shut. And the innkeeper's wife, while closing the shutters one evening, swore she saw the shadow of a child standing in the churchyard, staring up at the bell-dashed tower. The whispers followed her home, their voices threading through her thoughts as she tried to sleep. Dot, 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 justice. Dot, dot, vengeance. Dot, dot. The child's presence grew stronger. Those who dared to pass the church at night often caught glimpses of her shadow in the windows, her small figure flickering in the dim light of the storm lanterns. She appeared at the edge of dreams, her voice, soft and plaintive, calling out for those who had wronged her. Dot, dot, he promised. Dot, dot, he hurt me. Dot, dot. The anger in her voice was palpable now, her sorrow sharpening into something vengeful. The child was no longer asking for peace. She wanted revenge. One fateful evening, the bell tower doors were found ajar. A group of townsfolk, emboldened by the growing fear that gripped the community, decided to investigate. They climbed the spiral staircase, their lanterns casting erratic shadows on the stone walls. The air grew colder as they ascended, the faint hum of the ninth bell vibrating through the floor. When they reached the belfry, The sight that awaited them froze them in their tracks. The ninth bell hung in the center of the room, its jagged edges gleaming faintly in the lantern light. Beneath it lay the broken remains of Nathaniel Croft's lantern, its glass shattered, its handle warped by fire dot, and standing before the bell was the shadow of the child. The townsfolk recoiled as the child's figure turned to face them. Her eyes, hollow and glowing faintly, locked onto theirs. Double quotes. He failed me. You all failed me. Her voice was no longer soft. It was sharp, filled with anger and betrayal. The belfry seemed to groan under the weight of her fury, the walls trembling as her voice echoed through the tower. The ninth bell began to hum, its resonance growing louder with each passing moment. The air vibrated with an unrelenting force, the sound pressing against their chests like a physical weight. Double quotes. You let him hurt me. You let him lie. The child stepped closer, her shadow stretching toward the group. The townsfolk fled, their screams echoing down the spiral staircase. The bell tower shuddered as the ninth bell tolled, its sound reverberating through the town like a wave of cold despair. By the time they reached the churchyard, the whispers had subsided, leaving only silence in their wake. The belfry light flickered and went dark, and the church doors slammed shut with a deafening finality. From that night onward, the church was abandoned. The bell tower became a place of dread, its shadow looming over the town like a specter. The whispers continued, faint but persistent, threading through the air on restless nights. The child's presence lingered, her anger bound to the tower, her vengeance unfinished. And the ninth bell, though silent, waited for the next keeper to rise. The bell tower loomed over the town, its silhouette sharp against the night sky. The churchyard was overgrown now, the weeds choking the gravestones and the crumbling path leading to the bell tower doors. The once proud structure had become a monument to fear, its shadow stretching long and dark over the town. Nathaniel Croft's name was whispered only in fear, a ghost story told in hushed tones. Yet his presence remained, felt in the cold wind that swept through the streets and the faint, rhythmic hum that seemed to rise from the earth on quiet nights. And the ninth bell waited. One cold evening, a light flickered in the belfry. It was faint at first, barely visible through the grime-streaked windows. But as the hours passed, it grew stronger, a steady glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. The townsfolk noticed it immediately. Those brave enough to step outside their homes felt the air grow colder, the shadows deeper. The whispers returned, threading through the wind with an almost jubilant tone. It is time, the keeper must rise. Inside the tower, the silence was absolute. The ninth bell hung in the center of the belfry, its jagged surface dark and motionless. The other bells, once grand and imposing, seemed diminished in its presence. Nathaniel's shadow lingered near the bell, its form faint and fractured. His features were indistinct, his outline barely visible against the shifting darkness. The whispers coiled around him, urging him forward. Double quotes. Keeper. The toll must be silenced, ... The child's shadow appeared at the edge of the room, her small figure flickering in the faint light. Her voice was soft now, stripped of its anger, tinged with sorrow, ... You tried. But it's not enough, ... Nathaniel's shadow turned to face her. His voice, though faint, was steady. What more can I give? I struck the toll. I gave myself to silence it. The child's gaze lifted to the 9th bell. It is not silenced. It waits for you ... or another. The toll cannot end until it is forgotten. Nathaniel's shadow approached. The bell, his movements deliberate. The whispers surged, their voices weaving into a mournful harmony ... Thy tit. Let the keeper's toll be the last ... Nathaniel's hand reached out, brushing the cold surface of the bell. The jagged edges seemed to shimmer, faint lines of crimson light pulsing beneath the metal. He turned to the child's shadow. If I strike it again, will it be over? Her figure wavered, her voice trembling. It will be over for you. But the bell will wait. It always waits. The 9th bell began to hum, its resonance building. The walls of the belfry groaned under the weight of the sound, the vibrations reverberating through the tower. Nathaniel raised the mallet, his shadow trembling as he prepared to strike. The whispers reached a crescendo, their voices blending into a single, unrelenting command, ... Silence. The toll ... Keeper ... Let it end ... With one final breath, Nathaniel struck the 9th bell. The sound that erupted was deafening, a wave of force that tore through the tower. The walls cracked, the wooden beams splintering as the bell's tone resonated through the air. Nathaniel's shadow dissolved into the light, his form breaking apart like smoke caught in a strong wind. The child's shadow lingered for a moment longer, her voice soft and full of relief. ... Thank you. ... The light from the 9th bell grew blinding, consuming the belfry and the tower in its radiance. When the light faded, the bell tower was no more in its place stood a crumbled ruin, the stones scattered and overgrown with weeds. The 9th bell was gone, its jagged surface reduced to ash. The townsfolk, drawn by the sound, stood at the edge of the churchyard, staring at the ruins in silence. The whispers had ceased, the oppressive weight that had lingered over the town. For generations now lifted ... but the wind carried a faint echo sound so soft it was almost imperceptible. The toll of a bell, distant and mournful, fading into the night. The keeper's toll had ended, but the bell would wait. For as long as the story of the 9th bell was told, its toll would endure, waiting for the next keeper to rise. The ruins of the bell tower became a place of quiet reverence. Though the church itself remained abandoned, the townsfolk often found themselves drawn to the site, standing at its edges, staring at the crumbled stones, as if listening for something. Air was different, now lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. Yet on certain nights, when the wind blew just right, a faint sound would drift through the town, the soft toll of a bell, distant and sorrowful, barely more than a whisper. No one spoke of it openly, but the sound lingered in their hearts. Children, forbidden from playing near the ruins, dared each other to sneak closer. Their laughter silenced the moment they crossed the threshold of the churchyard. They would describe feeling cold, even on warm days, and hearing faint voices calling their names. The braver ones swore. They saw shadows moving among the stones, flickering shapes that seemed to watch them before disappearing into the crumbled remains of the tower. And always there was the bell. Did you hear it? They would ask each other, their voices hushed. It tolled again. Over time, the story of Nathaniel Croft and the ninth bell became part of the town's lore. The elders told it as a cautionary tale of the caretaker who dared to confront the darkness within the bell tower, only to be claimed by it. The younger generation listened with wide eyes, their imaginations filling in the gaps of what had happened that final night. Why didn't he destroy the bell? One child asked. Because he couldn't. An elder replied. The bell wasn't just a thing. It was a call, and as long as someone remembers it, the call will always return. The ruins became overgrown with time, the stones swallowed by ivy and moss. But no one touched the site, not even to clear the weeds. It was as if the town understood deep down that the ruins were more than just a pile of rocks. They were a monument to what had happened and a warning of what could happen. Again, occasionally, travelers passing through would ask about the old churchyard, drawn by the eerie beauty of its overgrown state. The townsfolk would hesitate before answering, their voices careful. It's best not to linger there, they would say. The bell might call to you. Decades passed and the town changed. New roads were built, new homes rose, and the churchyard became a forgotten relic of the past. But the story of the ninth bell endured. It was whispered at campfires, shared in low tones by children who had never set foot in the churchyard. And though few dared to approach the ruins, all knew the sound when they heard it, a single toll, faint and distant, that seemed to rise from the earth itself. One night, under a sky heavy with stars, a young woman stood at the edge of the churchyard. She had grown up hearing the stories, her childhood filled with the warnings and whispered fears of her elders. But something had drawn her here, an inexplicable pull she could not ignore. The wind was still, the air heavy with silence. The ruins loomed before her, dark and crumbling, their edges blurred by the encroaching ivy. She stepped forward, her heart pounding, her footsteps soft against the overgrown grass. The air grew colder as she approached the center of the ruins, and then she heard it dot the toll of the ninth bell, faint and mournful, rising from the silence like a sigh. The woman froze, her breath catching in her throat. The sound resonated through her, low and deep, carrying with it a sense of both sorrow and longing. The whispers began, faint but unmistakable. Dot, dot, keeper, dot, dot, rise, dot, dot. The bell waited. Its toll would never truly fade, as long as the story endured. The whispers would call, the shadows would stir, and the ruins would stand as a reminder of the price paid by those who dared to confront the darkness. And when the time came, the keeper would rise again, for the bell would always wait.
Story 3.
The road to Bloodwood was narrower than Evelyn remembered, bordered by dense trees that seemed to grow closer with every mile. The car jostled over roots and uneven gravel, her suitcase thudding softly against the trunk with each bump. She tightened her grip on the steering wheel, the leather slick under her clammy palms taut. It had been nearly 20 years since she'd last set foot here, but the memories came flooding back as though she had never left. She remembered summers spent chasing fireflies in the fields, the way the air hung heavy with the scent of magnolias, and the oppressive silence that settled over the house at night as the road curved sharply. The first glimpse of Bloodwood came into view. The plantation house loomed in the distance, its peeling white columns stark against the tangled overgrowth that had consumed the grounds. What once was pristine now stood as a crumbling relic, its windows dark and lifeless, her breath. Hitched, the house hadn't changed much, but it felt different. Smaller somehow, though no less imposing. It was as if the land itself was rejecting her presence, pushing her back toward the trees. Evelyn pulled the car to a stop at the edge of the long, gravel driveway. She stepped out, the air cool and sharp against her skin. The world was silent, except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The field to her left, once filled with cotton, was now a sea of wild grasses and weeds. To her right, the dilapidated barn sagged inward, its roof collapsed like a tired sigh. "This place has seen better days," she muttered under her breath. Her suitcase wheels snagged on the uneven ground as she approached the house. The porch groaned under her weight, and the scent of rot hit her the moment she reached the door. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the tarnished brass doorknob. A memory surfaced unbidden, her mother standing at this very door, her face stern as she reminded Evelyn to always wipe her feet before stepping inside. But her mother was long gone now. Just like everyone else, the door creaked open, and Evelyn stepped into the dim foyer. Dust motes floated lazily in the air, catching the weak sunlight streaming through a cracked window. The grand staircase stretched upward, its banister warped and splintered. The chandelier above, once a symbol of her family's wealth, hung, crooked, its crystals coated in grime. "Home, sweet home," Evelyn whispered, though the words tasted bitter. The parlor was as she remembered it, though time had left its mark. The faded wallpaper, once a deep emerald green, now peeled in long strips, revealing the plaster beneath. The piano in the corner was missing several keys, and the heavy curtains drooped like wilted flowers. Evelyn's footsteps echoed as she crossed the room, her eyes drawn to the fireplace. Above it hung the family portrait she'd grown up with, the faces of her ancestors staring down at her with an intensity that made her stomach churn. Her great-grandfather, the patriarch, stood at the center, his expression cold and commanding. Her great-grandmother sat beside him, her face softer but no less stern. Evelyn's gaze drifted to the shadows beneath the staircase. Something about the space seemed darker than it should have been, as if the shadows were alive, shifting just beyond the edges of her vision. That night, as Evelyn unpacked her suitcase in the upstairs bedroom, the house seemed to settle around her. The creaks and groans of the old wood were constant, a reminder that she was not alone, not entirely. She set the family journal on the knitstand, its leather cover cracked with age. The words "Bloodwood's death" still lingered in her mind. Though she didn't know what they meant, she reached for the lamp, but before her fingers could touch the switch, the bulb flickered out. A chill ran down her spine. The room fell into complete darkness, save for the faint sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtains. Evelyn turned toward the mirror on the dresser and froze. A figure stood behind her. Not her reflection, but something else entirely. It was a woman, her face pale and expressionless, her eyes hollow and unblinking. Before Evelyn could scream, The woman vanished, leaving only her own terrified face staring back at her. Evelyn woke to the sound of faint footsteps echoing down the hall. The room was cold, the kind of chill that seeped into the bones and refused to leave. She sat up slowly, her breath visible in the icy air. The old clock on the dresser read 3:13. It's ticking unnaturally loud in the silence. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming. But then the sound came again, soft, deliberate, and closer this time. She threw off the covers and stepped onto the cold floorboards, her bare feet, feeling every groove and splinter. The house seemed alive around her, groaning as if it could sense her hesitation. She opened the door to the hallway, the shadows stretching long and uneven in the dim moonlight spilling through a cracked window. "Hello?" Her voice sounded, small, swallowed by the house's emptiness. No answer. The footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving only the distant rustle of leaves outside. Evelyn stood still, listening, her heart hammering against her ribs. She moved toward the staircase, gripping the banister as she descended into the oppressive dark. Each step creaked under her weight, the sound amplifying her unease. The parlor was as she'd left it earlier, untouched and heavy with the scent of decay. The family portrait above the fireplace seemed to watch her every move, the painted eyes glinting faintly in the dim light. A faint sound drew her attention to the library door, a low, rhythmic tapping. It was subtle, almost like fingernails on wood. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the doorknob, before pushing it open. The library was a cavern of shadow and silence. Dust coated every surface, and the once grand shelves sagged under the weight of forgotten books. At the center of the room stood a small writing desk, its surface littered with papers and an old journal. The tapping stopped the moment she entered. Evelyn approached the desk slowly, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. She reached out and opened the journal, its yellowed pages brittle under her fingertips. The handwriting was faint and spidery, but the words leapt out at her. Bloodwood's debt cannot be ignored. The ground remembers. The walls speak. The chains hold. Her stomach clenched as a cold breeze swept through the room, lifting the edges of the papers on the desk. The lamp above her flickered once, casting erratic shadows across the walls. She turned sharply, and for the briefest moment, she saw them shadows of people moving silently between the shelves. They were faint, almost transparent, their forms, bending and shifting like smoke. One paused, turning toward her with an expression that pierced her to her core. Its mouth opened, but no sound came out. The lamp flickered again, and the shadows were gone. The library fell silent once more. Evelyn backed away from the desk, her breath coming in short gasps. Her foot hit something hard, and she looked down, to see a brass key lying on the floor, its surface tarnished and scratched. She picked it up, the metal cold against her skin. Before she could think about what to do next, a sharp knock echoed through the house. It came from the front door, loud and insistent, breaking the suffocating silence. Evelyn turned toward the sound, gripping the key tightly in her hand. She crossed the parlor quickly, her bare feet slapping against the floorboards. The knocking continued, relentless, as though whoever was on the other side would break down the door if she didn't answer. When she opened it, the porch was empty. The air outside was thick with mist, the surrounding trees barely visible through the fog. The gravel driveway stretched out into the darkness, untouched. Evelyn stepped onto the porch, her arms wrapping around herself for warmth, and peered into the night. There was no one there, as she turned to go back inside. Her eyes caught movement near the edge of the fields. A figure stood motionless among the wild grasses, its outline blurred by the fog. Evelyn squinted, trying to make out any features, but the figure didn't move. It simply stood there, watching her. Her skin prickled with fear as she backed into the house and slammed the door. Shut. The echo of the slam reverberated through the empty halls, but the house remained silent. Evelyn leaned against the door, her heart racing. The key in her hand felt heavier now, as though it carried its own weight of history. She looked down at it, the tarnished surface glinting faintly in the dim light. The journal's words echoed in her mind. The chains hold. She wasn't sure what the key was meant to unlock, but she knew one thing for certain: she wasn't alone in Bloodwood. The morning sunlight filtered weakly through the cracked and dusty windows, doing little to chase away the oppressive heaviness that hung over Bloodwood. Evelyn sat at the kitchen table, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had long since gone cold. The events of the previous night haunted her. The footsteps in the hallway, the voices, the journal's cryptic warnings, and the brass key that now sat before her on the weathered oak table. The key's tarnished surface seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light, drawing her gaze. She hadn't slept. How could she? Every creak of the old house had sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to stretch just a little too far. Bloodwood was alive in a way she couldn't yet explain, and its presence loomed larger with each passing moment. Her phone buzzed suddenly, shattering the silence. The sharp sound startled her, and she nearly spilled the mug as she fumbled for the phone. The name on the screen read Mr. Aldridge, the family lawyer who had overseen her inheritance of the estate. His voice, low and deliberate, always carried an undercurrent of detachment, as if he dealt with too many haunted properties and fractured families to be surprised by much. She hesitated before answering, bracing herself. "Hello? Miss Grace?" came Aldridge's clipped voice. "Good morning. I trust you've settled in at Bloodwood?" Evelyn looked around the gloomy kitchen, the peeling paint on the walls, and the damp scent of mildew making her stomach churn. Settled wasn't the word she would have used. "I single quotes may ... adjusting," she said carefully. Aldridge's tone remained neutral. "That's good to hear. I wanted to remind you about the documents we discussed during our last meeting. The ones detailing the estate's history, finances, and most importantly, the boundaries of your legal responsibilities." She frowned. "You mean the records my great-grandfather kept?" "Yes, among other things. They should be in the study. Have you had a chance to review them?" Evelyn glanced toward the hallway, the memory of the library's unsettling shadows flickering in her mind. Not ... completely. Aldridge paused, his tone turning slightly more measured. "I must stress the importance of understanding what you've inherited, Miss Grace. Bloodwood carries a weight that is both financial and, dare I say, historical. It's vital that you grasp the full scope of your position." Her grip on the phone tightened. "What aren't you telling me?" The line crackled faintly, as though Aldridge were considering his next words carefully. "The plantation has ... a reputation. I believe you're already aware of some of its darker aspects. The locals may seem tight-lipped, but their silence often speaks volumes. I suggest you tread carefully." His words hung in the air like a warning. Evelyn swallowed hard, unsure how to respond. "Thanks for the advice," she managed finally. "One more thing," Aldridge added, his voice lowering. "Have you noticed anything unusual? The house can be ... unpredictable." Evelyn froze, her pulse quickening. Unpredictable? Aldridge hesitated again. Old homes have a way of holding onto their pasts, especially ones as storied as Bloodwood. If you need assistance, or if you decide to sell the property sooner than expected, don't hesitate to call. Before she could press him for more details, the line went dead. She stared at the phone, frustration bubbling in her chest. Aldridge clearly knew more than he was letting on, and his cryptic remarks only deepened the pit of unease growing in her stomach. Evelyn set the phone down, her eyes drifting back to the key on the table. It felt like it was waiting for her to act a silent challenge she couldn't ignore. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Grabbing the key, she headed down the hall toward the study. The house seemed to hold its breath as she walked, the air thick with expectation. The study door creaked as she pushed it open, the familiar scent of aged paper and wood polish enveloping her. The desk at the center of the room was a monument to her family's past, its surface cluttered with ledgers, journals, and envelopes sealed with brittle wax. She sifted through the pile, her fingers brushing against the crumbling edges of parchment. Among the papers, she found a bundle tied with a faded red ribbon. The knot slipped easily, revealing a stack of yellowed documents. The first page was a ledger detailing the plantation's profits and expenses during the 1800s. Her stomach turned as she read the entries, figures coldly listing the purchase and sale of human lives alongside tools and livestock. Her great-grandfather's name appeared frequently, his neat signature looping at the bottom of each transaction. The next page was different. It was a handwritten letter dated 1894, addressed to her great-grandmother, Marguerite. The ink had faded, but the words were legible enough to make Evelyn's chest tighten as she read. Marguerite, the house grows restless. They are not content. They whisper at night, their chains rattling in the halls. I have tried to ignore them, but their cries seep into my dreams. I fear Bloodwood will one day demand more than I can give. I hope you will understand the sacrifices I've made to protect us, but know this. The ground remembers, even if we choose to forget. The letter ended abruptly, as though the writer had been interrupted. Evelyn stared at the page, her hands trembling. The weight of her family's sins pressed down on her, suffocating and unrelenting. A sudden noise broke her thoughts, a soft, metallic clink. She turned sharply, her eyes scanning the room. The desk drawer, slightly ajar, emitted another faint sound, like the shifting of chains. Heart pounding. She reached for the drawer and pulled it open. Inside lay an old iron lockbox, its surface corroded with rust. The brass key in her hand seemed to hum with an energy she couldn't explain. She fit the key into the lock, her breath hitching as it turned smoothly. The lid creaked open, revealing a bundle of papers, a small glass bottle filled with dark liquid, and a tarnished silver locket. She lifted the locket first, its weight surprising for its size. Inside was a portrait of a woman she didn't recognize, her features sharp and weary. Her eyes filled with something Evelyn could only describe as defiance. The papers beneath the locket told a darker story. They were confessions fragments of a diary written in her great-grandfather's hand, each page stained and torn. The entries spoke of unrest among the enslaved, violent punishments, and a growing paranoia that the land itself was turning against him. One line stood out, sending a chill down Evelyn's spine. The chains hold them, but the ground will not forget. Bloodwood watches, Bloodwood waits. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as she read the words. A shadow shifted in the corner of her vision, and she looked up sharply. For a moment, she thought she saw a figure standing by the window, man with hollow eyes and a face etched with sorrow. But when she blinked, the figure was gone, the house groaned softly as if acknowledging her discovery. Evelyn's grip tightened on the locket, her mind spinning with questions. Bloodwood was more than just a decaying estate. It was a monument to pain, built on the suffering of countless lives, and now it was hers. The hours after Evelyn's discovery in the study passed in a haze. The rusted lockbox and its contents sat on the desk, demanding her attention, but she couldn't bring herself to touch them again. The locket, now heavy in her pocket, felt like an accusation, its weight growing with every step she took away from the study. She wandered the halls of Bloodwood, the air thick with memories that weren't her own. The house seemed larger than she remembered, its corridors stretching endlessly into shadows. The faded wallpaper, peeling in long strips, revealed patches of wood beneath wood that seemed darker, almost bruised, as though it carried the weight of the house's history. She paused at the parlor door, her gaze drifting to the family portrait above the fireplace. Her great-grandfather's stern expression bore down on her, his painted eyes cold and unyielding. Her great-grandmother's softer features were almost lost in the portrait's dim, cracked varnish. Evelyn couldn't shake the feeling that the figures in the painting had shifted slightly, their gazes sharper than before. The sound of footsteps broke her reverie. She turned quickly, her heart pounding, but the hallway behind her was empty. Still, the sound continued, faint but deliberate, moving just beyond the edge of her vision. She followed it, her bare feet soundless against the floorboards, her breathing shallow. The footsteps led her to the back of the house, to a door she hadn't opened since her arrival. It was plain compared to the others, its wood scarred and splintered, as though it had been clawed at from both sides. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the doorknob. The brass key in her pocket seemed to hum faintly, as if urging her forward. The knob turned easily, and the door creaked open to reveal a narrow staircase descending into darkness. A damp, earthy smell wafted up to greet her, and she instinctively covered her nose. Evelyn reached for the flashlight she had tucked into her waistband earlier. Switching it on, the beam cut through the shadows, revealing rough stone walls and steps worn smooth by time. She descended cautiously, her free hand brushing against the cold stone for balance. The basement was larger than she'd expected, its low ceiling supported by thick wooden beams that looked as though they might collapse at any moment. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of mildew and something sharper metallic, like rusted iron. The beam of her flashlight swept across the room, landing on a series of large wooden crates stacked against one wall. She approached them, her footsteps echoing softly. The crates were sealed with thick nails, their surfaces marked with faded stencils that read Bloodwood Plantation minus 1873. A sudden sound made her freeze. It was faint at first, like the rustle of fabric, but it grew louder, echoing through the basement. Evelyn turned sharply, her flashlight sweeping the room. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, a low, rhythmic rattling, like chains being dragged across the stone floor. Her breath caught in her throat as the beam landed. On the far corner of the basement, there, partially obscured by shadows, was a figure. It was tall and thin, its form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. The chains around its wrists and ankles glinted faintly in the flashlight's beam, their links stretching into the darkness behind it. The figure's face was blurred, indistinct, but its eyes dark and piercing, fixed on her with an intensity that made her legs tremble. Who are you? Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised a hand, its finger pointing toward the crates. Evelyn's hands shook as she turned toward the crates, her flashlight beam flickering. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but something kept her rooted in place, a pull she couldn't explain, as though the basement itself wouldn't let her leave without a bang. She approached the nearest crate, her heart pounding. A crowbar lay discarded nearby, its metal rusted but sturdy. She picked it up, its weight cold and unfamiliar in her hands. With trembling hands, she wedged the crowbar under the lid of the crate and pried it open. The nails groaned in protest before giving way, the lid falling to the ground with a heavy thud. Inside were chains. Hundreds of them. They were rusted and tangled, their links heavy and worn with use. Some bore shackles, their interiors lined with the faintest traces of dried blood. Evelyn's stomach turned, bile rising in her throat as the reality of what she was seeing settled over her. The chains seemed to hum faintly, vibrating against one another as though they were alive. The sound of movement behind her made her whip around, the flashlight jerking in her hand. The figure was closer now, its chains dragging behind it, the sound filling the basement. "Why are you showing me this?" Evelyn asked, her voice breaking. "What do you want from me?" The figure raised its hand again, this time pointing. At her dot, the chains in the crate began to move, shifting like a nest of serpents. One coiled upward, its shackle snapping open with a sharp metallic clang. Evelyn stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. The basement plunged into darkness. She scrambled to pick up the flashlight, her fingers fumbling over the cold stone. When she finally found it and switched it back on, the figure was gone. The chains lay still, as if they had never moved. But Evelyn knew better. Her chest heaved as she climbed the stairs, the flashlight beams shaking wildly. She didn't look back. The door slammed shut behind her, and she pressed her back against it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The house was silent again, but the weight of what she had seen lingered, pressing against her like a shroud dot. The chains weren't just relics, they were a warning. Evelyn sat on the edge of her bed, staring out the window at the expanse of overgrown fields that stretched beyond the plantation. The morning sun did little to lift the oppressive weight of Bloodwood's presence. Her fingers traced the tarnished locket in her lap, its delicate etching faded but still visible. She hadn't been able to sleep, not after the basement, not after the chains dot her mind, churned with questions, fragments of thoughts, and images that refused to leave her alone. The figure in the basement, its accusatory stare, the sound of chains dragging across stone, they had become more than memories. They felt like warnings, relentless and insistent. A sharp knock at the door startled her. She tensed, her breath catching in her throat. For a moment, she didn't move, the sound of the knock reverberating through the house. It wasn't the front door this time. It was the door to her bedroom. "Who's there?" She called out, her voice shaky dot, no response. She stood slowly, the locket still clutched in her hand. The floor creaked beneath her as she stepped toward the door. Her fingers hesitated on the knob, her heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, she turned it and opened the door. The hallway was empty. Evelyn exhaled shakily, her grip tightening on the locket. She stepped into the hallway, her eyes scanning the shadows that clung to the corners. The house was unnervingly quiet, the kind of silence that felt alive, as if it were waiting. Her gaze fell to the floor, and her stomach lurched. A single chain link, rusted and heavy, lay in the center of the hallway. It hadn't been there before. Bending down, she picked it up carefully, its surface rough and cold against her fingers. The metallic scent of rust filled her nose, bringing with it a wave of nausea. She stood, holding the chain link like evidence, and looked toward the far end of the hallway. The door to the study was ajar. She hadn't left it that way. The heavy stillness of the house seemed to press in on her. As she approached the study, her steps slow and deliberate. The door creaked open further as she pushed it, revealing the dimly lit room. The desk was just as she'd left it, the rusted lockbox sitting open, its contents undisturbed. The locket's absence was noticeable, a void in the collection of artifacts, but something new had appeared. On the desk, spread out neatly, was a series of photographs. Evelyn stepped closer, her pulse quickening as she picked one up. The photograph was faded and grainy, but the image was clear enough to send a chill through her dot. It was a group of enslaved people, standing in a line in front of the Bloodwood house. Their faces were solemn, their postures rigid, their eyes heavy with despair. At the center of the group stood a tall man with a whip coiled at his side, his expression cold and unyielding. Evelyn recognized him immediately. Her great-grandfather. Her hands trembled as she set the photograph down and picked up another. This one was of a single woman seated on the steps of the plantation house. She was dressed in simple clothing, her hair tied back, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. Evelyn stared at the woman's face, a flicker of familiarity tugging at her memory. It was the same woman from the locket. Her chest tightened as she examined the photograph more closely. There was something defiant in the woman's posture, something that set her apart from the others. Evelyn turned the photograph over, hoping for a clue. Written in faded ink on the back was a single word: Ruth. The name echoed in her mind, stirring a sense of recognition she couldn't place. Who was Ruth? Why was her photograph kept here, hidden among the relics of Bloodwood's past? And why had she been shown the locket, the chains, the crate? A faint rustling sound drew her attention to the corner of the room. She froze, the photograph still in her hand, as the shadows near the window seemed to shift. Her breath caught as a figure began to take shape, tall and thin, its edges blurred like smoke. Its chains clinked softly as it moved, the sound filling the room. The figure stepped closer, and Evelyn backed away instinctively. Its form was clearer now, more solid. She could see the hollows of its face, the deep-set eyes that burned with an intensity that made her shiver. It raised a hand, pointing toward the desk. Evelyn's gaze followed the motion, landing on a small leather-bound book she hadn't noticed before. It was tucked beneath the photographs, its edges frayed with age. The figure remained still, its chains rattling faintly as it waited. Her hands shook as she reached for the book, her fingers brushing against the worn leather. The moment she touched it, the figure disappeared, leaving only the faint scent of smoke in the air. Evelyn opened the book carefully, the brittle pages crackling under her touch. The handwriting inside was neat but hurried, as though written by someone desperate to record their thoughts before it was too late. The first entry read, "Bloodwood is more than a home. It is a graveyard. The chains are not just iron, they are memory. They hold what we tried to forget, but the ground remembers, and it will not rest." Her vision blurred as she read the words, the weight of their meaning pressing down on her. This was her great-grandmother Marguerite's journal, the one she'd hoped to find when she first arrived. And it was already clear that it wasn't just a record of Bloodwood's history, it was a confession. Evelyn turned the page, the words growing more frantic. Ruth ... She knows. She knows what we did. She knows the promises we broke, the lives we ruined. She comes to me at night, her eyes full of fire, her voice like the wind. She will not forgive us, nor should she. Bloodwood's debt will come due, and I fear we cannot pay it. The entry ended abruptly, the ink smudged as though Marguerite's hand had faltered. Evelyn's stomach churned as the pieces began to fall into place. Ruth was not just a name. She was a force, a presence tied to the land in a way that transcended death. And Evelyn's family had wronged her in ways she couldn't yet understand. A sudden cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the faint light from the window. Evelyn's heart raced as the shadows seemed to deepen, enveloping her. The journal's pages fluttered wildly, as if an unseen hand were turning them. When they stopped, a single word was scrawled across the open page: atonement. The house groaned, its walls shuddering faintly, and Evelyn knew one thing for certain. Bloodwood was not finished with her. The air in Bloodwood grew heavier by the hour, as if the house itself were closing in on Evelyn. The walls seemed closer, the shadows longer, and every creak of the floorboards sounded deliberate, purposeful. The journal and photographs sat spread across the study desk, but Evelyn couldn't bring herself to touch them again. She stood by the window, staring out at the fields. The overgrowth waved faintly in the breeze, a stark contrast to the stillness that pressed against her chest. Ruth's name echoed in her mind, a drumbeat of accusation. She knows. She comes to me at night. Evelyn closed her eyes, hoping to quiet her thoughts. But the memories of the basement, the chains, and the figure, with its hollow gaze, returned with even greater clarity. She opened her eyes quickly, her breathing shallow. She needed to leave. The idea struck her as both absurd and completely logical. Whatever was happening here, whatever Bloodwood wanted, she wasn't sure she could handle it. The journal's warnings, the photographs and the shadows, they were all signs she didn't belong. But where could she go? Bloodwood wasn't just a place. It was her inheritance. Its history, its weight, its blood, all of it tied to her. As uncheckable as her own shadow, a loud crash from the kitchen jarred her from her thoughts. She jumped, her heart leaping into her throat. The sound echoed through the house, sharp and final, like a door slamming shut. She grabbed the flashlight from the desk, her hand trembling as she turned it on. The beam cut through the gloom, but the light did little to chase away the foreboding that filled the air. "Who's there?" She called out, her voice cracking. No answer. She stepped cautiously into the hallway, the flashlight beam bobbing as her grip tightened. The house groaned softly, the sound coming from all around her, as though the walls themselves were shifting. The kitchen door was ajar. She pushed it open, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The room was empty, but the cast iron skillet that had been hanging on the wall was now on the floor, spinning slightly as though it had just fallen. Her brow furrowed as she stepped closer, the beam of the flashlight steady on the pan. It had been securely fastened earlier. She'd checked when she arrived. There was no reason for it to fall. As she bent to pick it up, the temperature in the room plummeted. Her breath fogged in the air, and the flashlight flickered briefly before going out. Panic gripped her as she fumbled with the switch. "Come on," she muttered, shaking it. The light sputtered back to life. But when it did, she froze. The walls were different. Where the peeling wallpaper had once been, there were now crude, dark shapes scrawled across the surface. They twisted and writhed, forming symbols she couldn't recognize. The shapes moved, faintly at first, then more deliberately, as though alive. Evelyn stepped back, her chest tightening. Her flashlight beam followed the symbols as they snaked toward the ceiling, converging into a single, unmistakable word: Ruth. The room spun as a low, guttural sound filled the air. It was like a growl, but deeper, resonating in her chest. She turned toward the source of the noise, the beam of her flashlight shaking wildly, and gasped. Ruth was standing in the doorway. She wasn't like the figure in the basement, blurred and insubstantial. This was Ruth in full form, her presence filling the kitchen with an intensity that made the air hum. Her dress was tattered, the fabric hanging loosely from her thin frame, and her eyes burned with a fiery resolve. Evelyn's legs felt rooted to the floor, her breath caught in her throat. She wanted to speak, to scream, to run, but all she could do was stare. Ruth raised a hand slowly, her movements deliberate. Her fingers pointed toward the table in the center of the kitchen, where the faint outline of an object began to take shape. Evelyn followed her gaze, her heart pounding. The outline solidified into a single item, a leather-bound book, its cover scorched and blackened, the journal. "No," Evelyn whispered, shaking her head. "I've already seen it." "I already know." Ruth's expression hardened, her finger unwavering. The growling sound intensified, and the walls began to shake. Plates rattled in the cupboards, and the skillet on the floor spun wildly, as if caught in a vortex. Evelyn stepped toward the table, her movements slow and reluctant. The closer she got to the journal, the stronger the pull became, as though the book itself were alive. When she reached it, her hand hovered over the cover. The leather was warm to the touch, almost pulsing beneath her fingertips. She opened it slowly, the brittle pages crackling like dry leaves. The first page was blank, but as she turned to the second, words began to appear. They formed slowly, the ink seeping up from the page, as though written by an invisible hand. You cannot leave. The debt is yours now. Her breath hitched as the words shifted, rearranging themselves into a new message. Find the tree. The growling stopped abruptly, leaving the kitchen in an eerie, unnatural silence. Evelyn turned to look at Ruth, but the apparition was gone. She stood alone in the dimly lit room, the journal still open in her hands. Her legs felt weak, and she sank into the nearest chair, her mind spinning. The tree. The words repeated in her mind, insistent and urgent. She didn't know what tree the journal meant, but something deep inside her knew she had to find it. It wasn't just Bloodwood's history at stake anymore, Dot, it was hers. The morning sunlight poured weakly through the kitchen window, but its warmth did little to dispel the cold that lingered in Evelyn's chest. She sat at the kitchen table, the scorched journal still in her hands, its cryptic command etched into her mind. Find the tree. Her fingers traced the worn leather of the cover, her thoughts racing. She had seen no such tree on the overgrown plantation grounds, no single marker of significance, no landmark that seemed tied to the spirits that haunted her. And yet, Bloodwood's presence was undeniable, its whispers constant, its weight unrelenting. Dot. Evelyn stood, her movements deliberate, and glanced out the window. The field stretched out before her, wild and unkempt, the tall grasses swaying slightly in the breeze. Somewhere out there, she felt, was the answer she needed. She grabbed her jacket from the back of a chair and headed outside, the journal tucked under her arm. The front porch groaned under her weight as she stepped onto it, the wood splintering slightly beneath her boots. The air smelled damp and earthy, the faint aroma of decay mingling with the sweetness of the morning dew. She made her way toward the edge of the property, her steps slow and deliberate. The wild grasses brushed against her legs, and the air grew colder the farther she ventured. The plantation's fields were vast, their boundaries marked only by the remnants of an old fence that had long since fallen into disrepair. Evelyn scanned the horizon, searching for anything that stood out, a tree, a marker, a sign. But the land was unyielding in its sameness, an expanse of tangled weeds and brambles. She stopped and turned in a slow circle, frustration building in her chest. Where are you? She muttered, clutching the journal tightly. The wind picked up suddenly, whipping her hair into her face. She shielded her eyes, her heart skipping as the journal in her hand seemed to pulse faintly, its leather warm against her skin, and then she saw it dot in the distance, near the far edge of the field. A lone tree rose from the earth, its twisted branches stretched skyward, bare despite the season, its bark dark and cracked. It was a stark, unnatural thing, as if it had grown not from the soil, but from the weight of the land's grief. Evelyn's breath quickened. She hadn't seen the tree before, though she was certain she had looked in its direction more than once. It was as though the tree had revealed itself only now, summoned by her desperation. She moved toward it, her steps quickening despite the pull of dread in her chest. The grasses gave way to harder, rockier ground as she approached, and the air grew colder still. By the time she reached the base of the tree, her breath came in invisible puffs. The chill biting through her jacket. The tree loomed over her, its gnarled branches casting long, jagged shadows on the ground. She ran her fingers over the bark, its surface rough and uneven, and shivered as a faint vibration hummed beneath her touch. At the base of the tree was a shallow depression in the earth, almost like a grave. The soil was dark and loose, as if recently disturbed. Evelyn's stomach turned as she knelt beside it, the journal clutched tightly to her chest. What is this? She whispered, her voice barely audible. The wind howled in response, and the journal's pages fluttered open in her hands. She looked down and gasped as new words appeared on the blank page before her, written in jagged, uneven script. Unearth. The past. Evelyn's heart pounded as she stared at the message. She glanced around the field, half expecting Ruth to materialize again, her fiery gaze piercing through the morning light. But the land remained silent, the tree standing sentinel over its hidden secrets. Her hands trembled as she reached into the shallow depression, her fingers digging into the loose soil. The earth was cold and damp, clinging to her skin as she worked. She unearthed rocks and roots, each movement sending a shiver up her spine. After several minutes, her fingers brushed against something hard and metallic. She paused, her breath catching, and scraped away the remaining soil dot. It was a box. The metal was rusted and pitted, its surface streaked with dark stains. It was smaller than the lockbox she'd found in the study, but heavier, as though it held something of great importance. The lid was engraved with a single symbol, a chain, coiled into a circle, its links broken at one end. Evelyn lifted the box carefully, her arms straining under its unexpected weight. She placed it on the ground beside her and tried the lid, but it wouldn't budge. Her fingers searched for a latch or a keyhole, but there was none. The journal's pages fluttered again, and Evelyn looked down to see another message scrawled across the paper. Your hands are the key. Her stomach tightened as she set the journal aside and placed her hands on the lid. The metal was icy against her skin, sending a shock through her fingers. She pressed down, and the lid gave way with a loud groan, the hinges protesting as they opened for the first time in decades. Inside was a bundle of documents, yellowed with age, tied with a fraying black ribbon. Beneath them lay a single object, a small iron shackle, its interior lined with faint grooves worn smooth by time. Evelyn stared at the shackle, her throat tight. The weight of it was suffocating, a physical manifestation of the pain and suffering that had seeped into the land. She reached for the documents, her fingers brushing against the brittle paper. The top sheet bore a single line, written in bold, deliberate handwriting. Ruth was right. The air around her seemed to shift, growing heavier as she turned the page. Beneath it was a letter, dated 1859, written in her great-grandfather's hand. The words were careful, almost clinical, but they carried the weight of a confession. Her defiance will cost us everything. She will not yield, and so we must make her a warning. She is no longer a person, but a symbol of what happens when the chains are broken. Evelyn's hands shook as she read the letter, each word twisting, like a knife in her chest. Ruth hadn't just been enslaved. She had been punished for daring to fight back, for refusing to be silenced. The ground beneath her began to tremble, and the wind rose to a deafening roar. She looked up at the tree, its branches thrashing wildly, and gasped as a figure emerged. From the shadows, it was Ruth. Her eyes burned with fury, her chains dragging through the earth as she moved toward Evelyn. The air crackled with energy, and Evelyn felt a wave of heat wash over her, as if the very ground were on fire. Please, Evelyn whispered, tears streaming down her face. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to help. Ruth stopped. Inches from her, her fiery gaze locked on Evelyn's. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then Ruth raised her hand, pointing to the shackle in the box. Evelyn's breath hitched. What do you want me to do? Ruth's voice was like the wind, low and haunting. Finish what we could not. The wind died suddenly, and Ruth vanished, leaving Evelyn alone beneath the tree. The shackle gleamed faintly in the dim light, and Evelyn knew her journey was far from over. The shackle felt impossibly heavy in Evelyn's hands as she sat beneath the twisted tree, her knees sinking into the cold, damp earth. The iron was smooth in some places, worn from use, but the jagged grooves along the edges told of its cruel purpose. She turned it over slowly, the rusted metal biting into her fingers, her mind racing. Ruth's final words echoed in her ears. Finish what we could not. Evelyn's stomach churned. She knew Bloodwood held secret layers of history, buried beneath generations of silence and denial, but this was something more. The weight of the plantation's past wasn't just abstract. It was physical, tangible, and deeply personal. The documents she'd uncovered in the rusted box lay beside her, the edges of the pages fluttering faintly in the breeze. She reached for another letter, its ink faded but still legible. She would not bow, it read, written in her great-grandfather's precise hand. She would not break. Ruth made herself into a martyr, a symbol that threatens all we have built. We will use her defiance against her, bind her to this land, and make her our eternal sentinel. Bloodwood will endure because of her, and in spite of her. Evelyn's breath hitched, her grip on the letter tightening. The words were cruel, calculated, and brimming with a smugness that made her skin crawl. Ruth hadn't just been punished, she'd been weaponized, transformed into a warning for anyone who dared to challenge the system that enslaved her. And now, Evelyn realized, Ruth was bound to Bloodwood in a way that even death couldn't sever. She folded the letter carefully, her movements slow and deliberate, as if handling something sacred. The rest of the documents would have to wait. For now, she needed to understand the shackle, what it meant, why Ruth had pointed her to it, and how it could possibly help her finish what Ruth had started. She placed the shackle back in the box and stood, brushing the dirt from her knees. The tree loomed above her, its branches casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. Evelyn felt its presence keenly, as if it were watching her, waiting for her to act. She glanced back toward the house. The wind had stilled, and the path through the wild fields felt oddly clear, as though the land itself was guiding her back. Evelyn turned and began the walk toward Bloodwood. The rusted box clutched tightly in her arms. The house was colder when she returned, the chill sinking into her bones the moment she crossed the threshold. She placed the box on the kitchen table, its metallic surface clinking softly against the wood, and lit a small fire in the hearth. The warmth was meager but welcome, its flickering light casting shifting shadows on the walls. She opened the box again, staring at its contents as if the answers would somehow reveal themselves. The shackle seemed to hum faintly, its presence demanding her attention. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands, and felt a faint pulse beneath her fingers, a rhythm, steady and persistent, like a heartbeat. "What do you want me to do?" She murmured aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. The house creaked in response, its walls groaning softly as though considering her question. She placed the shackle on the table and reached for the journal. Flipping through its brittle pages, she searched for anything that might explain Ruth's connection to the shackle and to Bloodwood itself. One entry stood out, written in her great-grandmother Marguerite's hand. "We did not deserve her." Ruth's strength, her fire, was unmatched. But we were cowards, complicit in the sins of this place. I told them we should let her go, but they would not listen. They feared her power, her ability to inspire. They feared what she represented. And so they bound her to the land, not realizing that in doing so, they bound themselves as well. Evelyn's eyes widened. Marguerite had known. She hadn't agreed with her husband's actions, but she hadn't stopped him either. The guilt in her words was palpable, a shadow stretching across the years. Evelyn turned the page, desperate for more. If she could break the chains once, perhaps she can break them again. But she will need someone to carry the burden, someone willing to stand in her place. Bloodwood will demand a sacrifice. It always has. But if we do not atone, it will devour us all. The journal slipped from Evelyn's hands, her chest tightening as the words sank in. A sacrifice that the weight of the shackle seemed to grow heavier on the table, its presence looming. Evelyn stared at it, her thoughts churning. What kind of sacrifice? Did Bloodwood want? What did Ruth need from her? The fire crackled in the hearth, sending a plume of sparks into the air. The shadows on the walls seemed to dance more deliberately, their movements slow and rhythmic, like a silent ritual. Evelyn's eyes flicked to the window, where the darkness of the night pressed against the glass. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly down the hall. Evelyn's head snapped toward the noise, her heart pounding. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving closer with each passing second. She stood, the journal clutched to her chest, and stepped cautiously toward the doorway. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling. The footsteps stopped. She hesitated, her pulse racing, and stepped into the hallway. The flashlight she carried earlier lay on a side table, and she grabbed it, flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the empty expanse of the hall, but the footsteps began again. They were louder now, heavier, and they seemed to echo from the walls themselves. Evelyn turned, her flashlight sweeping the hall, but there was no one there. A low, mournful voice broke the silence. "Do you see us now?" Evelyn froze, her breath caught in her throat. The voice was neither angry nor accusing. It was filled with a deep, unrelenting sorrow. The air grew colder, and Evelyn felt the weight of unseen eyes on her. Slowly, she turned the flashlight toward the end of the hall. They were there, dozens. Of figures stood in the shadows, their forms flickering like flames. Their chains dragged against the floor, the sound filling the hallway with a mournful clatter. Their faces were blurred and distinct, but their eyes burned with the weight of centuries. At the center of the group stood Ruth, her presence commanding, her gaze fixed on Evelyn. Evelyn's voice was barely audible. "I see you." Ruth stepped forward, her chains rattling softly. The others followed, their movements slow but deliberate, their collective presence overwhelming. "You must choose," Ruth said, her voice low and resonant. "Break the chains or wear them." Evelyn's blood ran cold. She understood now. The shackle wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a key and a test. Bloodwood demanded a sacrifice, and Ruth had brought her to this moment to decide. The figures filled the hallway, their presence pressing down on Evelyn like a physical weight. Ruth stood at the forefront, her gaze unyielding, her chains dragging faintly against the floor. The others loomed behind her, silent witnesses too. Whatever decision Evelyn was about to make. Evelyn's mouth was dry, her heart pounding so loudly she thought it might burst. Her hands gripped the journal tightly, its brittle edges digging into her palms. "Break the chains, ... or wear them." Ruth's voice lingered in the air, heavy with expectation. Evelyn stared at her, trembling. "I don't understand." "What do you mean?" Ruth stepped closer, the chains around her ankles clinking softly with each step. Her form seemed sharper now, more defined, as if her presence were solidifying with the weight of Evelyn's fear. Her eyes burned brighter, pinning Evelyn in place. "You carry their sins," Ruth said, her voice low but firm. "Bloodwood's burden is yours now. The chains cannot be ignored. They must be broken or claimed." Evelyn's legs felt weak, and she sank against the wall for support. "I didn't do this," she whispered. "I didn't know," Ruth interrupted, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. "But you live in the house they built. You walk the land they stained. You hold the key they forged." The shackle in the kitchen came to Evelyn's mind, its weight impossibly heavy despite its size. The chains in the basement, the journals, the lockboxes, all of it had led her to this moment. "Why me?" Evelyn asked, her voice breaking. "Why now?" Ruth tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "Because you came back. Bloodwood called you, and you answered. You see us now, and that is enough." The other figures shifted slightly, their chains clinking faintly. Evelyn glanced at them, her breath catching. Their faces were blurred, but she could feel their eyes on her, their pain radiating like heat. What happens if I dot, dot, dot? Evelyn swallowed hard, her voice faltering. If I wear the chains, Ruth's expression darkened. You become what we were. Bound to this place, a sentinel of suffering, a warning for all who come after. The chains are not just iron. They are memory, pain, and penance. They will become your shadow. Evelyn's stomach turned. And if I break them? The figures behind Ruth stirred, their forms flickering. Ruth's gaze bore into Evelyn's. Then we are free. But the land remembers, even if we do not. Bloodwood will still demand a price. Evelyn's mind raced, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. To wear the chains meant eternal servitude to Bloodwood, tethered to its dark history, a living embodiment of its sins. To break them meant liberation for Ruth and the others, but at what cost to herself? The house groaned softly, the walls shuddering as if the building itself were growing impatient. Ruth raised her hand, and a chain appeared in her grasp, its links glinting faintly in the dim light. She held it out to Evelyn, the shackle open. Waiting. Choose, Ruth said. Evelyn took a shaky breath, her mind a cacophony of fear, guilt, and doubt. The figures behind Ruth seemed to lean closer, their blurred faces impossible to read, but their silent presence screaming with anticipation. Her gaze flicked to Ruth's outstretched hand, to the chain she offered. The iron links gleamed darkly, humming faintly with the weight of their history. Evelyn shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I can't wear them. Ruth's expression didn't change. Slowly she lowered the chain. Then you must break them. The room seemed to darken, the shadows growing deeper, more alive. The figures behind Ruth shifted again, their chains rattling in unison. How? Evelyn whispered. Ruth's voice softened, though it still carried its commanding edge. The fire, the tree, the roots of this land hold our pain. You must sever them, burn what remains. Only then can the chains be broken. Evelyn's heart sank. She thought of the tree in the field, its twisted branches reaching skyward, its roots buried deep in Bloodwood's poisoned soil. Destroying it would mean destroying part of the land itself, a piece of her inheritance. But what was her inheritance? Worth if it was built on chains? The hallway fell silent, the figures waiting. Evelyn straightened, wiping her tears, and nodded. I'll do it, she said, her voice trembling but resolute. I'll break the chains. Ruth's eyes burned brighter, and the other figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into shadows that seeped into the walls. The chains rattled one last time before falling silent. You have chosen, Ruth said. Her voice was softer, now almost tender. Bloodwood will resist. But you are stronger than it. Evelyn swallowed hard, her resolve hardening. What if I fail? Ruth stepped closer, her form growing fainter with each step. Then the chains remain, and so will we. With that, Ruth disappeared, her presence slipping into the shadows like smoke. The hallway fell still, the oppressive air lifting slightly. Evelyn stood alone, her heart pounding, her hands trembling. She turned and walked back to the kitchen. The shackle still sat on the table, its surface gleaming faintly in the firelight. She picked it up, feeling its weight once more, and tucked it under her arm. Her next stop was the tree, and this time she wouldn't leave until it was gone. Evelyn stepped out into the night, the chill in the air sharper than ever. The rusted shackle hung heavy in her hands, its iron pressing into her palms, as if reminding her of the task ahead. The tree loomed in the distance, a dark silhouette, against the faint glow of the moon. The fields were eerily quiet as she walked. The tall grass, once alive with the sounds of insects and rustling leaves, was still. Bloodwood itself seemed to hold its breath, watching her every step. Each movement felt deliberate, the weight of the night pressing on her shoulders. Her boots crunched against the earth, the sound echoing unnaturally in the silence. The journals, words, Ruth's commands, and the weight of the chain in her arms all blended into one singular thought. She had to destroy the tree dot as she approached. The air grew colder, the warmth of the house a distant memory. The tree was larger now, or perhaps it had always been this imposing. Its twisted branches stretched toward the heavens, their shapes jagged and unnatural. The bark gleamed faintly as if coated in a slick, dark substance. Evelyn stopped a few feet away, her breath visible in the icy air. The tree exuded an energy she couldn't ignore, a pulse that seemed to resonate with the shackle in her hands. She swallowed hard, her resolve wavering for the briefest moment. "I'm not afraid of you," she whispered, though her voice trembled. The wind picked up suddenly, whipping her hair into her face. The grass around the tree flattened as if something unseen had pushed it down. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating, and a low, guttural groan rumbled through the ground. Evelyn stumbled back, her heart racing. The tree seemed to move, its branches swaying despite the stillness of the air. "You don't scare me," she said again, louder this time. She dropped the shackle at the base of the tree and pulled the lighter from her pocket. Her fingers trembled as she flicked it open, the tiny flame casting flickering light onto the bark. The tree shuddered. Evelyn froze, the lighter slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She scrambled to pick it up, her chest tightening, as the air seemed to hum with energy. "Not now," she muttered, her voice shaking. "You're not stopping me now." She struck the lighter again, its flame steady despite her trembling hands. The ground beneath her feet began to shift, the soil cracking and splitting. She stumbled, barely managing to stay upright. The tree groaned again, louder this time, and a shadow fell over her. She looked up and gasped. Ruth was there. The spirit stood at the base of the tree, her form clearer than ever before. Her eyes burned like fire, her chains rattling softly as she moved. She stared at Evelyn, her expression unreadable. "I'm trying to help you," Evelyn said, her voice breaking. Ruth didn't respond. She raised her hand, pointing at the shackle on the ground. Evelyn hesitated, unsure of what Ruth wanted. "The shackle?" Ruth nodded, her chains rattling faintly. Evelyn bent down and picked up the shackle, its weight familiar in her hands. She turned it over, looking for some clue as to what Ruth needed her to do. The grooves inside the iron seemed deeper now, the edges sharper. "Do I burn it?" Evelyn asked. Ruth's gaze flickered to the tree, then back to Evelyn. The message was clear. Evelyn knelt at the base of the tree and placed the shackle against its bark. The iron seemed to hum in response, as if recognizing the twisted wood. She struck the lighter again, holding the flame to the dry bark. At first, nothing happened. The tree erupted. Flames licked up the bark, racing along its twisted branches. The shackle glowed red hot, its surface sparking as the fire consumed the tree. Evelyn stumbled back, shielding her face from the heat. The ground shook violently, and the air was filled with a deafening roar. The flames grew brighter, illuminating the field in a fiery glow. The tree writhed as if alive, its branches twisting and contorting in agony. Evelyn fell to her knees, her hands pressed to the ground to steady herself. The fire's heat was unbearable, but she couldn't look away. The chains, they appeared in the flames, their dark shapes twisting and writhing. Like serpents, they seemed to resist the fire, pulling back before finally succumbing to the heat. One by one, the chains snapped, their metallic clangs echoing across the field. Ruth stepped forward, her fiery gaze fixed on the tree. Her chains began to disintegrate, turning to ash as the flames consumed the bark. Her form grew brighter, more solid, as if the fire were giving her strength. Evelyn watched in awe as Ruth reached out, her hand pressing against the burning tree. The flames roared higher, and for a moment, Evelyn thought the entire field might be consumed. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the fire stopped. The tree stood in silence, its bark blackened and smoldering. The air was thick with the scent of ash and earth. Ruth turned to Evelyn, her expression softer now, almost peaceful. "It is done," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Evelyn stared at her, tears streaming down her face. "Are you free?" Ruth nodded. "We all are." The ground beneath the tree began to tremble, and the blackened bark cracked and splintered. The tree collapsed inward, its remains crumbling into the earth. A wave of energy rippled through the field, and Evelyn felt it pass through her, lightening the air around her. The other spirits began to appear, their forms faint but unmistakable. They stood in the field, their faces turned toward the sky, their chains gone. Ruth stepped back, joining them. She looked at Evelyn one last time, her fiery gaze filled with gratitude. "Thank you," Ruth said, and then they were gone. Evelyn sat alone in the field, the silence almost deafening. The twisted tree was no more, its remains scattered across the ground. She felt the weight of Bloodwood lift, its oppressive presence finally gone, but the land would never forget. She stood slowly, her body aching, and turned toward the house. Bloodwood was hers now, truly hers, but it was no longer the same dot. It would never be the same. The silence of the field stretched on as Evelyn stood at the spot where the tree had once loomed. The air felt lighter, no longer charged with the oppressive weight that had clung to it before. The ground beneath her feet was still warm from the fire, and the faint scent of ash lingered. Yet, even in this newfound stillness, Evelyn knew that the work was far from over. Bloodwood's shadows had been lifted, but the scars remained. She turned back toward the house, her steps slow and deliberate. The path through the overgrown field seemed clearer now, the grasses parting easily under her boots. The faint glow of the house's porch light guided her as she walked, her body heavy with exhaustion. When she reached the porch, she paused, her hand brushing against the weathered wood of the railing. The house no longer felt alive with the oppressive presence that had haunted it since her arrival, but it didn't feel welcoming either. It stood in silence, a relic of a past that demanded reckoning. Evelyn stepped inside, closing the door behind her. The kitchen greeted her with its familiar cold, the fire in the hearth long since burned out. She placed the shackle, the now cold piece of iron, on the table and stared at it. Its surface was blackened, the grooves within it worn but no longer humming with energy. It was nothing more than a relic now, a symbol of what had been. She sank into a chair, her hands trembling as she reached for the journal. Its brittle pages seemed heavier than before, as though they carried not just her family's secrets, but the weight of her actions. The last entry she had read, Marguerite's admission of guilt, felt distant, almost irrelevant now. The tree was gone. The spirits had been freed. But what came next? The answer wasn't in the journal. Bloodwood's story hadn't ended with Ruth's freedom. It had only shifted, its legacy reshaped by the fire that had consumed the tree. The land still bore the marks of its history, scars etched into its soil and its bones. Evelyn flipped to a blank page in the back of the journal, picked up a pen from the table and began to write. Bloodwood demanded a price, and I paid it. Not with my life, but with the truth. Ruth and the others are free now, but the weight of what happened here doesn't vanish with their chains. This land remembers. I feel it in every shadow, every breath of wind, and it's my responsibility to make sure that what happened here is never forgotten. She paused, her pen hovering above the page. Her hand ached, but she pressed on. Bloodwood isn't mine to erase or to rebuild. It's a testament to what happens when power goes unchecked, when greed and cruelty are allowed to fester. My family tried to bury its sins, but the land refused to forget. I won't forget either. Evelyn closed the journal and sat back, her chest tight. The words felt inadequate, but they were a start. The real work would come next. The next morning, Evelyn woke to the first true sunlight she'd seen since arriving at Bloodwood. The golden light poured through the windows, cutting through the dust and bathing the house in warmth. For the first time, the silence felt peaceful rather than foreboding. She made herself a simple breakfast, coffee, and toast, and ate it on the porch, her gaze fixed on the fields. The tree's absence was a gaping wound in the landscape, but it was also a promise of renewal. After breakfast, she drove into town. The winding road leading away from Bloodwood felt less suffocating now, the overhanging trees no longer casting ominous shadows. When she reached the small main street, she parked outside the library and stepped inside. The librarian, an older woman with kind eyes and a knowing smile, greeted her. "You must be the new owner of Bloodwood." Evelyn hesitated before nodding. "I am." The librarian's expression softened. "That place has quite the history." "That's why I'm here," Evelyn said, her voice steady. "I want to know everything. The real history, not just what's been passed down in my family." The librarian raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised, but she nodded. "Follow me. We have a collection of records in the local archives. It's not much, but it might help." Evelyn followed her to a back room filled with filing cabinets and shelves lined with dusty books. The librarian gestured to a section labeled plantations and estates, and Evelyn immediately began pulling files and books. For hours, she pored over the records ledgers, old photographs, handwritten accounts from townspeople. The story of Bloodwood unfolded before her, a tale of wealth built on the backs of enslaved laborers, of resistance and tragedy of a family desperate to maintain power at any cost. One account, written by a former caretaker of the estate in the 1930s, caught her eye. Bloodwood is not just a house or a plantation. It is a graveyard, though no one speaks of it as such. The land is heavy with sorrow, and those who live there carry its burden. I have seen things I cannot explain, heard voices in the night, felt the weight of eyes that are no longer alive. This place does not forget, and it does not forgive. Evelyn's stomach churned as she read the words. The caretaker had known. So had the townspeople, who had whispered about Bloodwood's curse for decades. Yet no one had done anything to reckon with its history. Until now. She closed the folder and leaned back, the weight of the documents pressing on her chest. Bloodwood wasn't just her family's legacy. It belonged to everyone who had lived and died there, to the spirits that had been bound to the land for so long. Ruth had been their voice, their leader, but now it was Evelyn's responsibility to carry their story forward. When Evelyn returned to Bloodwood, she carried with her a stack of the documents she had copied from the library. She spread them out on the kitchen table alongside the journal, the photographs, and the letters she had found in the house. She began to write again, this time on her laptop. The words flowed more easily now, her purpose clearer. Bloodwood is a story of pain and resilience, of cruelty and defiance. It is a story that belongs to Ruth and the others who are bound to this land, and it is a story that must be told. The hours stretched into the evening as she worked, her fingers flying across the keyboard. By the time she finished, the moonlight was spilling through the windows, and the shadows in the house no longer felt threatening. Evelyn stood and walked to the window, staring out at the fields. The land was quiet now, peaceful in a way it hadn't been before. She knew it would take time to heal, and the scars would always remain. But the chains were broken, and that was enough. For now. The morning air was crisp as Evelyn stepped out onto the front porch of Bloodwood. A faint mist lingered over the fields, softening the edges of the landscape. The tree, or rather the absence of it, stood as a blackened scar on the horizon. She had freed Ruth and the others, but Evelyn felt the echoes of their presence in the soil, in the air, in herself. She had spent the night poring over the documents she'd gathered, piecing together the fractured history of the plantation. Each ledger, each letter, and each photograph told a piece of the story, a story her family had tried to bury beneath wealth and power. Bloodwood. A story wasn't just her family's shame. It was the history of everyone who had been enslaved. Everyone who had resisted and everyone who had suffered under its shadow. Evelyn's resolve hardened. The story had to be told, but not just as an expose of the past. It needed to be a reckoning, an acknowledgement, and a call to action. She returned to the kitchen and began sorting through the scattered papers on the table. Each piece of evidence was a thread, and she was determined to weave them into something that couldn't be ignored. Among the documents, one stood out, a ledger detailing the lives bought and sold on the plantation. It was written in her great-grandfather's meticulous hand, the ink faded but legible. The names in the ledger were chilling. Ruth, age 22, strong, intelligent, but defiant. Price, $800. Evelyn's fingers trembled as she traced the line. Ruth's name had appeared in other documents as well, reports of her insubordination, punishments inflicted on her, and her final act of defiance, which had ultimately led to her death. Ruth wasn't just a name on a ledger. She was the catalyst, the spirit who had guided Evelyn to uncover the truth. Beneath the ledger lay a photograph she had taken from the library's archive. It showed a group of enslaved people standing in front of Bloodwood, their expression solemn, their eyes heavy with unspeakable burdens. Ruth was among them, her gaze piercing through time. Evelyn turned the photograph over. Scrawled on the back in faded ink were the words, "We remember, so should you." She inhaled deeply, placing the photograph in the center of the table. It was time to start. Over the following days, Evelyn worked tirelessly. She drafted letters to local historical societies, museums, and even national organizations dedicated to preserving the history of enslaved people. She contacted descendants of Bloodwood's laborers, many of whom had moved away from the area, their connection to the land severed by necessity rather than choice. The process was slow and often grueling. Some people refused to speak to her, while others were cautiously curious about her intentions. But a few were willing to share their stories, fragments of oral history passed down through generations, memories of Bloodwood that had lingered in their families like ghosts. One woman, an elderly descendant of Ruth, spoke to Evelyn on the phone for hours. Her voice was steady but tinged with pain as she recounted the stories. Her grandmother had told her stories of Ruth's strength, her intelligence, and her unwavering determination to resist. She was a fighter, the woman said, her voice breaking slightly. She wouldn't let them break her, no matter what they did. And because of that, she gave us hope. She made us believe we could survive, even when everything seemed lost. Evelyn's throat tightened. Ruth's legacy was more than chains and suffering. It was resilience, courage, and defiance. The more Evelyn uncovered, the more she realized that her role wasn't to be the savior of Bloodwood's history. That history belonged to the people who had lived it, and her task was simply to create a platform for their voices to be heard. Decided to turn Bloodwood into a museum, a place where the truth of its past could be acknowledged and preserved. The main house would be restored, not to its former grandeur, but to a state that reflected both its beauty and its brutality. Fields would be maintained as a memorial, with markers placed to honor the names of those who had worked, suffered, and died there. The tree's blackened remains would remain untouched, a stark reminder of the spirits who had been bound to the land. One evening, Evelyn stood in the study, staring at the portrait of her great-grandparents. Their painted faces seemed to judge her, their expressions cold and unforgiving. She walked up to the portrait and reached behind it, unhooking it from the wall. The frame was heavy, that she carried it to the fireplace without hesitation. "I won't let you define this place anymore," she said aloud, her voice steady. She leaned the portrait against the fireplace, letting it rest there for a moment, before stepping back. She wouldn't burn it, that felt too much like erasing history, something her family had already tried to do. Instead, she decided to store it in the attic, where it could no longer dominate the house. As the weeks passed, the changes to Bloodwood became more tangible. Volunteers from the local historical society arrived to help catalog the artifacts Evelyn had uncovered. Descendants of the plantation's laborers began to visit, some cautiously, others with quiet determination. Evelyn found herself becoming a steward of the space, guiding visitors through the house and the grounds, sharing the stories she had pieced together. She spoke of Ruth with reverence, her words carrying the weight of the defiant spirit who had refused to be silenced. One afternoon, as Evelyn walked through the memorial field, she felt a faint breeze brush against her skin. She stopped, closing her eyes, and listened. The land was quiet, but it wasn't empty. A sense of peace settled over her, light and fleeting, like a whisper on the wind. "Thank you," she murmured, unsure if the words were meant for Ruth, the other spirits, or herself. When she opened her eyes, the field stretched before her, bathed in golden light. The shadows of the past were still there, but they no longer loomed. They were part of the landscape now, a reminder of what had been and what could never be forgotten. Evelyn turned toward the house and smiled faintly. Bloodwood wasn't just a place of pain anymore. It was becoming a place of remembrance, healing, and resilience. The work was far from over, but she was ready. Evelyn stood at the edge of the field, watching the late afternoon sun sink toward the horizon. The golden light bathed the land in a warmth that had been absent since her arrival at Bloodwood. The blackened scar where the tree had stood was quiet now, its twisted remnants surrounded by new growth, small shoots of green breaking through the soil. The transformation of Bloodwood had begun. The past few months had been a whirlwind. The decision to turn the plantation into a museum had been met with mixed reactions. Some members of the community were supportive, seeing the effort as a long overdue reckoning with history. Others were skeptical, questioning her motives or accusing her of exploiting the pain of the past. Evelyn took each comment to heart, knowing she couldn't erase the skepticism overnight. Her role wasn't to defend herself, but to ensure the truth of Bloodwood, as history was preserved and told with honesty and respect. The house was slowly coming back to life, not as a home, but as a place where stories could be shared. The once crumbling walls were being stabilized, the peeling wallpaper replaced with neutral tones that allowed the house to speak for itself. The rooms where shadows had once loomed now displayed photographs, documents, and artifacts Evelyn had uncovered, each item a piece of the puzzle that was Bloodwood's history. The most profound moment came the day she unveiled the memorial at the edge of the field. Evelyn had worked with historians and descendants to compile a list of names taken from ledgers, oral histories, and scattered records. It wasn't complete. It never could be. But it was a start, a way to give those who had been enslaved at Bloodwood a place to be remembered. The memorial was simple but powerful, a polished stone engraved with the names and the words, "We remember." Surrounding the stone were small plaques with the stories Evelyn had uncovered of Ruth's defiance, of others who had resisted in quieter ways, and of the generations that had endured unimaginable hardships. On the day of the unveiling, a small crowd gathered. Descendants of the enslaved stood alongside local residents, historians, and volunteers who had helped bring the project to life. The air was heavy with anticipation as Evelyn stepped forward to speak. She took a deep breath, the weight of the moment pressing on her. "This land carries pain," she began, her voice steady but soft. For too long, that pain was hidden, ignored, and denied. But the land remembers, even when we try to forget. Today, we honor those who were bound to this place by chains they didn't choose, those who resisted and those who endured. I scanned the crowd, meeting the faces of descendants who had come to hear her words. Bloodwood is no longer a plantation, she continued. It is a memorial, a place to remember, to honor, and to confront the truth of our history. The spirits of this land, Ruth, and so many others deserve nothing less. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd as Evelyn stepped back, her chest tight with emotion. A woman stepped forward next, an elderly descendant of Ruth, her voice trembling but clear. Ruth was my great-great-grandmother, she said, her words cutting through the silence. Her story wasn't just one of suffering. It was one of strength, defiance, and survival. She gave us the will to keep going, to fight, and to hope. Today, I feel her spirit here with us. The crowd was silent, many wiping tears from their eyes. The woman turned to Evelyn and nodded. Thank you for listening to her. After the ceremony, Evelyn lingered near the memorial, watching as people came forward to touch the stone, place flowers, or simply stand in quiet reflection. The air felt different. Lighter dot, she looked out at the horizon and thought of Ruth. The fire that had consumed the tree had also consumed the chains that bound Ruth and the others. But Evelyn knew their presence would always linger, not as a haunting, but as a reminder. A faint breeze stirred the grass, and Evelyn closed her eyes, letting the wind brush against her skin. Back in the house that evening, Evelyn sat in the study, staring at the journal on the desk. The once heavy tome felt lighter now, its purpose fulfilled. She opened it to the last blank page and picked up her pen. The work is never finished, she wrote. But Bloodwood is no longer a place of chains. It is a place of stories, memories, and resilience. Ruth and the others are free, but their legacy remains. This house will carry their voices forward, so they are never silenced again. She set the pen down and leaned back, exhaling deeply. The shadows in the room no longer felt oppressive. They were simply shadows, nothing more. Evelyn spent the following weeks meeting with visitors, listening to their stories, and sharing what she had uncovered. Each conversation added another layer to Bloodwood's story, another thread to its tapestry. One evening, as she prepared to lock up the house, she paused at the front door. The night was quiet, the stars bright above the fields. She stepped onto the porch, her gaze drifting toward the memorial stone in the distance. For the first time, she felt a sense of peace, not just in the land, but within herself. Bloodwood would never be what it was before, and that, Evelyn thought, was the point. The past had been unearthed, acknowledged, and honored. Now, the future was hers to build. The morning sunlight poured through the windows of Bloodwood, illuminating the newly restored rooms. The house, once a space suffocating under the weight of its past, now breathed with purpose. The halls echoed not with the sounds of restless spirits, but with the voices of visitors, researchers, and descendants who had come to bear witness to the story that Evelyn had unearthed. Evelyn stood in the study, her hands resting on the desk where she had spent countless nights unraveling the layers of Bloodwood's history. The journals, letters, and artifacts were now part of the exhibits that filled the house, each piece carefully preserved and displayed. The portrait of her great-grandparents no longer hung above the fireplace. In its place was a collage of photographs and documents that told the story of those who had lived and worked at Bloodwood. Ruth's image at the center dot. It was a deliberate choice, one that Evelyn knew would spark conversations and perhaps controversy. But the house was no longer about the family that had owned it. It was about the people who had endured its darkness and found strength within themselves. The house was alive with activity that day. A school group had arrived in the morning. their excited chatter filling the air as they explored the rooms and read the plaques that told the stories of Ruth and others who had been enslaved at Bloodwood. Evelyn led one of the tours herself, walking the group through the parlor, the dining room, and eventually out to the memorial field. She spoke about Ruth's defiance, her refusal to be broken, and the fire that had freed her spirit. Ruth wasn't just a victim of this place, Evelyn said, her voice steady. She was its heart, its conscience, and its hope. Her story reminds us that even in the darkest of times, resistance is possible. The students listened intently, their faces a mix of curiosity and reverence. Evelyn felt a small spark of hope as she looked at them. They were the next generation, and perhaps, with the truth laid bare before them, they could help ensure that history didn't repeat itself. Later that afternoon, Evelyn sat on the porch, sipping tea as she watched visitors come and go. A soft breeze rustled the grass in the field, carrying with it the faint scent of wildflowers. The land was healing, she realized, just as she was. She glanced toward the blackened scar where the tree had once stood. New growth had begun to sprout. Around it, green shoots pushing through the charred soil. It was a quiet reminder that even in destruction, life could find a way. Her phone buzzed, pulling her from her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and saw a message from the Historical Society. Final draft of the Bloodwood exhibit materials ready for review. Let us know your thoughts. Evelyn smiled faintly. The Society had been instrumental in helping her shape Bloodwood's transformation into a museum and memorial. Their support, along with the voices of the descendants, had turned the once isolated plantation into a place of shared memory and collective reckoning. She replied quickly, promising to review the materials later that evening as the sun dipped. Lower in the sky, casting the fields in hues of gold and amber, Evelyn wandered through the house, checking on the exhibits and making notes for small adjustments. She paused in the room that had once been her great-grandmother Marguerite's, now an archive for the letters and journals that had guided Evelyn through her journey. The room was quiet, but it held a sense of peace. Evelyn ran her fingers over the spine of the journal that had started it all, the one Marguerite had written so long ago. The guilt and pain in its pages were still palpable, but they were no longer a weight pressing down on Evelyn's shoulders. "Thank you," she whispered, softly, not entirely sure who the words were for Marguerite, Ruth, or the house itself. That evening, Evelyn returned to the memorial field. The visitors had gone, and the house was quiet, its windows glowing faintly in the fading light. She stood before the polished stone monument, her reflection faintly visible in its surface. Her fingers brushed over the engraved names, the roughness of the letters grounding her in the moment. These names were more than a list. They were lives, each one tied to the land, to the history of Bloodwood, to the story that Evelyn had vowed to tell. A soft breeze swept through the field, rustling the grass and carrying with it a faint sound like the echo of a voice. Evelyn turned, her breath catching as she scanned the horizon. For a moment, she thought she saw a figure standing near the edge of the field. Ruth's outline was faint, her chains gone, her form shimmering like firelight. In the distance, Evelyn's chest tightened. She raised a hand in silent acknowledgement, and Ruth nodded once before fading into the shadows of the approaching night. Evelyn exhaled slowly, a sense of closure settling over her. Bloodwood would never be free of its past, but it was no longer bound by it. The land, the house, and its stories belonged to the future now. And for the first time, Evelyn felt at peace. The morning was unusually still, the air heavy with the kind of quiet that seemed to hold the world in place. Evelyn stood in the kitchen, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of tea, staring out the window at the memorial field. The rising sun painted the land in soft golds and oranges, casting long shadows over the ground. Today marked 1 year since she had returned to Bloodwood, The transformation of the plantation into a museum and memorial had been met with its share of challenges and triumphs, but the overwhelming response from visitors and descendants had made it all worthwhile. Evelyn had received letters from people across the country, some expressing gratitude, others sharing stories of their own ancestors. Each one reinforced her decision to confront Bloodwood's history head-on. But today wasn't about the museum or the visitors. Today was personal. After finishing her tea, Evelyn prepared for the day's task. She packed a small bag with items. She had set aside weeks ago Ruth's photograph, a copy of Marguerite's journal, and the blackened shackle that had guided her journey. Each piece was part of the story, and today they would find a new home. Evelyn walked through the quiet house, her footsteps soft against the wooden floors. The exhibits were empty, the hall silent. It was too early for visitors, and she had closed the museum for the day. This moment wasn't for anyone else. She stepped onto the porch, her bag slung over her shoulder, and made her way toward the field. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the faint scent of wildflowers lingered in the air. Evelyn's path led her to the site of the tree, where new growth had begun to reclaim the charred soil. She knelt at the edge of the blackened scar, her hands brushing against the young shoots of green. The land was healing, but it still carried the weight of its past. Evelyn placed the bag beside her and carefully removed its contents. She laid Ruth's photograph on the ground first, propping it against a small stone. The photograph had become a symbol for everything. Bloodwood represented pain, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of those who had endured its darkness. Next came Marguerite's journal. Evelyn hesitated, her fingers lingering on the worn leather cover. The journal was a complicated relic, filled with both guilt and hope. She opened it to the final page, where she had written her own words months ago. The work is never finished. But Bloodwood is no longer a place of chains. It is a place of stories, memories, and resilience. Evelyn closed the journal and placed it beside the photograph. Finally, she reached for the shackle. Its surface was cold and rough, the grooves within it a haunting reminder of the lives it had once bound. Evelyn held it tightly for a moment, her chest tightening as the weight of its history pressed against her. "Your story is free now," she whispered. She set the shackle on the ground, arranging it carefully beside the other items. The wind picked up, rustling the grass and carrying with it a faint, familiar sound. It was soft at first, like the distant echo of voices, but it grew clearer as Evelyn knelt in the field. She didn't need to turn around to know. They were there. Ruth's presence was unmistakable, her fiery gaze no longer burning with anger, but with quiet strength. The others stood behind her, their faces blurred but peaceful. Their chains were gone, their forms light and flickering, like shadows on water. Evelyn closed her eyes, letting the wind wash over her. She felt Ruth's presence beside her, a warmth that contrasted with the cool morning air. "You did it," Evelyn said softly, her voice trembling. "You're free." Ruth didn't answer, but Evelyn felt her acknowledgement, a gentle brush of energy, a feeling of gratitude that filled the space around them. The figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light of the rising sun. Ruth lingered for a moment longer, her gaze steady on Evelyn. "Thank you," Evelyn whispered, tears streaming down her face. Ruth nodded once, a faint smile touching her lips before she too disappeared. Evelyn sat in the field long after they were gone, her heart heavy but full. The work she had done at Bloodwood wasn't finished. It never would be, but it was enough for now. She stood slowly, brushing the dirt from her hands, and looked down at the items she had placed at the site. The photograph, the journal, and the shackle remained, quiet testaments to the lives and stories that had shaped Bloodwood. Evelyn left them there, a memorial within the memorial, a private acknowledgement of everything the land had endured, and everything it would become. As she walked back toward the house, the breeze followed her, soft and warm, carrying with it the faint sound of laughter. Bloodwood was no longer a place of chains. It was a place of memory, of healing, and of hope. For the first time, Evelyn felt truly at home.
Story 4.
The van rattled as it rolled down the bumpy dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. A group of teenagers inside jostled with every jolt, their chatter growing quieter as the trees thickened and the lake came into view. The air felt colder. Here, even under the blazing summer sun, and the sprawling Mirror Lake shimmered with an unsettling stillness, boomed Connor, the overly enthusiastic camp counselor, as he swung open the van doors. He adjusted his whistle and gestured to the sprawling cabins lined along the lakeside, home of campfires, canoe races, and memories you'll never forget. Cassie, perched on the edge of her seat, rolled her eyes, more like bug bites and ghost stories. Her best friend, Matt, grinned and nudged her. "Oh, come on, Cass. You love this stuff. Spooky legends, creepy woodsits, your whole vibe. Not when it involves actual camping," she shot back, brushing her dark hair from her face as she stepped out into the crisp air. Behind them, their cabin mates, Emma and Tyler, hopped out of the van, dragging their bags. Emma shaded her eyes, looking toward the lake. "Is it just me? Or does that water look ... weird?" Cassie turned to follow her gaze. Mirror Lake was impossibly calm, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the towering pines that surrounded it. But something about the stillness set her nerves on edge, like it was holding its breath. "It's just a lake," Tyler said, adjusting his baseball cap. "Probably full of fish or leeches." Connor clapped his hands, startling them. "All right, team. Before we get settled, how about a little camp history?" He leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping. "They say Mirror Lake got its name because the water's so clear, you can see yourself perfectly in it. But ... it also has another name. Ghost Lake," Cassie groaned. "Seriously?" Connor ignored her, grinning wider. "Decades ago, a camper drowned in that very lake. Samantha something or other. She fell in during a storm, and they say her body was never found. Some people think she's still out there, waiting for someone to boo," yelled Tyler, jumping behind Emma. She shrieked, then shoved him hard enough to send him stumbling. Connor chuckled, but his expression turned serious. "I'm just saying, respect the lake. No goofing off near the water. Got it? Now, grab your bags and head to cabin 4. Orientation starts in 30 minutes. Cassie lingered as the others walked toward the cabins, her eyes fixed on the lake. For a moment she thought she saw ripples break the surface, like something moved beneath it. But the water went still again, and she shook off the feeling as she turned to leave. A cold breeze swept past her, carrying the faint sound of a voice. It was so quiet she wasn't sure she'd heard it at all. "Stay away." Night fell quickly over Mirror Lake, draping the camp in shadows. The warm glow of the campfire illuminated the circle of campers gathered around it, their faces flickering in the light as they laughed and roasted marshmallows. Cassie sat between Matt and Emma, trying to ignore the way the lake seemed to shimmer just beyond the fire's reach. "All right," Connor said, tossing another log onto the fire. Sparks leaped into the air. "Who's got a scary story? Come on, it's tradition." Tyler grinned wickedly, leaning forward. "I've got one." "How about the one you told us earlier?" "About Ghost Lake," Connor smirked. "You mean Mirror Lake? And I already told you the story." "Yeah, but you left out the best part," Tyler said. "The part where Samantha comes back if you call her name 3 times. Several campers groaned, but Tyler raised his hands in mock innocence. "What? You're saying no one here wants to test it out?" "No one here is stupid enough," Cassie muttered. Tyler smirked at, "What's the matter, Cass? Afraid she'll get you?" "She's not real, genius." "Then prove it," he challenged, grabbing a flashlight. "Let's go down to the lake. Just a quick little test." Say her name 3 times, see what happens. Emma said sharply. That's not funny. What if it's, like, ... bad luck or something? Come on, it's just a joke. He stood and looked around the circle. Who's in? Matt? Cassie? Emma? Matt hesitated, looking between Tyler and Cassie. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't mess with stuff like that. Seriously, Tyler groaned. Fine. Go by myself. Have fun being boring. Cassie's irritation flared. You're going to end up falling in, and I'm not fishing you out. Great, I'll tell Samantha you said hi, Tyler said with a grin, disappearing into the shadows, toward the lake. The group sat in awkward silence for a moment before Cassie stood. I'm going after him. If he drowns, I'll get blamed. I'm coming too, Matt said quickly, grabbing the flashlight. Emma sighed and followed, the 3 of them trudging down the trail toward the shore. The woods around them were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. Cassie could feel her pulse quicken as they approached the lake, its glassy surface glowing faintly under the moonlight. They found Tyler standing at the edge of the water, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. You guys are such buzzkills, he said, turning to them. I wasn't actually gonna do it. Good, Cassie said, folding her arms. Now, let's go back. But Tyler's smirk widened. Unless ... you want to do it, Cassie. You know, just to prove you're not scared. She glared at him. You're ridiculous. 3 times, Tyler teased. Samantha, Samantha. Sam, before he could finish, a loud plop echoed across the lake. They all froze, the sound ringing unnaturally in the still night air. What was that? Emma whispered, clutching Cassie's arm. Probably a fish, Tyler said, though his voice had lost some of its bravado. The surface of the lake rippled, the circles growing wider, spreading out toward the shore. The flashlight flickered in Matt's hand as he stepped back. Let's go, Cassie said firmly, her unease now a full-blown knot in her stomach. But as they turned to leave, the ripples stopped abruptly. The lake returned to perfect stillness, the kind that made it seem like it wasn't a lake at all, but a sheet of glass. And then they heard it a soft splash, followed by a faint whisper drifting from the water. ... Samantha. Tyler's flashlight dropped, its beam casting wild shadows across the trees as the group bolted up the trail, their laughter and taunts forgotten. Back at the cabin, the air was tense. Tyler sprawled on his bunk, pretending to be unfazed, but his restless tapping on the metal frame betrayed his nerves. Emma paced near the window, peering out at the dark woods, while Cassie sat cross-legged on her bed, glaring at Tyler. You're an idiot, she snapped. We could have gotten in trouble or worse. Relax, nothing happened, Tyler said, tossing a pillow against the wall. It's just a dumb campfire story. You're all acting like we saw a ghost or something. Emma stopped pacing, turning to face him. Something did happen. That splash wasn't normal. And what about that whisper? Wind, Tyler said, but his voice wavered. Owls don't whisper, Samantha, Matt said quietly, from his bunk by the door. He was staring at the floor, flashlight still in hand. Cassie stood and crossed her arms. Whatever it wasn't just the wind. And if you ever pull something like that again, you're on your own. Tyler rolled his eyes, but before he could respond, a loud thud echoed through the cabin. Everyone froze, their gazes snapping to the door. Did you hear that? Emma whispered. Probably just Connor checking up on us, Tyler said, but he didn't move. Cassie frowned. Connor doesn't knock like that. Another thud, louder this time, rattled the door. On its hinges, Tyler swung his legs off the bunk, grabbing his flashlight. Fine, I'll check. Don't, Emma hissed, grabbing his arm. What if it's nothing, Tyler said, pulling away. He flicked on the flashlight and walked toward the door. The beam shook slightly as he reached for the handle. Be careful, Matt muttered. Tyler swung the door open, the flashlight beam cut into the darkness, illuminating the empty porch. The trees swayed in the breeze, and the faint chirp of crickets returned to the air. "See, nobody there," Tyler said, stepping outside and shining the light around. "Probably a branch or something." Thump. Tyler spun toward the sound, the flashlight beam catching a faint wet footprint on the wooden porch. "Guys," he whispered, backing into the cabin. "I think." Thump. This time, the sound came. From the cabin roof, Emma gasped, and Cassie yanked Tyler back inside, slamming the door shut. Matt asked, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Tyler said, his cockiness completely gone. They stood frozen, their breath shallow, staring at the ceiling. A long silence followed, and just as they began to relax, a slow, deliberate drip, drip, drip sounded from above. "It's water," Emma whispered. From the roof, Cassie's stomach turned as a familiar smell filled the cabin, wet, earthy like lake water. Her eyes flicked to the window, where a foggy shape was forming. "On the glass?" Matt asked, his voice tight. They stepped closer, their eyes widening as the shape solidified into letters, written in a smear of dripping condensation. "Leave," Cassie whispered, her blood running cold. The final E finished itself, with a loud squeak, and the flashlight in Matt's hand flickered and went out. The next morning, the camp was eerily normal. Sunlight filtered through the pines, birds chirped, and campers bustled around the mess hall, laughing and swapping stories about the first night. But for Cassie and her friends, the cheerful scene felt like a cruel contrast to the terror of the night before. "We need to tell someone," Emma whispered, as they sat at a table with their trays of lukewarm pancakes. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her hoodie. "Connor? The other counselors? Someone?" "Yeah, so they can laugh us out of camp," Tyler muttered. He was stabbing his pancake with a fork, his usual bravado missing. "They wouldn't laugh if they saw the window," Matt said quietly. "The writing didn't just ... appear by itself." Cassie glanced around, making sure no one was listening. "We don't even know what's going on. If we tell them now, they'll think we're making it up. We need proof, at least a better idea of what we're dealing with." Emma frowned. "You mean ... like the ghost story?" "Exactly," Cassie said. "Someone here has to know more about Samantha. Maybe there's something we're missing." Tyler snorted. "What? You think we're gonna find a book called How to Stop a Lake Ghost in the camp library?" "No," Cassie said, narrowing her eyes. "But we can start with someone who's been here longer than we have." Later that afternoon, while the rest of the campers were at archery, the group snuck off toward the staff cabin. The small wooden building sat on the edge of the camp, its porch piled with forgotten boxes and sports equipment. Cassie knocked on the door, and after a moment, Connor appeared, looking slightly confused. "Shouldn't you guys be at archery?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. Double quotes. "Yeah, about that," Tyler said, shoving his hands in his pockets. "We had ... a question about the lake." Connor's expression shifted, his easy grin fading slightly. "The lake, why?" Cassie stepped forward. "The story you told us about Samantha. How much of it is true?" Connor hesitated, glancing over his shoulder like someone might overhear. "Look, it's just a campfire story. Something to freak out the new campers. You're not actually taking it seriously, are you?" "We just want to know more," Cassie pressed. "What happened to her? Why did she drown?" Connor sighed and opened the door wider, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and sunscreen, the walls lined with shelves crammed with random gear. He pulled a folding chair from the corner and sat down, running a hand through his messy hair. "All right," he said. "You didn't hear this from me, but there's some truth to the story. Samantha Green was a camper here back in the 70s. Sweet kid, kind of quiet. She loved the lake, swam in it every day. But one night, during a storm, she fell in and ... did on... Come back up, that's it. No revenge." Connor gave him a wry look. That's the official version. What there were rumors about, a prank gone wrong. Some campers dared her to swim out to the middle of the lake. They thought she'd chicken out, but she didn't. And when she got out there, ... He trailed off, his face clouding. What happened? Emma asked. Connor shook his head. No one knows for sure. But some people say she wasn't alone in the water. They found her flashlight floating near the dock, but her body was never recovered. The room fell silent. Cassie felt a chill run down her spine. And the ghost stuff, she asked. The whispers, the writing, has anyone else? Connor hesitated again. Sometimes new campers say they hear things, see things, but it's just their imaginations running wild. Is it? Cassie asked pointedly. Connor didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and walked to the door, holding it open for them. Kids stay out of trouble, and stay away from the lake at night. That's not a dare. As they walked back to their cabin, Tyler broke the silence. Okay, so maybe the story's not completely fake, but it doesn't mean we're being haunted. Then what's your explanation for last night? Matt asked. Tyler didn't reply. Either way, Cassie said, her voice firm. If Samantha's still out there, I think we've already gotten her attention. The rain started just after lights out, a soft drizzle tapping against the cabin roof. Inside, Cassie lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Her heart still raced from the footprints she'd seen earlier. She'd wiped them away before the others. Woke up, but the unease lingered. Like a shadow she couldn't shake. The others were asleep. Matt, snoring softly. Emma buried under her blanket, and Tyler sprawled across his bunk. Despite his usual cockiness, Tyler had been unusually quiet. Since their talk with Connor, Cassie suspected he wasn't as brave as he let on. A sharp tap on the window snapped her out of her thoughts. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. Tap, tap, tap. She turned her head slowly. The window was fogged over, but she could make out a faint shape on the other side. It looked like ... a handprint. Her pulse quickened. Guys, sitting up. Wake up. Matt stirred, mumbling something incoherent, but the tapping stopped. Cassie squinted, trying to see through the condensation. The shape was gone. Just your imagination, she told herself. You're overtired. She lay back down, pulling the blanket up to her chin. But just as her eyes began to close, she heard it splash. It was faint. The sound of something moving in the lake. Morning came with a heavy fog rolling off the water. Cassie, Matt, and Emma sat on the cabin steps, eating granola bars and trying to shake off the night's tension. Tyler was conspicuously absent. Where is he? Emma asked, glancing toward the lake. Probably sulking, Matt said, unwrapping his bar. He doesn't handle being scared very well. Cassie frowned. I don't think it's that. He hasn't been himself since we went to the lake. Emma stood and dusted off her jeans. I'm going to look for him, if he's playing. Another stupid prank. I swear I'll come with you, Cassie said, getting up. Matt, stay here in case he shows up. The two of them headed toward the water, the fog thickening as they approached. The air smelled damp and earthy, and the lake was unnervingly still. Tyler, Emma called out. Her voice echoed faintly. Across the water, no response. Cassie's stomach churned as they reached the dock. Tyler's shoes were there, neatly placed side by side, but there was no sign of him. A shiver ran down her spine. Tyler, she yelled, louder this time. Still nothing. Do you think he went swimming? Emma asked, her voice uneasy. In this fog, no way. Cassie's gaze shifted to the water, her unease deepening. The surface was so calm, it looked almost solid, but there was something off about it. A faint ripple spread outward from the dock, as though something had just submerged. Do you see that? Emma whispered, pointing. Cassie followed her finger. A small, dark shape was floating near the shore. At first, she thought it was a log, but as it drifted closer, her breath caught it was Tyler's flashlight. Something's wrong, Emma said, stepping back. We need to tell Connor. Cassie nodded. But as they turned to leave, the water erupted with a loud splash. They spun around, and for a split second, Cassie thought she saw a pale hand vanish beneath the surface. Run, she said, grabbing Emma's arm. They bolted back, toward the cabins, their hearts pounding. By the time they reached the others, the fog had begun to lift, revealing the full expanse of the lake. But there was still no sign of Tyler. The cabin was silent as the four campers stared at the flashlight on Tyler's bunk. Water dripped steadily from its handle, pooling on the floor, and a tangle of slimy lake weeds clung to its metal casing. Emma stood frozen by the door, her face pale, while Matt clutched his own flashlight like a lifeline. That wasn't there earlier, Emma whispered. No way, Matt said, shaking his head. It's been hours, we would have noticed. Someone's messing with us, Cassie said, though her voice wavered. She stepped closer, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Tyler probably left it here before he... She stopped herself, unable to finish the thought. Before he, what? Matt snapped. Vanished. Got pulled into the lake by something. You saw his shoes? You saw the lake. Guys, stop, Emma said, her voice trembling. We need to tell someone. Connor. The other counselors. Somebody. Cassie frowned, her mind racing. The counselors might laugh it off or worse, blame them for Tyler's disappearance. And if the story about Samantha was true, what could they even say? And what are we supposed to tell them? She asked. That Tyler got taken by a ghost? Well, something took him, Matt said. And if we don't figure this out, it's gonna come for us next. Emma's breathing quickened.
Don't
say that. Cassie held up her hands. Okay, calm down. Freaking out isn't going to help. Then what will? Matt shot back. You've got all the answers right, Cassie. Cassie opened her mouth to reply. But before she could, a sudden knock rattled the cabin door. Everyone froze. Who is it? Emma called out, her voice barely audible. No response. The knock came again, harder this time. Cassie grabbed the wet flashlight from Tyler's bunk, holding it like a weapon. She crept toward the door, her heart hammering in her chest. She called out. Silence with a deep breath. She yanked the door open and found herself staring at Connor, who looked more annoyed than concerned. Why aren't you guys at the campfire? He asked, his hands on his hips. You're missing. Out on s'mores, Cassie let out a shaky breath. We're not feeling great. Connor raised an eyebrow. Not feeling great or hiding out? Look, if this is about Tyler skipping activities, I'll deal with it. Where is he anyway? We... Dawn single quotes. No, Emma said quietly. Staring at the floor, Connor's expression shifted, his annoyance giving way to concern. What do you mean you don't know? Matt looked up, his face pale. He's missing, we think. We think. He went to the lake. Connor's jaw tightened. Okay, that's enough. If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny. Tyler could be in serious trouble. It's not a prank, Cassie said firmly. We went looking for him this morning. His shoes were by the dock, and his flashlight. She held it up, the water still dripping from its handle. This just showed up on his bed. Connor stared at the flashlight for a long moment, then shook his head. I'm getting the other counselors. Stay here and don't go anywhere near the lake. Got it? Cassie nodded reluctantly, and Connor hurried off into the night. The group sat in uneasy silence after he left. The flashlight sat on the table between them, its beam casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. What if Connor doesn't believe us? Emma asked softly. Then we're on our own, Matt said grimly. Like we always are. We're not on our own, Cassie said, though she wasn't sure she believed it herself. Connor will help. He has to. But even as she said it, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The shadows seemed to flicker in the corners of the cabin, and the faint smell of lake water lingered in the air. Cassie's breath caught as she stared out the fogged window. The figure in the lake was barely visible under the faint moonlight, but its pale skin and long, dripping hair were unmistakable. It wasn't moving, just standing there, waist deep. In the water, its head tilted as if looking directly at her. "Matt," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She turned and grabbed his arm, shaking him awake. "WH what?" Matt mumbled, blinking groggily. "What's wrong?" "Look," she hissed, pointing to the window. Matt sat up, squinting at the glass. When his eyes finally focused, he froze. "Oh my God, is that—" "I don't know," Cassie whispered, "but it's looking right at us." Matt grabbed his flashlight and turned it on, but before he could shine it out the window, the figure disappeared with a soft splash, leaving only ripples on the lake's surface. "Where did it go?" Matt asked, his voice trembling. Cassie shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't think it's just ... wandering around. It wants something." The next morning, Connor was still gone, and Tyler was still missing. Tensions in the cabin had reached a breaking point. Emma refused to leave the bunk, and Matt barely spoke as he paced back and forth. Cassie sat at the table, staring at the wet flashlight. "We need to figure out what it wants," she said finally, breaking the silence. "It wants us dead," Matt said flatly. "No," Cassie said, "not yet, anyway. If it wanted to hurt us, it would have done it already. It's single quotes as ... warning us." "Warning us about what?" Cassie looked out the window toward the lake. "About something we did, or something we're going to do." Emma frowned. "Like what?" "I don't know," Cassie admitted. "But it's connected to Samantha. It has to be." Matt sighed and slumped into a chair. "Great. So what are we supposed to do?" "Ask her." "Hey, Samantha, why are you haunting?" "Us, maybe not her, but someone else," Cassie said, her eyes lighting up. She grabbed Connor's journal from the corner of the cabin and flipped through the pages. "What are you looking for?" Emma asked. "Connor mentioned Samantha's name, but I bet the other counselors know more. This place has been around forever. Someone has to have records logs, stories, something." "And what if we don't find anything?" Matt asked. Hesitated. "Then we go back to the lake." That afternoon, while the other campers were on a nature hike, the three of them snuck into the main office. It was a cluttered, dusty room crammed with filing cabinets and shelves of old camp memorabilia. Cassie headed straight for a cabinet labeled Archives. "Start looking for anything about Samantha Green," she said. Emma sifted through a stack of old photographs while Matt leafed through dusty logbooks. Cassie pulled out a folder of newspaper clippings, her fingers trembling slightly as she flipped through them. "Found something," she said after a few minutes, holding up a yellowed article. It was dated July 16, 1974, and the headline read, "Local Girl Drowns at Mirror Lake Campground." Emma and Matt crowded around her as she read aloud. "Samantha Green, 14, tragically drowned during a late-night swim. Camp officials reported the incident as an accident, though some witnesses claim she was seen struggling before going under. Her body was never recovered." "Wait," Emma said, pointing at the bottom of the article. "Look at that." Cassie squinted at the small text under the photo of Samantha. It was a quote from a camper. She was screaming for help, but no one believed her. "We thought she was pretending." The words hung in the air like a dark cloud. Cassie felt a pang of guilt twist in her chest. She was trying to save herself, and everyone just let her drown. As they returned to the cabin, Cassie's mind raced. Samantha's story wasn't just about an accident, it was about betrayal. Maybe that was why her ghost was still tied to the lake. But what did she want from them? When they entered the cabin, they found another message waiting for them, smeared in mud across the floorboards. "You knew," Emma gasped, and Matt stepped back, his face pale. "What does that mean?" Cassie swallowed hard. "I think ... I think she's blaming us for the dare, for summoning her. She thinks we're like the campers who let her die," Emma whispered. That we don't care. Well, how do we prove we're not? Matt asked, his voice rising. How do we make her stop? Cassie stared at the message, her chest tightening. I don't know. But we need to figure it out fast. Because if we don't, she didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. The answer was written in the mud. The knock beneath the floorboards sent a chill through Cassie's body. She held her breath, listening as the sound came again, 3 deliberate thumps. Then silence. Emma was sitting bolt upright on her bunk, her wide eyes darting to the floor. While Matt clutched his flashlight, Emma whispered, her voice trembling. Cassie nodded, her throat dry. It's coming from underneath us. Underneath, Matt hissed. What's even underneath the cabin? Dirt, Emma whispered. Rocks, nothing that should be knocking. The sound came again, louder this time. Thump, thump. We need to do something, Cassie said, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her. We can't just sit here. Do what? What are we supposed to do? Ask it to leave? We can try the journal, she said, her mind racing. Connor said some campers wrote down stuff about Samantha. Maybe there's something useful. You think a decades-old journal is going to stop whatever's out there? Matt asked. What if it makes things worse? Do you have a better idea? Cassie snapped. The thumping stopped abruptly, plunging the cabin into an oppressive silence. For a moment, then the mud-streaked flashlight on the table flickered and went out. Minutes later, the group was huddled around the table, the flashlight beams from Matt and Emma illuminating Connor's tattered journal. The pages were filled with messy handwriting, notes scrawled over decades by counselors who'd come and gone. Cassie flipped through them quickly, searching for anything that might help. Here, she said, pointing to an entry dated July 20th, 1985. The handwriting was shaky, and the ink had bled in places, but the words were clear enough to read. She wants what was taken from her. It's not just her life, it's her voice, her story. She's looking for someone to hear her, someone to see her. Her voice, Emma asked. What does that mean? She was ignored, Cassie said, thinking back to the article. She needed help. They thought she was faking. If we're going to stop her, we need to show her we're listening. How? Matt asked. Hold a knot, Cassie said, flipping to another entry. This one was shorter, but more alarming. She comes for the ones who call her. Only the lake can send her back. Cassie's stomach tightened. We have to go to the lake. No way, Matt said, shaking his head. That's exactly what she wants. She'll pull us under, just like Tyler. Not if we do it right, Cassie said, her voice firm. We go together, and we finish what we started. Apologize, tell her story, whatever it takes to give her peace. Emma hesitated. And if it doesn't work? Cassie didn't answer. She didn't need to. The weight of the silence said enough. They crept toward the lake under the cover of darkness, their flashlights cutting through the dense mist that clung to the ground. The air was cold and damp, the faint smell of algae and mud growing stronger. As they neared the water, the lake was unnaturally calm, its surface smooth and reflective like a mirror. Cassie shivered as she stepped onto the dock, clutching Connor's journal in one hand. Matt and Emma followed reluctantly, their faces pale. Now what? Matt whispered, his voice barely audible. We call her, Cassie said, her voice trembling. But we don't taunt her this time. We ask for her forgiveness. And what if she doesn't give it? Emma asked. Cassie didn't reply. Instead, she knelt at the edge of the dock, her reflection shimmering on the surface. She took a deep breath and spoke softly but firmly. Samantha, we're sorry. We didn't mean to hurt you. Please, show us what you need. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the water began to ripple, small waves spreading outward, as if something beneath the surface was stirring. Cassie, Matt said nervously, stepping back. The ripples grew larger, and the dock creaked under their weight. A low, mournful voice drifted from the water, almost like a sob. Cassie's chest tightened. We're listening. Samantha, please. tell us, suddenly, a pale hand shot out of the water, grasping the edge of the dock. Emma screamed, and Matt stumbled backward as the hand was followed by a figure rising from the lake. Samantha's ghostly form was fully visible, now dripping wet, her hollow eyes fixed on Cassie. "You knew," Samantha whispered, her voice echoing unnaturally. "You called me." "We're sorry," Cassie stammered, her heart pounding. "We didn't mean to." "You don't belong here," Samantha interrupted, her voice growing louder. "You're just like them. You don't listen." The dock shook violently, and the group scrambled to keep their balance. Cassie clutched the journal, her mind racing. "We're not like them," she yelled. "We're here to help you." Samantha tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Then she reached out, her hand closing around Cassie's ankle with an icy grip. "Cassie," Matt shouted, lunging forward. The dock cracked under the weight of the struggle, and before Cassie could react, she was yanked off her feet, plunging into the freezing water. Cassie's body plunged into the freezing water, her limbs flailing as she sank deeper. The icy grip on her ankle didn't loosen it, pulled her down, dragging her into the suffocating darkness. She opened her eyes, but the water stung, and all she could see were faint shapes moving below her. Then they became clearer, faces, dozens of them. The ghostly faces of campers stared up at her, their expressions frozen in terror and despair. Their mouths opened in silent screams, and their hollow eyes seemed to pierce through her. Cassie struggled harder, her lungs burning, her mind racing for a way to escape. Above her, Matt and Emma screamed her name. Matt reached into the water, his flashlight beam cutting through the murk, but it wasn't enough to reach her. "What do we do?" Emma cried, her voice breaking. "She's not coming up," Matt yelled, dropping to his knees at the edge of the dock. "We have to go in. After her." "No. She'll pull you down too," Emma shouted, grabbing his arm. The lake water rippled violently, as if alive. The ghostly figure of Samantha visible just beneath the surface, her pale hair swirling like smoke. For a moment, she looked directly at Matt, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Then, the water calmed, the ripples fading to stillness. Cassie's flashlight floated to the surface, but she was nowhere to be seen. "Cassie?" Matt screamed, leaning so far over the dock that Emma had to pull him back. "She's gone," Emma whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Samantha took her." Cassie's vision blurred as the faces surrounded her, their ghostly hands reaching out, but never touching her. Her lungs burned, and she could feel her strength fading. Just as she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, the grip on her ankle released. She shot upward, gasping for air as her head broke the surface. The cold night air hit her like a slap, and she coughed violently, barely able to tread water. The dock was just a blur of light and shadows in the distance. "Cassie," Emma shouted, her voice breaking through the fog in Cassie's mind. "I'm here," Cassie choked, her voice weak. She began swimming toward them, every stroke feeling like it might be her last. When she finally reached the dock, Matt hauled her out of the water, and she collapsed, coughing and shivering. "What happened?" Matt demanded. "What did you see?" Cassie tried to speak, but could only manage a single word. "Faces, faces," Emma repeated, kneeling beside her. Cassie nodded, clutching the dock for support. They were ... campers. Stuck down there, she's keeping them. The group sat huddled together in the cabin, Cassie wrapped in a blanket as Matt lit the lantern. The wet flashlight sat on the table, its beam flickering weakly. "She's not just haunting the lake," Cassie said, her voice hoarse. "She's trapping people. Campers who don't respect her or who call her so Tyler ... Emma whispered, her face pale. "He's down there," Cassie confirmed, her voice trembling with the others. Emma buried her face in her hands, and Matt slammed his fist on the table. "This is insane. How do we stop her? How do we get Tyler back?" Cassie shook her head. "I don't know, but I think ... I think it's more than just saying we're sorry. She wants something we can't give her. Like what? Matt demanded. Cassie hesitated, her mind flashing back to the journal's words. She wants what was taken from her. Her life, Cassie said softly. Her justice. She wants things to be made right. Matt's jaw clenched. How are we supposed to give her justice if she's already... He broke off as the lantern flickered, plunging the cabin into brief darkness. When the light returned, new words were smeared across the cabin wall, written in dripping water. One more. The sound of splashing water on the roof made Emma scream, her hand flying to her mouth to muffle the noise. Matt leaped to his feet, clutching the flashlight, his eyes darting to the ceiling. Cassie sat frozen, staring at the dripping words on the wall. One more. The message shimmered ominously in the dim lantern light, water pooling at the base of the wall. "We're not safe here," Cassie whispered, her voice shaky. "What do we do?" Emma whimpered. "She's going to take one of us. Not if. We stick together," Matt said, though his grip on the flashlight was unsteady. "She only got Tyler because he went off alone. We don't split up ever." The splashing on the roof stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Cassie exhaled a shaky breath, but her relief was short-lived. A slow, deliberate creak sounded from outside the cabin door, like footsteps on the wooden porch. "Who's there?" Matt yelled, pointing his flashlight at the door. No answer. The doorknob rattled slightly, and Emma let out a stifled sob. Cassie stood, forcing herself to move, even though her legs felt like jelly. She grabbed the wet flashlight from the table, holding it tightly as she took a step toward the door. "Cassie, don't," Matt started, but she raised a hand to stop him. She turned the knob slowly and pulled the door open. The porch was empty, bathed in pale moonlight. The woods beyond the cabin were silent, the air thick and still. Cassie stepped outside, gripping the flashlight so hard her knuckles turned white. "Come on," Matt urged, following her onto the porch. Emma hesitated, then hurried after them, her eyes darting nervously around the clearing. The group stood together, staring out at the lake. The water shimmered under the moonlight, eerily calm, but the air felt heavy, charged, as though the lake itself was holding its breath. "Do you hear that?" At first, there was only silence, but then she heard a faint, mournful voice drifting on the breeze. It sounded like crying. "It's coming from the woods," Cassie said. "No way," Matt said, shaking his head. "We're not going out there. It's probably just... It's her," Cassie interrupted, her voice firm. "She's trying to tell us something. This could be our chance to fix it, or it could be a trap," Matt snapped. "Did you forget what happened 5 minutes ago?" Cassie turned to him, her expression hard. "If we don't figure this out, she's going to take another one of us. Do you want to wait here and see who it is?" Matt didn't answer, his jaw tightening. Finally, he nodded reluctantly, and the three of them stepped off the porch and into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The sound of crying grew louder as they walked, guiding them deeper into the forest. The air grew colder, and the faint smell of lake water clung to the damp earth beneath their feet. Emma clutched Cassie's arm. What if it's not her? What if it's ... something worse? Cassie didn't reply. She wasn't sure what she believed anymore, but the crying sounded so real, so human. It was hard to imagine it coming from anything else. The sound led them to a small clearing, where the moonlight illuminated a lone figure sitting on the ground. Her back was to them, her long dark hair hanging in wet strands over her shoulders. She rocked back and forth, her hands covering her face as she sobbed. "Samantha," Cassie called out, her voice trembling. The figure froze. Slowly she turned her head to look at them, her face pale and streaked with water. Her hollow eyes locked onto Cassie's, and the crying stopped. Cassie felt a lump rise in her throat, but she forced herself to speak. "We're sorry. We didn't mean to hurt you. Tell us how to make it right." For a long moment, the ghost didn't move. Then, with a sudden, jerking motion, she stood and pointed toward the lake. The clearing filled with the sound of rushing water, and Cassie turned just in time to see waves crashing through the trees, rushing toward them like an unstoppable tide. "Run," she screamed. The three of them bolted, the roar of water growing louder behind them. Cassie's lungs burned as she sprinted, dodging branches and roots, the wet flashlight slipping in her hand. The edge of the woods came into view, but before they could reach it, the wave caught them. The icy water knocked them off their feet, sweeping them toward the lake. Cassie clawed at the ground, trying to find something to hold on to, but the current was too strong. She heard Emma scream, and then the world went silent as the water swallowed her whole. Cassie's head broke the surface of the water, and she gasped for air, coughing violently. The lake was dark and vast around her, the shoreline now far away. She flailed her arms, trying to keep afloat, her soaked clothes weighing her down. "Matt, Emma," she shouted, her voice hoarse. There was no reply, only the eerie stillness of the lake. A cold wind rippled the surface, and the moonlight reflected off the water like shattered glass. Cassie turned in a circle, searching for any sign of her friends. "Emma," she called again, her voice cracking. A faint splashing sound came from behind her. Cassie turned sharply, squinting into the dark. At first, she saw nothing, but then something pale broke the surface a hand, reaching out of the water. "Emma," Cassie swam toward the hand, her chest tightening with hope. But as she got closer, her stomach dropped. It wasn't Emma, it was Samantha. The ghost's face emerged, her hollow eyes locked on Cassie. Her wet hair clung to her face, and water dripped from her sunken cheeks. She didn't move, just floated there, staring. "What do you want?" Cassie shouted, her voice trembling. "What are you trying to tell us?" Samantha tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Slowly, she raised her arm and pointed behind Cassie. Cassie turned, her heart pounding. About 20 feet away, a familiar figure was floating face down in the water. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized the red hoodie. "Emma," she screamed, kicking furiously toward her friend. The icy water made every movement a struggle, but Cassie reached Emma and grabbed her by the shoulders, flipping her onto her back. Emma's face was pale, her lips blue, but she was breathing barely. "Come on," Cassie whispered, wrapping an arm around Emma and paddling toward the shore. "Stay with me." The journey back felt endless. Every stroke was a battle, the weight of Emma dragging Cassie down. The shore seemed to inch closer and closer, but the lake resisted her, as if it wanted to keep them both. Finally, Cassie's feet touched the muddy bottom, and she staggered onto the shore, dragging Emma behind her. She collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath, the cold biting into her skin. "Emma," she rasped, shaking her friend. "Emma, wake up." Emma coughed weakly, water sputtering from her lips. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused and frightened. She whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's okay." Behind them, the lake grew still again. Cassie turned, her body tense, but Samantha was gone. The water's surface shimmered in the moonlight. Cassie looked up to see him running toward them, his flashlight bobbing wildly in the dark. He dropped to his knees beside them, his face pale. "What happened? Are you okay?" he asked, his words tumbling out in a rush. "We need to end this," Cassie said, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest. "No more waiting, no more running. Samantha won't stop until she gets what she wants." "What does she want?" Matt asked, his voice rising. "We don't even know how to stop her." Cassie stared at the lake, her jaw tightening. "I think we do." The three of them sat huddled in the cabin, the journal spread out on the table. Emma was wrapped in a blanket, her skin still pale, but her breathing steadier. Cassie flipped through the pages again, searching for anything they might have missed. Matt leaned over her shoulder. "There has to be something. A ritual. A spelling thing. There's no spell, Cassie said, shaking her head. It's not about magic. It's about her. Samantha didn't just drown. She was betrayed, hurt. She's making us feel what she felt helpless, Emma asked weakly. Cassie looked at her friends, her face grim. We give her what she wants. Matt frowned, which is Cassie took a deep breath. Justice. The air was heavy as Cassie, Matt, and Emma approached the lake. The sky was overcast, and the dense clouds seemed to press down on the campground. A cold wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and algae. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the ground itself didn't want them to proceed. We're really doing this? Matt asked, his voice low. Flashlight clutched tightly in his hand. We have to, Cassie replied, her face pale but determined. If we don't, Samantha won't stop. She'll take all of us. One by one, Emma hesitated, trailing behind them. What if she... What if it's not enough? What if justice isn't what she wants? Cassie stopped and turned to her friend. Then at least we'll know we tried. Sitting in the cabin isn't going to save us. They reached the edge of the lake, its surface eerily calm, reflecting the darkened sky like a sheet of polished glass. Cassie knelt and opened Connor's journal, flipping to the page with the clearest notes about Samantha. Her hand trembled as she read the words aloud. To make things right, one must give what was taken. The lake holds her pain, but it also holds her peace. To end it, the sacrifice must be true. Sacrifice, Matt muttered, his jaw tightening. What does that even mean? She doesn't just want an apology, Cassie said, looking up at them. She wants us to give up something important, something tied to why we called her in the first place. Emma clutched her hoodie tightly. Like what? Cassie's gaze drifted to the wet flashlight in her hand. Something we brought here. Something that represents... our guilt. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the words settling over them. Matt looked down at his flashlight, then at the lake. You think this'll work? I don't know, Cassie admitted, but we have to try. One by one, they stepped onto the dock. The old wood creaked under their weight, and the water below was so still it seemed unnatural. Cassie stood at the edge, clutching the flashlight, her pulse hammering in her ears. Samantha, she called out, her voice echoing across the lake. We're here. We want to make it right. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the water began to ripple, slow and deliberate, spreading outward from the center of the lake. The cold wind picked up, sending shivers down their spines. What now? Emma whispered, her voice trembling. Cassie took a deep breath and stepped forward. She held the flashlight over the water. This is what started it. The dare, the game. We didn't take you seriously, and it cost you your life. We're sorry. I'm sorry. She dropped the flashlight into the lake. It hit the water with a splash and disappeared into the depths. The ripples grew stronger, rocking the dock beneath. Their feet, Matt stepped forward next, pulling his camp bracelet off his wrist. This place, this stupid lake, it's all tied to what happened to you. We get it now. We were wrong. We should have listened. He threw the bracelet into the water, and the ripples turned into waves. The dock swayed, and Emma cried, "Out!" As she nearly lost her balance, finally, Emma stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. She pulled her hoodie over her head, clutching it tightly. This, this was my favorite. My lucky hoodie. But you didn't get lucky, did you? You didn't get saved. I'm sorry. We're all so sorry. She threw the hoodie into the lake, her voice breaking with the effort. The water roared to life, churning violently as if rejecting their offerings. The dock shook, and the three of them clung to the wooden posts to stay upright. What's happening? Emma screamed. I don't know, Cassie yelled. We did what the journal said. The waves surged higher, crashing against the dock. Then, with a deafening crack, dock splintered, and they fell into the water. The icy lake engulfed them, pulling them under. Cassie fought to stay afloat, gasping for air as the current dragged her deeper. She opened her eyes, and once again, she saw them, dozens of ghostly faces staring up at her, their mouths open, in silent cries for help. And there, in the middle of them, was Samantha. She floated closer, her hollow eyes fixed on Cassie, her pale hand reaching out. Cassie's lungs burned, and her vision blurred. Summoning every ounce of courage, she reached out and grabbed Samantha's hand. The world went still. The water stopped churning, and the ghostly faces faded into the darkness. Cassie found herself standing on the shore, soaking wet, the lake once again calm and silent. Matt and Emma were beside her, coughing and shivering, but alive. What happened? Emma asked, her voice barely audible. Cassie turned to the lake, her heart pounding. Samantha's ghost stood in the shallow water, her expression no longer one of anger, but of sorrow and peace. She raised a hand in farewell, then slowly sank beneath the surface. The lake stilled completely, its surface smooth as glass once more. The silence around the lake was almost unbearable. Cassie, Matt, and Emma stood motionless on the shore, their soaked clothes clinging to them. The ripple across the lake's surface faded, but the faint sound of laughter lingered in the air, unnervingly childlike. Did it work? Emma asked, her voice trembling. Cassie stared at the lake, her heart still racing. I think so, she said, though she wasn't entirely sure. Samantha's ghost was gone, but the eerie stillness of the lake made it feel like the danger wasn't over. Matt groaned, sinking to his knees on the muddy ground. We gave her what she wanted. We faced her. Why does it feel like nothing's changed? Cassie shook her head, her mind spinning. The journal had said a sacrifice was needed, something true, and they'd done that. But what if it wasn't enough? What if Samantha demanded more? Emma grabbed Cassie's arm, her eyes wide with fear. Look, Cassie turned and gasped. From the center of the lake, something was rising. The water rippled outward as a wooden canoe, half decayed and covered in algae, broke the surface. It floated eerily toward the shore, its broken paddle balanced inside. What the hell is that? Matt whispered, scrambling to his feet. The canoe bumped gently against the shore, as if waiting for them. Water dripped from its rotting edges. Pooling in the sand, Cassie felt a wave of dread wash over her. It's hers, she whispered. Samantha's, the one she took out on the lake the night she drowned. Why is it here now? Emma asked, clutching Cassie's arm. She's showing us something, Cassie said, though her stomach churned at the thought. We have to follow it. Matt's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? You want to get into that? Do you want her to come back? Cassie snapped. We don't have a choice. Emma hesitated, but eventually nodded. If this is what it takes to end it, I'll do it. Matt groaned but relented, helping push the canoe into the water. It wobbled precariously as they climbed inside, and Cassie's heart pounded as the cold wood pressed against her hands. As soon as they settled in, the canoe began to drift on its own, carried by an invisible current. The lake's surface remained eerily still, and the air was heavy with tension. None of them spoke as the canoe glided farther from shore. The faint sound of Samantha's laughter growing louder. The canoe slowed as it reached the middle of the lake. Cassie peered over the edge and froze. Shadows swirled just beneath the surface, and Cassie's stomach dropped as she realized what they were. Faces, dozens of them. Samantha's victims, Cassie whispered, her voice trembling. The faces stared up at them, their hollow eyes filled with silent anguish. The water began to bubble, and a figure rose from the depths. It was Samantha, her ghostly form glowing faintly as she hovered above the surface. You called me, Samantha said, her voice echoing unnaturally. Her gaze swept over them, cold and unforgiving. You took what was mine. You must give it back. We gave you what we had, Cassie said, her voice shaking but steady. We gave you the truth. We're sorry for what we did, Samantha tilted her head, her expression unreadable. It's not enough. The lake erupted. Waves crashed against the canoe, nearly tipping it over. Cassie grabbed the edges, her breath coming in ragged gasps. What do you want? She screamed. Hollow eyes locked onto Cassie. A life for a life. Cassie's blood ran cold. No, she whispered. That's not fair. Samantha raised a hand, and the canoe began to spin wildly, water pouring over the sides. Emma screamed, clutching Cassie's arm, while Matt shouted in panic. The ghost's voice grew louder, drowning out everything else. One must stay. The canoe tipped, and they were thrown into the water. Cassie plunged beneath the surface, the icy cold seizing her body. She clawed her way up, gasping for air, but the lake churned violently, pulling her back under. Beneath the water, she saw Samantha again, her hand outstretched. This time, Cassie didn't fight. She grabbed it. Cassie opened her eyes slowly, gasping for air. The world around her was still and dark, the roar of the lake replaced by an eerie silence. She was no longer in the water, but lying on the shore, her body cold and heavy. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the sand. Cassie, Matt's voice broke the silence as he knelt beside her, his face pale and frantic. Are you okay? Emma was on her other side, tears streaming down her face. We thought you, her voice broke, and she hugged Cassie tightly. We thought you were gone. Cassie sat up slowly, her body trembling. She looked around, expecting to see Samantha's ghost, but the lake was calm and empty. The canoe was gone, as if it had never been there. What happened? Cassie whispered, her voice hoarse. You grabbed her, Matt said, his eyes wide. We saw you go under, and then ... then the lake just stopped. You floated up to the surface, but she didn't come back. Cassie looked at the lake, her chest tightening. Samantha was gone, but the weight of her presence still lingered. She said ... She said one must stay. Matt and Emma exchanged uneasy glances. But we're all here, Emma said softly. She didn't take anyone. Cassie frowned, her mind racing. Samantha's words echoed in her head. A life for life, one must stay. She looked down at her hands, still shaking from the cold. Something felt different, like a part of her had been left behind in the lake. She took something, Cassie said finally. Not my life, but ... something else. What does that mean? Matt asked. She's still out there. No, Cassie said, shaking her head. She's gone for now. She turned to them, her face grim. But the lake, it's never going to stop holding her pain. Not completely. Emma hugged her knees, her face pale. Then what do we do? What if it starts again? Cassie stared at the water, her thoughts heavy. The lake's surface was smooth and silent, but she knew better than to trust its stillness. We tell her story, she said quietly, the truth, so no one else ends up like her. The counselors found them the next morning, sitting on the shore, their clothes still damp and their faces pale. Connor's eyes narrowed as he looked them over. Where's Tyler? He asked sharply. Cassie hesitated, her throat tightening. He's gone, she said softly. We couldn't save him. Connor's face darkened, and he started to press for more answers, but something in Cassie's expression stopped him. He nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to the lake. It always takes, he muttered, almost to himself. What do you mean? Matt asked, stepping forward. Connor shook his head. Let's get you back to the cabins. You'll leave first thing in the morning. Later that day, as the group packed their bags, Cassie found herself lingering by the window, staring out at the lake. She thought of Tyler, of Samantha, of the countless faces she'd seen beneath the surface. Do you think it's over? Emma asked quietly, standing beside her. Cassie didn't look away from the lake. For now, she said. But the lake remembers. It always does. The drive away from Mirror Lake Campground was quiet, the air in the van heavy with unspoken thoughts. Matt stared out the window, his jaw tight, while Emma sat beside Cassie, clutching her hands tightly, as if afraid to let go. The winding dirt road seemed endless, each bump and turn a reminder of what they were leaving behind, who they couldn't bring back. Cassie leaned her head against the window, the cold glass pressing into her temple. Her mind churned with everything that had happened. Tyler was gone, Samantha was gone. But the lake wasn't done. It couldn't be. The journal's words played in her mind. The lake holds her pain, but it also holds her peace. They had given Samantha a semblance of peace, but the lake still held her pain. And that pain wouldn't disappear. Not entirely. Emma's voice broke the silence. Do you think the other campers will ever know? About Tyler, about Samantha, ... about everything. Matt sighed, his breath fogging the window. They'll probably come up with some excuse. Say Tyler ran away or got lost in the woods. That's what they always do with these places, right? Cover it up and keep going like nothing happened. Cassie closed her eyes. That's why we have to remember. If they won't tell the truth, we will. Emma looked at her, her brows furrowed. But who would believe us? It sounds ... impossible. It doesn't matter if they believe it, Cassie said, her voice low but firm. As long as it's out there, as long as people know the truth, it matters. Samantha deserved that. The van hit a particularly rough bump, jolting them all. Cassie's heart raced for a moment before she realized it was just the uneven road. Her grip on the seat tightened anyway. As they neared the campground's gates, Cassie glanced back one last time. The lake was barely visible now, hidden behind the thick trees, but in her mind's eye, she could see it as clearly as if she were standing at its edge. The smooth, glass-like surface, the shadows beneath, the faces Samantha's face. Cassie turned away quickly, her stomach twisting. The farther they got from the lake, the more it felt like a weight was lifting from her chest, but a small part of her knew it would never fully leave her. Mirror Lake would haunt her forever. Months later, Cassie sat in her bedroom, staring at her laptop. The screen glowed faintly in the darkened room, the cursor blinking at the top of a blank document. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, hesitating. Finally, she began to type. This is the story of Mirror Lake Campground, and what happened to me and my friends. You might think it's just another ghost story, but I need you to know it's real. The lake is real. Samantha is real. And if you ever find yourself standing at the edge of a lake so calm, it feels wrong, listen to your gut. She paused, her fingers trembling. Then, with a deep breath, she added one final line. And if you hear a voice whisper, one more, don't look back. She hit save and closed the laptop, her heart pounding. Outside her window, the wind rustled through the trees, and for a moment she thought she heard faint laughter drifting on the breeze. She shivered,